Chapter 3998. When the mysterious black-robed man saw that even the divine dragon kingdom ruler was stomped to death by Gu Fei, he was scared out of his wits. He immediately turned around and fled, not daring to stay any longer. However, just as he fled dozens of miles away and stopped to rest, a voice sounded from the side, scaring him so much that he almost jumped up from the ground. When he saw the appearance of that person, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. It's you?" The mysterious black-robed man's voice trembled, and he couldn't even speak fluently. "I want to be the king of the divine dragon kingdom. What can you do?" Gu Fei looked at the black-robed man indifferently. The black-robed man wasn't that surprised because he had heard the conversation between Gu Fei and the divine dragon kingdom ruler. "Useless trash. What's the use of keeping you?" Gu Fei said indifferently. "Master, spare me. I have a way to make you the king of the divine dragon kingdom," the black-robed man quickly said. His life was in the hands of the other party, and he definitely didn't dare to say that he didn't have a way. He directly regarded himself as Gu Fei's servant. "Tell me about it," Gu Fei said. As long as you are conferred the title by the Danwu dynasty, Master can be the king of the divine dragon kingdom," the black-robed man said with sweat dripping down his forehead. "Nonsense!" Gu Fei's tone immediately turned cold. "Of course, with Master's cultivation, there is no need for the Danwu dynasty to confer the title. You can just call yourself the king," the black-robed man said in horror. "Call myself the king? That sounds good," Gu Fei said faintly. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could move him. The current him was free and did whatever he wanted to do, following his heart. "I am willing to take down the divine dragon kingdom for Master." The black-robed man quickly expressed his loyalty. Gu Fei was a little suspicious. This guy was only at the peak of the inborn realm. How could he have the means to take down a vassal state? If he was a true state martial artist, Gu Fei might believe it. "Master, if I can't do it, I will bring my head to you." The black-robed man patted his chest and guaranteed. "Very good." Gu Fei nodded. "Then Xiaonu will take her leave first," the black-robed man said carefully. As long as he could get rid of this guy, he would be able to leap freely in the sea and fly freely in the sky. However, just as he was feeling proud of himself, Gu Fei appeared beside him and gently patted his shoulder. The black-robed man felt a cold chi enter his body and hide in his dantian. The black-robed man's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. "You only have 10 days. Gu Fei glanced at the black-robed man and said, "Yes, Master." The black-robed man could only lower his head. That cold chi was definitely not something good. Once it flared up, it would definitely take his life. "You should know how to find me. Scram." Gu Fei casually waved his hand. The black-robed man immediately felt as if he had been pardoned, and immediately disappeared into the depths of the forest. After watching such a show, you still can't bear to come out. Just as the black-robed man left, Gu Fei suddenly looked at the other side of the forest and said indifferently, "Ha, Dao's friend is indeed capable." A bell-like voice echoed in the forest. Then a black-robed, masked woman slowly walked out from the shadows of the forest. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Gu Fei looked at this woman and still had an indifferent expression. This woman was Emocian. With your cultivation, you naturally won't lower yourself to the level of a little girl like me, right? Emocian said with a smile. "If you are too smart, you won't live long." Gu Fei retracted his gaze. "With you protecting me, who in this world can hurt me?" Emocian leisurely walked over with a hint of seduction. However, Emocian wanted to seduce Gu Fei, but she completely miscalculated. Gu Fei wasn't tempted at all. Her seduction technique was ineffective. Gu Fei didn't say anything and directly walked out. He took a step and traveled hundreds of meters. No matter if there were trees or rocks blocking his way, he directly rushed past them. The trees broke and the rocks shattered. Gu Fei was like a barbaric dragon. Everywhere he passed, nothing could stop him. He directly pushed forward. This Emotion saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. She was stunned for a moment before she chased after him. When the sun rose, Gu Fei arrived at the capital of the Divine Dragon Country. He didn't bring any money with him, so he couldn't even stay in an inn. However, there was a follower following behind him. Thus, there was someone who directly took care of his basic necessities. Emotion was the Devil Sect Saintess. The Devil Sect had a base in the capital of the Divine Dragon Country. Of course, the people of the Devil Sect couldn't appear openly. Although the Devil Sect was strong, it wasn't as strong as the countless Orthodox sects in the eastern region. How could a single sect fight against the entire world's Orthodox sects? The Devil Sect's base in the Divine Dragon Country was an inconspicuous shop. The things sold in this shop were very ordinary. Ordinary weapons, ordinary healing pills, and so on. Although the shop looked ordinary on the surface, there was a world hidden behind it. Emotion brought Gu Fei to the Devil Sect's base. After entering the shop, they passed through a secret door and arrived at an inner hall. At this moment, the news of the Divine Dragon Country's king dying in the martial village had already spread to the capital. The entire capital was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't believe it. The king actually died in battle. How was this possible? The king was a true realm martial artist. In the Divine Dragon Country, who could be his opponent? There was quite a commotion in the capital. One must know that the Divine Dragon Country's crown prince had died in the martial village previously, and he was the only son of the Divine Dragon Country's king. The crown prince was dead, and now even the king was dead. The entire upper echelons of the Divine Dragon Country were in chaos. Some of the high-ranking generals and ministers immediately started to fight for power, wanting to become the ministers that controlled the entire Divine Dragon Country. Under the influence of some people with ulterior motives, the Divine Dragon Country's capital was soon in chaos. Some generals directly led their troops and killed their way into the palace. However, there were experts in the palace who made a move. Then, those generals and soldiers who attacked the palace were unlucky. They were all killed by those martial experts, and not a single one was left alive. However, the Divine Dragon Nation's generals managed to invite a divine king of war who had already gone into seclusion. This was a true realm martial artist. In the Divine Dragon Country, a true realm martial artist was an invincible existence. The Divine War King made a move and directly killed his way into the palace. He killed all the mysterious experts that occupied the palace and then appointed a cousin of the Divine Dragon Country's king as the Divine Dragon Country's king. The so-called king was just a puppet of the Divine War King. In a short 3 days, the entire capital was bathed in blood. Countless people died. Some big clans were annihilated, and some factions were uprooted by the Divine War King. The Divine War King killed so many people in the capital that heads rolled. Chapter 39:99. The Black-Robed Man was the mysterious strategist of the God Dragon Country. He did have some tricks up his sleeve and almost succeeded in taking down the God Dragon Country. However, he didn't expect that the Divine War King, who was rumored to have fallen, was still alive and was even invited out of the mountain. With the help of the Divine War King, the Black-Robed Man's tricks were useless no matter how powerful he was. The Black-Robed Man had already taken over the royal palace and repelled the generals. However, with the Divine War King's help, all his arrangements were instantly destroyed. Sigh. the black-robed man had no choice but to run out of the royal palace and back to the demon sect's base in Monarch City. "You still dare to come and see me?" Gu Fei calmly glanced at the trembling black-robed man, lying on the ground. "Master," Xiaonu didn't dare to come see Master, but Master, Xiaonu almost succeeded. If Master could deal with that divine king of war, the black-robed man explained hurriedly. "A failure is a failure. You can die now." Gu Fei waved his right hand and was about to kill the black-robed man. "Wait," Emo Xian suddenly said. Gu Fei looked at Emo Xian. Emo Feng is not bad. The Inua demon sect is also a demon sect. It's a waste to kill him like this." Emo Xian looked at the black-robed man. The black-robed man was called Emo Feng, an elder of the Inua demon sect. The Inua demon sect was also very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have almost taken down the God Dragon country in 3 days. A sect could rival a country. The Inua demon sect was much stronger than a normal vassal state. "You can escape death, but not punishment. You still have 7 more days. Scram," Gu Fei said impatiently. "Yes, Master." Emo Feng quickly retreated. "I'll wait for another 7 days." Gu Fei said indifferently. If he was going to do it himself, why would he need these people? "Why don't I help you take down the God Dragon country?" Emo Xian suddenly smiled. This time, she wasn't wearing a mask. Her peerless beauty was enough to charm everyone in the world. However, she was depressed. Even if she could charm everyone in the world, she couldn't charm Gu Fei. "You, forget it." Gu Fei didn't want to owe Emo Xian a favor because it would be very difficult to repay Emo Xian. Emo Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Although she had only stayed with Gu Fei for a few days, what kind of person was Emo Xian? She was exquisite, and she had already grasped Gu Fei's temperament. Gu Fei was very strong-willed. He would do whatever he wanted and would not listen to the suggestions of others. The reason why Gu Fei didn't kill Emo Feng today wasn't because he was giving Emo Xian her face. It was because he didn't have the intention to kill Emo Feng at all. Otherwise, if Gu Fei really wanted to kill Emo Feng, no one would be able to stop him. "Looks like I'll have to make a trip back." Demonic Wind walked out of the demonic sect's encampment. He looked at the sky and frowned. God of War was a true realm expert. If his master didn't want to help, then he would have to think of another way. However, killing the divine king of war wasn't going to be an easy task. Only the sect leader of the Inmoon Devil sect would be able to deal with God of War, because the sect leader of the Inmoon Devil sect was also a true realm expert. The main altar of the Inmoon Devil sect was quite far from Monarch City of the Divine Dragon country. A round trip would take at least 4 days. Demonic Wind didn't hesitate and rushed out of Monarch City, disappearing from sight. When God of War received the news and rushed over, Demonic Wind was long gone. The Inmoon Devil sect has stretched their hands too far. God of War stood on the city gate tower and looked out of the city. This old man's gaze was incomparably deep. "Father, the memorial has been sent up. The decree to confer you as the monarch of the Divine Dragon country should be coming soon." A middle-aged general came behind God of War. "The crown prince and the monarch are dead." And then those people from the Inmoon Devil sect jumped out. "This matter isn't simple. Divine King of War sighed. He was originally in seclusion and wanted to break through to a higher realm. However, he had no choice but to come out early. It seemed like he had no hope of reaching the Sage Realm for the rest of his life. There must be people from the demonic sects in the city. Investigate thoroughly, even if we have to flip the entire Monarch City upside down. We must kill every single one of them. God of War's killing intent surged. Yes, father. The middle-aged general hurriedly accepted the order and left. Then, the entire monarch city was plunged into a bloodbath once more. Countless people suspected of being from the demonic sects were executed immediately. Anyone who was related to the demonic sects was executed as well. Once again, God of War sent heads rolling. On the evening of the 6th day, boom, the demonic sects encampment suddenly exploded. The entire shop was smashed by a giant hand that descended from the sky. Dust flew everywhere, and the nearby shops were also affected. At the same time, a ball of divine light emerged from the back of the shop and enveloped the entire back hall. Remnants of the demonic sects, come out and face your death. A furious roar resounded. Then 3 black figures descended from the sky and landed on the surrounding pavilions, staring coldly at the back hall. They were 3 generals in black and gold armor. The one in the lead was the son of God of War, Junior God of War. Even though he was a kid, he was a middle-aged man. Just then, a graceful figure walked out from the back hall. Your Highness, Junior God of War, what brings you here? Emotienne raised her head and looked at Junior God of War with a faint smile. It's you, Demoness? Junior God of War said in shock. Demoness of the demonic sects, come out and face your death. Another general roared angrily. Just then, in the back hall, Gouffet was sitting lazily, enjoying the delicacies that Emotienne prepared for him. Emotienne's culinary skills were pretty good. Haha, you guys want to kill me? I'm afraid you guys don't have what it takes. Emotienne laughed. Emotienne, you're too arrogant. Even if I fight you with only one hand, I can still defeat you. Junior God of War stared at Emotienne coldly. You want to fight me? Then you are going to be disappointed. Emotienne was still laughing. Her voice was filled with a captivating charm. Haha, do you think you can escape? Hearing this, Junior God of War laughed out loud. The 2 generals beside him also laughed recklessly. Who said I want to escape? Emotienne laughed. At least you know what's good for you. Come out and surrender. Junior God of War said coldly. Ha! Emotienne laughed. She laughed so hard that tears came out. It was as if she heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Junior God of War's expression darkened. Nothing. If I were you, I would leave this place quickly. If not, you will have to bear the consequences. Emotienne said as she turned around and looked towards the inner hall. At this moment, Gouffet was already done eating. Humph, I didn't think that the demon sex saintess would have a male pet. Junior Battle God King frowned when he saw Gouffet in the inner hall. What did you say? When Emotienne heard this, she was extremely shocked. You are the one who should escape. At this moment, Gouffet spoke. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 4000. On the 6th day after Gouffet arrived at the Divine Dragon Kingdom's capital, the warlords of the capital finally arrived. Meanwhile, Mo Fong, who'd gone to the Dark Moon Devil sect to seek help, still hadn't returned. The invaders were the 3 great generals, and each of them had a Sciention realm cultivation base. The one in the lead was the son of the Divine Dragon Nation's God of War, the Junior God of War. Mini-God of War destroyed the front hall of the shop the moment he arrived. Only the back hall was protected by a formation, so it didn't suffer from the destructive impact. At this moment, Emotienne and Mini-God of War were facing each other. Emotienne, aren't you going to surrender? What are you waiting for? Little War God King shouted at Emotienne, you're done. Emotienne looked at Little God of War with a smile that wasn't a smile. Haha, guys, look, isn't Emocien or crazy? She actually said that I'm finished. Little God of War laughed out. The two generals beside him also laughed wantonly. These two great generals were martial arts experts who had once followed the old divine king of war to conquer the world. Both of them were Sciention realm martial artists, and any one of them was qualified to establish their own sects and clans. The little god of war was even stronger than the little god of war. He had already reached the peak of the post-celestial realm and was only half a step away from breaking through to the half-step post-celestial realm. In the divine dragon nation, the junior god of war was almost invincible. Even if Emocien-er's cultivation talent was heaven-defying, she was still young. No matter how high her cultivation was, it was impossible for her to be higher than the little god of war. Moreover, Junior God of War had 3 inborn experts with him. Other inborn experts in Royal City were rushing over. At this moment, there were already inborn experts in the vicinity. Junior God of War's smile widened. At this time, even if you want to leave, it's too late. Emocien looked pitifully at the little God of War and sighed. Are you really crazy or just pretending to be stupid? Junior God of War's expression turned cold immediately. Emocien didn't bother with little God of War anymore. Instead, she turned around and looked towards the inner hall. At this moment, Gu Fei had already stood up and walked out. I told you to scram, but you don't want to. In that case, you can all stay here. Gu Fei glanced at little God of War and said indifferently, You brat, you have no cultivation at all, yet you dare to be so impudent in front of us. You deserve to die. A warrior beside Junior God of War said, as he pointed at Gu Fei. Swoosh! An incomparably sharp ray of light rushed out from his finger, like a peerless divine, spear piercing through the void, directly piercing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't dodge. He just waved his hand casually and smashed the ray of light that pierced through him. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This guy clearly doesn't have any cultivation, so how can he block the attack of a Sciention realm warrior so easily? All of this was beyond little God of War and the others' knowledge. Humph! That Sciention warrior sneered and took a step forward. In an instant, he traversed more than 100 feet and punched at Gu Fei. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The punch was like the wind and thunder. This punch of the Sciention realm warrior shook the void and created a violent wind around Gu Fei. Even Emocien had to retreat. Despite that, Gu Fei simply stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the incoming fist that seemed like a collapsing mountain. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, Gu Fei's palm actually caught the Sciention realm warrior's fist. In the next moment, all the energy waves disappeared. That Sciention realm warrior was extremely shocked, and he wanted to retreat. However, he felt that his opponent's fingers were like immortal metal. He actually couldn't retract his fist. Roar! The Sciention realm warrior roared in anger. His Sciention true origin force surged, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet radius crazily gathered towards him. In the next moment, the energy of heaven and earth was added to his body, increasing his strength by multiple folds. This was the terror of an Sciention realm warrior. With the energy of heaven and earth, one's battle prowess multiplied. However, even so, the Sciention realm warrior still couldn't break free from his fist. Gu Fei's hand was still firmly holding onto his fist. Kill! Little God of War roared and attacked. At the same time, the other Sciention realm warrior also attacked. At this moment, Gu Fei's hand that was grabbing onto the Sciention realm warrior's fist shook slightly. In the next moment, The Xiantian realm warrior didn't even have time to scream before he was turned into a bloody mist. Violent energy waves spread out, causing little god of war and that Xiantian realm warrior to spit out blood and retreat. What little god of war was shocked to the extreme. He didn't expect this ordinary person to be so powerful that he could kill an Xiantian realm warrior with just a raise of his hand. That was an Xiantian realm warrior. Even in the monarch city of the divine dragon country, they were existences that could shake the entire monarch city with a stomp. Killing an Xiantian realm warrior with just a raise of his hand. Who is this person? Little god of war smashed through a pavilion and stopped in the air. Fresh blood had already dyed his shirt red. The other Xiantian realm warrior was in an even worse state. He fell to the ground with cracks all over his body. He was like an exquisite porcelain that had been smashed and could shatter at any time. Who are you? Little god of war stared at Gu Fei and shouted, "You don't have the right to know who I am." Gu Fei said indifferently, "What did you say?" Little god of war was shocked and furious. In the divine dragon country, other than his father, even the current king of the divine dragon country had to bow to him. With his status in the divine dragon country, he actually didn't have the right to know who this yellow-haired brat was. "Ha, little god of war, I already said that you're finished." At this moment, Mo Xian was overjoyed to see little god of war being humiliated. You, little god of war, was infuriated and almost vomited blood. What's going on? Where did this brat come from? Killing an innate realm warrior with a raise of his hand. This is too heaven-defying. Many martial artists were watching from afar, especially those Xiantian realm warriors. They were even more shocked. The scene of Gu Fei turning the Xiantian realm warrior into a blood mist was too shocking. In the end, I still have to do it myself. Sigh. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. At this moment, a group of powerful figures rushed over from afar. Every single one of them emitted an extremely powerful aura that affected the energy of heaven and earth. "Ha ha, little brat, you're dead for sure." Little god of war was overjoyed to see those people rushing over. The one leading the group was a tall and sturdy old man. The aura of this old man seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. Every move he made carried the might of heaven and earth. "You're the one who's dead for sure." Gu Fei's face was as calm as ever. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of little god of war. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at little god of war. Boom! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's punch sent little god of war flying hundreds of meters away. Everywhere he passed, he smashed through many houses and finally landed in a pile of ruins. Little god of war stood up shakily. When he lowered his head, he saw his chest caved in. It was a fist print that had sunk deep into his body. Gu Fei landed on the ground and was surprised to see that little god of war was still alive. However, he soon understood. Little god of war was actually wearing a treasured armor. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into smithereens by Gu Fei's punch. "If you don't die from this punch, I'll spare your life." After saying that, Gu Fei stamped his right foot on the ground. His figure became like a phantom as he charged towards Junior God of War. An incomparably shocking sound of wind and thunder rang out in the void. It was the sound of air being torn apart. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Everywhere Gu Fei passed, nothing could stop him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of little God of War, leaving a trail of dust behind him. "Stay your hand." At this moment, a loud shout was heard. The voice was filled with authority. Like a thunderclap, it echoed across a radius of more than 10 miles. However, Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to him and threw out a punch. Roar! Little God of War used all his might to circulate his Xian Qi. The treasured armor on his body emitted a dazzling light. A giant bell appeared and enveloped him. However, Gu Fei's fist easily penetrated the giant bell and landed on Little God of War's body. In the next moment, the treasured armor on Little God of War was shattered by Gu Fei's fist. Little God of War was also blasted into pieces. One punch to kill a peak innate expert. Little God of War was dead. How dare you kill my son? I'm going to tear you into pieces. The old man roared and charged at Gu Fei. The entire sky darkened and the weather changed. The sun and moon lost their light. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Old God of War is here. When a true realm martial artist gets angry, the weather really changes. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. In the next moment, a horrifying aura burst forth from the old man's body. The entire divine dragon kingdom's capital shook, and countless people were horrified. Do you have what it takes? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked at old God of War calmly. At this moment, even the innate realm martial artists couldn't withstand the aura of a true realm martial artist that exploded from old God of War. They had no choice but to retreat. Only Gu Fei, who looked like an ordinary person without any cultivation, remained calm. Good. I've roamed the world for 300 years, and I've never seen such an arrogant brat. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. I'll torture you slowly and make you wish you were dead. Old God of War glared at Gu Fei and said while gritting his teeth, "Is that so? Bring it on. Let me see what you've got." Chapter 4001. The fact that Gu Fei had killed the Divine King of War with a single punch infuriated the Divine King of War. The Divine King of War was a true realm martialist. He was extremely powerful, and his aura was monstrous. Countless martialists in the Divine Dragon Kingdom were trembling in fear. "Come here, you little punk." God of War bellowed. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. The center of his palm seemed to have turned into a black hole, devouring everything around it in a frenzy. The sand and rocks around Gu Fei were blown away. Everything flew towards the Divine King of War's right hand. However, Gu Fei stood his ground without moving. No matter how strong the devouring power from the Divine King of War's palm was, he was like an ancient sacred mountain that could not be shaken. Rumble, the houses around Gu Fei all flew up and crumbled in the void. After that, they flew towards the right hand of the old God of War king, and everything was destroyed. Everyone watched this scene in shock. A true realm martialist could move mountains and seas. He had great power and magic. Moreover, the Divine King of War was a true realm martialist of the older generation. He was much stronger than the average true realm martialist. Even so, he could not shake Gu Fei. What? At this time, even the Divine King of War was shocked. Where did this guy come from? He did not seem to have any cultivation, but he was so powerful. The Divine King of War did not expect that the person he wanted to deal with had fallen into samsara from the primogenitor realm and come to the great origin realm. He also did not expect that Gu Fei was a supreme being in the eternal realm, an existence like that could kill him countless times with a single thought. Now, Gu Fei had been forced into samsara by the primogenitor first demon at the cost of his life. His memories were sealed, but even his cultivation had been reduced. However, he was still Gu Fei, the once invincible Gu Fei, the Gu Fei who single-handedly suppressed thousands of races in the primogenitor realm. Even if he fell into the cycle of reincarnation, He was not someone the martial arts practitioners of a small world like the Taiyuan realm could bully. The Taiyuan realm was not even comparable to the human world. Among all the realms in the universe, the Grand Origin realm was only a lower middle realm. The martial arts practitioners in the Taiyuan realm could only reach the Wushu Void realm. It was like the upper world, where they could reach the immortal realm, the divine realm, and even the saint realm. How could the old divine king of war possibly imagine Gu Fei's strength? Bam! Gu Fei stomped on the ground with his right foot. His entire body turned into a blur as he dashed towards the god of war like a black arrow. His speed, coupled with God of War's devouring power, was so fast that even God of War couldn't dodge it. He could only move half a step to the side. Bam! As soon as Gu Fei charged past him, the old God of War was sent flying. The left half of his body turned into a bloody mist as he smashed into a nearby house. Seeing this scene, even the Demon Clan Saintess, Emosien was stunned. That was the divine dragon nation's god of war. He was undefeated in hundreds of battles. He was a peerless expert who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, such a god of war was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei. How was this possible? The innate realm warriors that God of War brought with him were also stunned. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This scene was too unreal for them. Roar! God of War rushed out of the house that he had smashed. His left shoulder and arm were gone. His body was tattered, and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely pathetic. However, even though he was severely injured, there was no blood seeping out of his wound. All the blood was firmly sealed in his body. Not a single drop would leak out. This was the terror of a true realm martial artist. The flesh and blood around God of War's wound were wriggling and growing rapidly. Rebirth of blood and flesh. This Emosien was shocked to the extreme. This was the rebirth of blood and flesh that only a martial artist at the peak of the true realm could achieve. Their physical body was unimaginably strong. Little brat, God of War was enraged. Although he had been through hundreds of battles, he had never been in such a pathetic state like today. At this time, Gu Fei stood on a broken wall with his hands behind his back. He looked at God of War indifferently. However, the martial artists who were watching the battle didn't have it so easy. Not everyone could withstand the pressure of a true realm martial artist. Even a Xiantian realm martial artist would find it hard to breathe under the overwhelming pressure emanating from the elderly god of war. Martial artists below the Xiantian realm had already retreated a few miles away. Only Xiantian realm martial artists could watch the battle from nearby. Very quickly, the left half of God of War's body was repaired. A new left arm grew out, as if it was never injured. Nine Heavens Dragon Roar. The elderly god of war roared and threw a punch at Gu Fei. In the next moment, 9 dragon shadows rushed out of his fist and pounced at Gu Fei with bared fangs and brandished claws. The fist force transformed into a dragon, and there were even 9 dragon shadows. Each dragon shadow was at least 100 feet long, and the entire sky and void were trembling. Interesting. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod in approval. He was once an eternal sovereign. Although he couldn't remember anything, he could still see through the profundity of this punch with a single glance. Then I'll play with you. Gu Fei clenched his right hand. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately gathered at his fist. In the next moment, he punched out. Roar. A deafening dragon roar reverberated through the air. Then 9 dragon silhouettes rushed out of his fist and met the god of war's 9 dragons' fist force head-on. The old god of war was truly shocked when he saw this. The roaring dragon imperial fist was his unique battle skill. He was the only person in the world who knew this battle skill. This was because it was a battle technique he created after fighting for hundreds of years and fusing various fist techniques. Even his son, Junior God of War, couldn't throw a punch like this. How did this guy know his unique technique? The old God of War could never have imagined that Gu Fei would be able to understand the intricacies of the combat skill just by watching him throw it. Gu Fei had then followed up with the attack. Boom! 18 dragon shadows soared through the sky and collided with each other in an instant, causing a deafening explosion that was incomparably shocking. The terrifying sound waves spread out. The Xiantian realm martial artists who were watching the battle felt their ears ring. Then, they couldn't hear anything anymore. For a moment, they were deafened. Some of the weaker Xiantian realm martial artists even had their ears bleed from the sound wave. They retreated far away in fear. Gu Fei's 9 dragons' fist force directly dispersed God of War's fist force. Then, it landed on God of War's body and sent him flying thousands of feet away. This, Chapter 4002, the elderly divine king of war, was sent flying by a single punch from Gu Fei. Everyone was dumbfounded. That's way too strong. The inborn experts stared at the scene in disbelief. Rumble, the elderly divine king of war, was sent flying thousands of feet away by Gu Fei, crashing into the palace. At this time, apart from a few guards, everyone else in the palace had fled. A battle of this level would affect too many people. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to withstand such pressure. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand the powerful aura of a true realm martial artist. All the ordinary people in the entire royal city had already fled out of the city. How would they dare to stay in the royal city? One had to know that staying in the royal city could mean death at any time. The guards of the royal city couldn't even stop them. Attack! At this time, the elderly divine king of war dashed out of the palace with disheveled hair and bellowed. Rumble! An extremely powerful wave of martial arts energy suddenly erupted. 12 figures emitting dazzling radiance dashed out. Every one of them was an inborn expert. Moreover, they were in a battle formation. With the power of 12 inborn experts joining together, even the elderly divine king of war would be wary of such power. The power of 12 inborn warlords gathered together in the battle formation and erupted with earth-shattering power. These 12 inborn warlords attacked Gu Fei directly. The leader of the group waved his right hand. An extremely sharp sword light dashed out from his hand and pierced through Gu Fei. The power of this sword tore through the void, leaving a pitch-black crack in the space where it passed. The 12 inborn warlords had prepared for such a long time. Their attack was indeed earth-shattering. The sword tore through the void as though it could slay an immortal from the heavens. This was the full power of the 12 inborn warlords. Even the elderly divine king of war wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. However, the next scene made the inborn experts' jaws drop. They saw Gu Fei extending his right hand and pointing his index finger at the sword light that pierced through the void. Then, the sword light that could tear through the void stopped in the void and couldn't move an inch forward. How is this possible? Seeing this, the god of battle was also stunned. One finger stopped the strongest attack from 12 warriors of the Xiantian realm. Martial artists use strength to win. When the power of 12 Xiantian warriors gathered together, this power definitely surpassed the limits of Xiantian. Even if it was a true realm martial artist, they would be able to kill him with one sword. This guy, Emo Xian, covered her mouth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. This guy's combat strength was far beyond his imagination. Could it be that this guy was really a Saint Realm or even a God Realm Supreme Warrior? The strongest warriors of the Saint Realm and the Divine Realm were rare in the world, especially the Divine Realm, which was a legendary existence. At this moment, a force rushed out from Gu Fei's finger. In the next moment, the sword light that his finger had blocked shattered in the void, turning into specks of spiritual light and dissipating in the void. The 12 Xiantian generals were shocked to the extreme. They had never expected this black-robed youth to be so powerful. He had used a single finger to block their all-out attack. "Yes, it's my turn." Gu Fei gestured with his right hand and pointed a finger forward. Swoosh! A ray of sword light shot out from his finger, tearing through the void and piercing through the 12 innate realm warriors. Halfway through, the ray of sword light suddenly split into 12. 12 sword lights pierced through the 12 Xiantian generals at the same time. The 12 Xiantian generals were scared out of their wits. This guy was too heaven-defying. Roar! The 12 Xiantian generals roared at the same time. Powerful martial arts energy exploded from their bodies and merged into a ball of light, enveloping the 12 Xiantian generals. These 12 innate battle formations had the strongest offensive killer moves and also the strongest defensive moves. However, the layer of divine light that enveloped the 12 Xiantian generals was as fragile as a thin piece of paper in front of Gu Fei's sword light. It was pierced through directly. In the next moment, the 12 Xiantian generals met a tragic end. The 12 sword lights pierced through the 12 Xiantian generals instantly, killing 12 Xiantian generals with one move. The 12 Xiantian generals were killed on the spot. The Divine King of War's eyes turned bloodshot. These 12 Xiantian generals were trained by him. They had once followed him to conquer the world and helped the Divine Dragon country expand its territory. The 12 Xiantian generals were killed by Gu Fei in one move. The Divine King of War's heart was bleeding. Submit or die. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the Divine King of War. If they didn't submit, he would kill them. Clean and tidy. Preposterous. The Divine King of War was shocked and furious. This guy killed his son, the junior Divine King of War. Now, he killed the 12 Xiantian generals who were like his own father and son. How could he not take revenge? This guy actually wanted him to submit. Was that even possible? Then you can go to hell. Gu Fei reached out his right hand and grabbed at the Divine King of War in the distance. The Divine King of War only felt his body tighten as if he was grabbed by an invisible hand. Then he flew towards Gu Fei involuntarily. Roar! The Divine King of War roared again and again as he struggled to break free. He was extremely familiar with the battle technique that the other party had used. It was a unique technique that he had created himself. Could it be that this guy could grasp the ultimate technique of other martial artists with just a single look? At this time, there was no time for the Divine King of War to ponder. He had already flown in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's right hand shook. Then, the Divine King of War didn't even have the chance to scream before he was blasted into a mist of blood by the power that erupted from Gu Fei's right hand. Even the Divine King of War's powerful Yuan Shun was shattered, and his body and soul were both destroyed. At this time, the entire world seemed to have gone silent. Everyone was directly turned into stone statues. The Divine King of War was actually defeated. His body and soul were both destroyed. All the Xiantian realm martial artists who witnessed this scene were speechless. Everyone looked at the black-robed young man standing with his hands behind his back. Their expressions were incomparably complicated. Even the Divine King of War had died in battle. Monarch City was about to change. At this time, there was a sudden commotion outside the Monarch City. A group of black-robed men rushed in from outside the city. The person leading the group was Mo Fong, who had gone to get reinforcements. This guy had only rushed to the Divine Dragon Kingdom with the people from the Dark Moon Demon sect after the battle ended. This Mo Fong was dumbfounded when he saw the broken walls and tiles in front of him. When he saw the figure standing with his hands behind his back, he was inexplicably shocked. "Greetings, Master." Mo Fong rushed in front of the black-robed young man and directly knelt down. Chapter 4003. The battle between Gu Fei and the Divine King of War had almost destroyed half of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Even the royal palace was affected. Hundreds of thousands of civilians in the Divine Dragon Kingdom fled for their lives. Even ordinary martial artists couldn't withstand the powerful aura from the Divine King of War and had to retreat. Only dozens of inborn experts could watch the battle from afar. The Divine King of War lost. The instant the Divine King of War was obliterated by Gu Fei's palm. All the Xiantian realm martialists who witnessed the scene knew that the Divine Dragon Nation was about to change. When Mo Fong arrived with the people from the Inua Demon sect, everything was settled. "I don't need useless people." Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't even look at Mo Fong, who was kneeling at his feet. "This, Master, I can help you manage the entire Divine Dragon Kingdom," Mo Fong said hurriedly. He was sweating profusely and terrified. "Mo Fong, what are you doing? It's not embarrassing for you to kowtow to an ordinary person. We still have to be human." The group of black-robed men that Mo Fong brought with him were pissed when they saw Mo Fong bowing to him. Some of them even started scolding him. However, Mo Fong lowered his head even more when he heard the scolding from the people he brought with him. His entire body was trembling. "Mo Fong, you've disappointed me." A black-robed old man lifted his hat and looked coldly at Mo Fong, who was kneeling on the ground. "Uncle Master, this is my master. Don't be rude." Mo Fong was flustered. His master was a killer. How could he live after offending him? At this moment, the inborn experts from the Divine Dragon Kingdom were gloating at the dozen experts from the Inua Demon sect. The Inua Demon sect had sent 13 inborn experts at once. This made the inborn experts in the Divine Dragon Kingdom fearful. Did the Inua Demon sect turn out in full force? Mo Fong and the experts from the Inua Demon sect didn't arrive in time. They didn't see the scene where Gu Fei killed the Divine King of War. If they saw it, they would have been scared out of their wits. They wouldn't dare to make any noise. "Your master? Ha ha, ha ha." The martial uncle of Devil Wind and his fellow disciples all laughed out loud. "Demonic Wind, you're regressing as you live. You actually recognized a little kid as your master? Didn't you say that your master is an expert who can kill an innate with a raise of his hand?" A middle-aged black-robed man said mockingly, "If he can kill a Khanate with a raise of his hand, then I can kill a true realm with a raise of my hand." The other black-robed man sneered. At this time, those Xiantian experts who were watching this scene from the side were stunned. This group of people actually dared to be so impudent in front of this killing star. Weren't they afraid of death? "All of you, shut up." Fiendish Wind was anxious, sweating profusely. These fellow apprentices and martial uncles were simply courting death. However, Gu Fei still stood with his hands behind his back, and he didn't even spare a glance at these fellows from the Dark Moon Devil sect. "Ha!" At this moment, Mo Xian leisurely walked over. Her gaze was like water and her figure was enchanting. Her entire body exuded a sense of temptation. Those with weak willpower would definitely be lost. "They're mocking you, and you can tolerate it." Mo Xian chuckled. "Devil Sect Saintess." When the leading elder from the Dark Moon Devil sect saw Emosien, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. "Greetings, Saintess." The group of black-robed men behind the elder hurriedly greeted Emosien. The Dark Moon Devil sect was also a faction within the Devil sect. The Devil sect wasn't a sect, but an alliance of the Devil sects. The Saintess of the Devil sect had a very high status within the Devil sect. "Ahu, if I were you, I would kill anyone who dares to be rude to me." Emosien was still smiling as if she was talking about something insignificant. When the group of people from the Dark Moon Devil sect heard Emosien-er's words, they couldn't help but be shocked and unhappy. "Have you seen a giant dragon paying attention to an ant?" Gufei said indifferently. His memory was completely sealed, and he was called, who now? Haha, what a joke. He's obviously an ant, but he dares to call himself a giant dragon. A Xiantian expert from the Dark Moon Devil sect sneered and said with a face full of disdain. Sigh. Mo Feng, who was lying on the ground, wailed in his heart, "If you don't court death, you won't die. My senior and junior brothers are really courting death." Courting death. Gu Fei waved his hand, and a dragon shadow immediately rushed out from his hand. Boom. The guy who ridiculed Gu Fei was directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist by the dragon's shadow. The Xiantian experts from the Dark Moon Devil sect were also covered in blood, and they were all stunned. Kill, and Xiantian expert, with a raise of his hand. Some of the Xiantian experts from the Dark Moon Devil sect said with trembling voices, "Although a giant dragon disdains to bother with an ant, it doesn't mean that an ant can offend the dignity of a giant dragon." Gu Fei said indifferently. The great master of Mo Feng was shocked and furious. At this moment, he finally realized that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. At this time, the surrounding Xiantian experts didn't disperse, but continued to watch the show. They were all gloating at the people from the Dark Moon Devil sect. This group of guys deserved to die. They were too blind. This guy who killed the old divine king of war with a palm strike, and even his bones weren't left. No matter how strong these guys were, could they be stronger than the old divine king of war? "Sir, we were invited here to help you." "Why did you kill our people?" The old man said with a gloomy face. "Watch your people. If there's a next time, I'll annihilate the Dark Moon Devil sect." Gu Fei didn't even look at the old man as he walked towards the palace. The old man was instantly enraged when he heard this. However, he suppressed his anger immediately. This guy who looked like an ordinary person was actually a tiger in disguise. The territory of the Divine Dragon Nation spanned a radius of 5,000 miles. It wasn't small, but compared to the entire eastern region of the Great Origin Domain, it was very inconspicuous. It was just a very small vassal state. The capital of the Divine Dragon Nation was a large city with a population of more than 1 million people. However, at this time, there were probably only a few 100,000 people left in the capital. All of them had fled the city. Of course, after the battle, those who fled the city to seek refuge would return. Gu Fei entered the palace of the Divine Dragon Nation and proclaimed himself the king of the Divine Dragon Nation. At this time, the news of Gu Fei defeating the old divine king of war spread. The Dongwu dynasty was furious, and countless kings of the vassal states were dumbfounded. What an amazing person. He actually dares to proclaim himself a king. Is he trying to make the entire Dongwu dynasty his enemy? One person challenging an entire dynasty? That's crazy. Who is that guy called? Who? Could he be the successor of one of those holy lands? Chapter 4004. How bold of you to proclaim yourself king. In the palace hall of the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital, The Dongwu divine emperor tossed a memorial to the throne. "I'm willing to go and punish this traitor." A mighty-looking middle-aged man in an official robe stepped forward. "King Dongyang, that traitor, who even killed the divine dragon nation's old war god, a peerless expert at the peak of the true realm. Do you think you're stronger than the divine dragon nation's old war god?" A white-haired old man stood up and sneered. "Marquis Tianhu, what do you mean by this?" King Dongyang glared at the old man. "What I mean is, you're going to die." The Marquis said coldly. "Humph." King Dongyang sneered. The next moment, a terrifying wave of power immediately erupted from his body, causing the entire hall to shake. Numerous talisman markings surged into appearance in the hall. In the next moment, the entire hall gradually calmed down. Those were martial markings. When martial arts were cultivated to the extreme, they could derive divine abilities. Martial markings were a type of Tao markings that could condense power and construct arrays. Of course, martial markings could only be mastered by sage-level or divine-level martialists. Khanate or true realm martialists couldn't condense martial markings at all. Everyone in the hall was inexplicably shocked. Sage realm? The Marquis's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the powerful pressure that seemed to be able to collapse the sky disappeared. Except for the Dongwu Divine Emperor, everyone in the hall was moved. "Congratulations, Brother Dongyang." The Marquis cupped his hands at King Dongyang and retreated. "Humph." King Dongyang sneered and glanced at the Marquis with disdain. The Marquis was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After all, in the Dongwu dynasty, strength was everything. A sage-level martial sage was also an influential existence in the entire Dongwu dynasty. The others in the hall also hurriedly congratulated King Dongyang. "Huh? King Dongyang, you really hid your strength well." The Dongwu divine emperor laughed. "Pass down my decree to confer King Dongyang the title of Holy King and increase his territory by 3,000 kilometers." All the experts in the hall were extremely envious. This was especially so for the heavenly tiger Marquis. He was envious, jealous, and hateful. The heavenly tiger Marquis had been personally conferred the title of Holy Ruler by the Sage Emperor. In the entire Dongwu dynasty, a Holy Ruler was second only to the Sage Emperor. "Thank you, Saint Emperor." King Dongyang, no, it should be Saint King Dongyang, quickly expressed his gratitude. "All right, Sacred King Dongyang, you'll have to make a trip." The dragon chi of the Great Path circled around his body, and the vague shadow of a dragon could be vaguely seen on his body. The vision was astonishing. Even Sacred King Dongyang shuddered in fear when facing the Elysian Emperor. At this moment, within the Divine Dragon Country's royal palace, Gu Fei sat on the throne in the main hall. His face was incomparably calm, while Mo Xian stood beside him. She had a surreal feeling. She had watched Gu Fei progress step by step to where he was now. No one would believe that a youth from the martial village could actually fight against a country alone. What shocked Mo Xian even more was that Gu Fei actually killed the Divine Dragon Country's old god of war. That was an existence at the peak of the true realm. Even in the demon sect, there weren't many peerless experts like that. The Divine Dragon Country was about to change masters. Mo Feng still had the ability, and the royal palace began to regain its liveliness. Mo Feng even opened the royal palace's treasury. Inside were all the rare treasures that the Divine Dragon Country had collected for hundreds of years, as well as all kinds of cultivation resources. When Mo Xian entered the treasury, she was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. The Divine Dragon Country's treasury was almost comparable to the demon sect's treasury. Gu Fei had no interest in cultivation resources at all. His cultivation was long gone, and all he had was strength. However, he discovered that his strength seemed to be constantly increasing as he cultivated. What he needed were cultivation techniques. There were many books in the Divine Dragon Country's royal palace. Gu Fei directly went into the library and read all the books. The Divine Dragon Country's Zhou clan cultivated the extreme dragon mystic technique. When cultivated to the extreme, one could transform into a divine dragon, tear the heavens and the earth, break through the void, and ascend to the upper realm. Gu Fei tried to cultivate the extreme dragon mystic technique. A wave of violent dragon energy immediately rushed out of his body, shaking the heavens and the earth. His cultivation was constantly rising. Mortal realm, Xiantian realm. Real realm, sage realm. His cultivation had broken through to the sage great perfection realm. Given time, his cultivation would break through to the divine mirror realm. Then he would break through the void and leave this world. Although Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the sage advanced realm, the strength of his physical body was shocking. He could even kill a god realm expert with one punch. Ahu, come out and die. After a few days of peace, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. It shook the entire Divine Dragon Country's royal city. Everyone was shocked, as if the end of the world was coming. Oh no, it's a sage realm martial artist this time. When Xian heard this shout, her expression instantly changed. She quickly looked at Gu Fei. She saw that Gu Fei was still lying on the throne. He didn't seem to care. You still don't want to come out and die? Then I will massacre the entire city. Let's see how long you can hide. That voice still came from the sky, and it was filled with murderous intent. When Xian heard this, she couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Good, very good. Then let's kill. After that person finished speaking, the entire heaven and earth spiritual energy was immediately attracted. High up in the sky, the weather changed, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the stars in the sky looked like they were about to fall. A huge hand that was bigger than a mountain appeared in the sky above the Divine Dragon Country's royal city. Then it directly bombarded the royal city below. Countless people in the city lifted their heads to see this scene, and they were all stunned. Countless martial artists desperately fled out of the city. Even the Xiantian realm martial artists wished they could grow wings and fly out of the city. The hand that slammed down from the sky exuded a powerful and indestructible aura of the divine way. Master. At this time, in the royal palace, Missouri Feng rushed into the main hall hurriedly. What are you panicking for? Gu Fei lifted his head abruptly. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the void, and he saw the huge hand that was slamming down. Roar! In the next moment, a terrifying and ferocious dragon shadow rushed out from Gu Fei's body. Then, with a boom, it smashed through the roof and rushed out. Countless people in the city saw a black dragon rushing out from the city lord's residence, and it directly went towards the huge hand that was descending from the sky. Boom! The dragon shadow and the huge hand collided instantly. Vast waves of energy spread out in all directions, and the entire sky seemed like it was going to be reversed. Rumble! The void trembled, and even the clouds on the horizon were dispersed. Swoosh! Chapter 4005. Not to mention in the Eastern Domain, even in the entire Taiyuan realm, a sage-level warrior was a big shot. Such an existence had cultivated martial arts to the divine level and could attract the spiritual land of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles with a raise of their hand. They had even cultivated the martial sage realm and could control a part of the void with a raise of their hand. At this time, the saint-level warriors suddenly attacked the Divine Dragon Nation's imperial residence, intending to destroy the entire Divine Dragon Nation's imperial city. with the power of a saint-level warrior, they could easily erase a city from the ground. Destroying a city with a single blow was as easy as flipping a hand for them. At this time, two figures faced off in the sky above the divine dragon nation's imperial city. Gu Fei originally had great power within him, but his memories had been sealed by the first demon ancestor in the primogenitor's realm at the cost of his life. Naturally, he had forgotten all his cultivation methods, so he had no way to use his power. However, as he continued to fight, he learned many ways to use his power from his opponents, and he also read some of the cultivation methods collected by the divine dragon nation's ruler. He was now a saint-level warrior, and he cultivated the Dongwu royal family's extreme dragon mystic technique. However, his aura never leaked out. Dongyang Holy King stared at him in shock. An ordinary person definitely couldn't fly in the air. Did this guy have a treasure that could conceal his aura? Unable to see through Gu Fei's strength, Dongyang Holy King had some misgivings. At this time, outside the divine dragon nation's imperial city, dozens of figures rushed over from the distance. Each figure emitted an extremely powerful aura. They were the subordinates that Dongyang Holy King had brought with him. These people were all above the Khanate realm, and there were even two true realm warriors. When one's cultivation reached the level of being able to single-handedly defeat a nation, the army was like countless ants in their eyes, and they could wipe out a large group with a single slap. Dongyang Holy King didn't bring an army, just a group of subordinates. With the strength of Dongyang Holy King and his subordinates, it would be a piece of cake to destroy the divine dragon nation. It should be noted that there were less than 30 Khanate grandmasters in the entire divine dragon nation. Your Ahu! Dongyang Holy King was very surprised to see Gu Fei. He thought that the guy who could kill the divine dragon nation's divine king of war would be a savage with 3 heads and 6 arms. Who are you? Gu Fei asked back. Humph. My master is the Eastern Sun Sacred King, who was personally appointed by the Eastern Martial Sacred Emperor. An old man under the Eastern Sun Sacred King sneered at Gu Fei. Dongyang Holy King? Hearing this, Gu Fei's face remained calm, not revealing any expression. Holy King stood in the air with his hand. Dongyang Spirit Saint, and of Grandmaster, Holy Dongyang Holy Saint. Saint, Holy Saint Grandmasters, Star Spirit Ling Ling Chi. Ling King of Saint Spirits Yang to Chi, and Khanate, level Saint King Spirit of the Spirit Realm, and to be divine, of it, of spirit, of, Yun of domain, level of realm, of mo, of realm, of spirit, of all of divine, of realm, Saif, mo of clan. All the factions in the divine dragon kingdom had already lowered their heads and submitted to Gu Fei. At this time, more than 10 innate realm martial artists in the kingdom rushed out. It's Lord Dongyang? Someone recognized Holy King Dongyang, but no one knew that he'd already broken through to the sage level and had been conferred the title of Holy King Dongyang by the Eastern Martial Sacred Emperor. My master's cultivation has already broken through to the Saint realm, and he was personally conferred the title of Saint King by the Saint Emperor. The old man who stood out glanced at the crowd and said coldly, "What, the group of Xiantian lords in King City nearly fell from the sky when they heard that the Sage Realm, in the Dongwu dynasty, the Sage Realm cultivators had a high status, second only to the Dongwu Divine Emperor. Such an existence could make the entire eastern region tremble. Greetings, Sacred King Dongyang." Immediately, 5 or 6 Xiantian realm cultivators from the Divine Dragon Kingdom bowed to East Sun Holy King, betraying Gu Fei and joining East Sun Holy King's camp. The remaining Xiantian realm martial artists were also extremely tempted. One had to know that that was a Sage King. No matter how strong Gu Fei was, he couldn't be stronger than a Sage King. For a Sage King to kill a true realm or Xiantian realm martial artist was as easy as crushing an ant. Kill this guy, and I will let bygones be bygones, East Sun Holy King said coldly as he glanced at the Divine Dragon Kingdom's Xiantian realm martial artists. When the Divine Dragon Kingdom's Xiantian realm martial artists heard that, their gazes all landed on Gu Fei. At this moment, even Mo Xian and Mo Feng were extremely nervous. If these guys all betrayed Gu Fei, they would be in deep trouble. The other people from the Dark Moon Demon sect didn't appear. They had already returned to the Dark Moon Demon sect's main altar. Their relationship with Gu Fei was very unpleasant, so they naturally didn't have the face to stay. Didn't you hear my master's words? If you want to live, then kill this guy. The old man roared at the Divine Dragon Kingdom's Xiantian realm martial artists. The Divine Dragon Kingdom's Xiantian realm martial artists looked at each other. This young man named who was a fierce person who could kill true realm martial artists with a wave of his hand. Were they tired of living to attack such an existence? Everyone was hesitant. A bunch of trash. The old man glanced at the Xiantian realm martial artists coldly and had a face full of disdain. The Divine Dragon Kingdom's Xiantian realm martial artists were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. These guys were extremely shrewd and didn't choose a side for the time being. Even those who had chosen a side also retreated. Are you the only one who isn't trash? Mo Xian laughed and said, Devil Sex Saintus. The old man looked at Mo Xian indifferently, then his gaze landed on Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei still had an indifferent expression. His face didn't show any expression, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Kill! The old man roared and took a step forward. Bam! Although he only stepped on the void under his feet also shook. In the next moment, his right fist had already punched out. This punch was like a meteorite falling from the sky, able to shake the stars. The void in front of the fist was filled with transparent ripples. This Mo Xian and Mo Feng's expression changed as they quickly retreated. Only Gu Fei was still standing with his hands behind his back. Facing this extremely ferocious punch, he still had an indifferent expression. The old man who attacked was at the peak of the Xiantian realm and was about to break through to the half-step true realm. Gu Fei waited until the opponent's fist was in front of him before casually pointing a finger at the opponent's fist. In the next moment, the old man's body trembled. The extremely ferocious fist instantly disappeared, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Then the old man fell from the sky and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He died on the spot. What? Chapter 4006. Gu Fei had shocked everyone by killing a peak Khanate cultivator with a single finger. He even dared to kill a Sage Realm cultivator right in front of him. He was indeed arrogant. The Divine Dragon Nation's Khanate cultivators had long since retreated. No matter who won, they wouldn't have a good time. The Khanate cultivators who'd already joined Eastern Sun, Holy King's camp, were especially terrified. You're courting death. Eastern Sun Holy King glared at Gu Fei, his eyes glinting with sharpness. The powerful pressure of the Sage realm emanated from his body. All the nearby Xiantian realm martial artists felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. The weaker Xiantian realm martial artists directly fell from the sky, looking extremely pathetic. At this moment, Eastern Sun Holy King seemed to have become an invincible ruler, as if he could dictate the life and death of everyone present. Domain, it's a domain. Some veteran Khanate cultivators cried out in shock. Sage realm cultivators could cultivate a domain. Once this domain was activated, the life and death of all living beings within its range would no longer be in their control. Boom! Eastern Sun Holy King took a step forward, and the entire world seemed to crumble. All the Khanate cultivators within a radius of 1,000 feet trembled and fell from the sky. Even the two true realm cultivators could only stand in the air and circulate their mystic arts with all their might to resist the powerful pressure from Eastern Sun Holy King. Amosien, and demonic wind had long since retreated 1,000 feet away, avoiding the disaster. Too strong, all the Khanate cultivators were dumbfounded. Before Eastern Sun Holy King, they were as weak as ants. Facing him was like facing the heavens, and they couldn't even think of resisting. Sage realm cultivators are like gods and demons. Some Khanate cultivators lamented. However, what shocked the Khanate cultivators was that Gu Fei was already standing in front of the Eastern Sun Sacred King. He still had an indifferent expression on his face. He's also a Sage realm cultivator. The Khanate cultivators who joined Eastern Sun Holy King's camp from the start paled. If Gu Fei was also a Sage realm cultivator, then they were dead meat. It seems I've underestimated you. Eastern Sun Holy King stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "You're not just looking down on me." Gu Fei said lightly, "What an arrogant little fellow." Saint King Dongyang was enraged. This guy actually dared to underestimate him. Bam! Sacred King Dongyang took a step forward, causing the entire void to shake violently. A terrifying force directly obliterated Gu Fei. Humph! With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the power that was about to obliterate him immediately vanished into thin air. Sacred King Dongyang was moved. This guy had actually resolved his attack, so casually, "Kill!" Sacred King Dongyang roared and slapped his head. A beam of dazzling divine light rushed out of his back and transformed into a golden dragon that pounced at Gu Fei. Rumble! The entire domain was trembling, and pitch-black spatial cracks began to appear. The powerful might that erupted from the golden dragon made all the Xiantian realm martial artists unable to lift their heads. All of them were shocked to the extreme. At this time, even the two true realm martial artists had to retreat. Sacred King Dongyang's full power of the Saint Realm erupted. It was so terrifying that the world seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Countless people in Royal City were terrified to the extreme. At this time, Gu Fei also became somewhat serious. He clenched the fingers of his right hand and punched at the golden dragon that was pouncing at him. Boom! Gu Fei's fist smashed into the golden dragon in an instant. In the next moment, the golden dragon, which had been condensed to the extreme and looked like a real dragon, directly exploded, sending dragon scales flying. A seemingly casual punch actually had such power. The golden dragon exploded, and Sacred King Dongyang was directly sent flying. His face instantly turned pale, returning to the natural state. "Good, very good." Sacred King Dongyang laughed in extreme anger. In his eyes, Gu Fei was pretending to be a pig to prey on a tiger. Returning to the natural state was a supreme martial artist that was close to the divine realm. Clang! In the next moment, a cold aura instantly erupted, and an extremely sharp blade light rushed out of Sacred King Dongyang's body. The Dragon Slayer Saber. I didn't expect Sacred King Dongyang to bring this divine weapon here. Some Xiantian realm martial artists were extremely shocked. Oh no, Ahu is going to be in trouble. Mo Xian's expression also changed drastically when she saw the blade light. As the holy maiden of the demon clan, she knew very well how terrifying the Dragon Slayer Saber was. The Dragon Slayer Saber was one of the most powerful divine weapons of the Dongwu royal family of the Dongwu dynasty. Who would have thought that the Eastern Martial Sacred Emperor would actually give this divine weapon to sacred King Dongyang. As soon as the Dragon Slayer saber appeared, the entire world turned cold. The void seemed to solidify, and the power of sacred King Dongyang's domain collapsed. You should be honored to die by the Dragon Slayer saber. Sacred King Dongyang grabbed the Dragon Slayer saber and directly slashed at Gu Fei. A terrifying blade light of destruction directly rushed out of his hand and instantly slashed through the void, leaving a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. Oh no! Mo Feng was on the verge of tears when he saw this. He had offended his senior and junior brothers of the Moon Demon sect and couldn't return to the sect anymore. If Gu Fei was also defeated and killed by sacred King Dongyang, there would be no place for him in this vast world. However, the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing. They saw Gu Fei stretch out his right hand and grab the Dragon Slayer saber. Then, the Dragon Slayer saber in sacred King Dongyang's hand was in Gu Fei's. Sacred King Dongyang was also dumbfounded. The Dragon Slayer saber in his hand was actually in his opponent's hand. The most terrifying thing was that he didn't even know how the saber ended up in his opponent's hand. This saber can also slay a dragon. Gu Fei looked at the Dragon Slayer saber in his hand, somewhat doubtful. Is this a divine weapon? Then he gripped the Dragon Slayer saber and exerted force with both hands. With a crack, the peerless divine saber in everyone's eyes was actually broken into two. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Even sacred King Dongyang was scared out of his wits. That was the Dragon Slayer saber. No ordinary weapon, but it was actually broken by this guy. Master, you can give it to me if you don't want it. Mo Feng's heart was bleeding. That was a peerless divine weapon, the Dragon Slayer saber. What was a divine weapon? A Khanate cultivator could fight a true realm cultivator with it, and a true realm cultivator could fight a sage with it. Divine weapons deliberately allowed cultivators to challenge stronger opponents than themselves. Chapter 4007. The sight of Gu Fei breaking the dragon-slaying saber with his bare hands shocked everyone. That was a divine weapon, the most precious treasure of the Dongwu royal family. Yet it was destroyed by Gu Fei just like that. At this moment, Eastern Sun's sacred king's heart was bleeding. The others were even more dumbfounded. Eastern Sun's sacred king pointed at Gu Fei, his fingers trembling. The dragon-slaying saber did not belong to him. It was a divine weapon bestowed upon him by the sacred emperor of the Dongwu dynasty. Now that the dragon-slaying saber had been destroyed by Gu Fei, how was he going to explain it to the sacred emperor? I'm going to kill you. Eastern Sun's sacred king was going crazy. The next moment, his body shook, and the violent power of the golden sun immediately erupted from his body. This power shook the void within a radius of 10 miles, and the entire void seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth frantically gathered toward Eastern Sun, sacred king. Boom! In the next moment, 10 balls of divine light rushed out of Eastern Sun, sacred king's body. Each ball of divine light was extremely dazzling, as if 10 divine suns had appeared between heaven and earth. The entire world immediately became extremely hot, and heat waves surged. All the warriors could feel the heat waves assaulting their bodies. They could not help but be moved and quickly retreated far away. The consequences of a sacred king's wrath are severe. Mo Xian, who had already hidden to the side, could not help but be shocked when she saw this scene. This guy is dead meat. The Khanate experts that Eastern Sun's sacred king brought all gloated at Gu Fei. Mo Feng was extremely anxious. If Gu Fei was unlucky, he would also be unlucky. However, Gu Fei still looked calm and collected. 10 suns incinerate sky. Kill. Eastern Sun's sacred king was enraged. 10 divine suns shot toward Gu Fei at the same time. The void shattered, and the power of the crimson sun spread in all directions, turning the void within 1,000 feet into a sea of fire. Gu Fei was directly engulfed by the divine crimson fire. This was the manifestation of the divine crimson fire that Eastern Sun's sacred king had cultivated for 1,000 years. If an ordinary sacred king was burned by this divine fire, his body and soul would immediately be destroyed. You have some ability. You are barely qualified to be my servant. Gu Fei stood in the middle of the scarlet sun fire sea and said indifferently, the scarlet sun, divine fire that could burn the sky and boil the sea, actually couldn't get close to his body. What? Sacred King Dongyang was both shocked and angry. This guy was too arrogant. Rumble, East Sun's sacred king, went all out and spat out another mouthful of scarlet yang fire chi at Gu Fei. His face turned deathly pale after spitting out the scarlet yang fire chi. A wisp of fire chi as heavy as a mountain was spewed out by sacred King Dongyang. The entire domain shook, and the power of the 10 suns instantly soared to the limit. The 10 suns rushed towards Gu Fei, but to his horror, they were blocked by an invisible force. If it was an ordinary sage realm cultivator, his body and soul would have been burned to ashes by the power of the 10 suns. Unfortunately, Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary sage realm expert. In fact, he wasn't someone that a sage realm expert could compare with. I'll show you what it means to be invincible. Gu Fei spoke indifferently. In the next moment, he clapped his hands together, and a fluctuation of energy swept out from his hands. After that, the 10 suns instantly collapsed, and the monstrous divine flames of the crimson sun were instantly extinguished. When the divine fire disappeared, a dumbfounded sacred King Dongyang appeared in the void. How is this possible? Sacred King Dongyang's shock was no small matter. His opponent had broken his most powerful killing move with a casual clap of his hand. Was he in the god realm? At this time, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and gently pressed it down on sacred King Dongyang. The void shook violently, and sacred King Dongyang felt as if a primordial divine mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to fall from the sky. Boom! The earth shook, and a bottomless, palm-shaped hole appeared in the ground. Those who had wanted to see Gu Fei suffer were all scared out of their wits by the scene in front of them. If you don't die, come find me in the palace, Gu Fei said, then turned around and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. Even the 2 true realm experts couldn't see how Gu Fei had left. Ha! You bastards are lucky. My master has already given you a way out. Submit obediently, or the consequences will be dire. Mo Feng laughed and rushed back to the palace. Hearing Mo Feng's incomparably sarcastic voice, the experts that sacred King Dongyang had brought with him were both shocked and angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Even sacred King Dongyang had been defeated by Gu Fei. Who else could be a match for Gu Fei? Mo Xian are also left with a giggle, leaving behind a group of Khanate cultivators who were scared silly. Everyone who recovered from the shock sucked in a breath of cold air. The 2 true realm martial artists even rushed over. Very soon, a blood-stained, battered guy was carried out of the bottomless pit by the 2 true realm experts. This guy was sacred King Dongyang. Very soon, the group of martial artists from the imperial city actually obediently went to the palace to pay their respects to Gu Fei and willingly become Gu Fei's servants. Sacred King Dongyang, in particular, kowtowed with each step he took outside the palace gates, then entered the palace on his knees. When the news spread, everyone in the imperial city was dumbfounded. Sacred King Dongyang was a sage realm expert. Such an existence didn't need to kneel to anyone. However, even a saint state martial artist was as insignificant as an ant in front of Gu Fei. Sacred King Dongyang lost and became his servant. When the news reached the imperial city, the entire imperial city was shaken. Countless people were extremely shocked. Sacred King Dongyang was a sage realm expert who had just been conferred the title of Sacred King by the Eastern Martial Sacred Emperor. The Eastern Martial Dynasty's response to Sacred King Dongyang's betrayal was to kill all the family members of those who had betrayed them. For a time, the imperial city was filled with people. Even Sacred King Dongyang's family had been captured and thrown into the dungeon to await execution. Of course, Gu Fei didn't know any of this. He just needed some people to help him deal with some matters. It had to be said that Sacred King Dongyang was really lucky. Master, on an evening 3 days later, Sacred King Dongyang led a group of martial artists to kneel in the Great Hall. Go back and tell that so-called Sacred Emperor of the Eastern Martial Imperial City to come see me. Otherwise, just wait for death. Gu Fei sat on the throne and said indifferently. And everyone in the Great Hall was stunned when they heard Gu Fei's words. Was their master going to fight the Eastern Martial Dynasty alone? This was too crazy. The Eastern Martial Dynasty was the most powerful force in the entire eastern region of the Taiyuan realm. Only the Shunwu sect and the Demon Sky sect could compete with it. Although the Shunwu sect and the Demon Sky sect were two major sects, they were not weaker than the Eastern Martial Dynasty. In fact, they were even stronger. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei wanted to challenge the Dongwu dynasty alone. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Crazy, crazy. Since ancient times, no one has ever been so crazy. How can he succeed? The entire eastern region of the Taiyuan realm was in an uproar. Even the top sects of the other 4 regions were alarmed. Interesting. What is this guy's background? Shen Wushang, the sect master of the Shenwu sect, said. The Demon Sky sect's Annihilation Demon Master had also come out of seclusion. The gathering of the Demon sect's experts meant that there were signs of a war between the Demon sect and the other orthodox sections. As the saintess of the Demon sect, Mo Xian naturally knew how powerful and terrifying the Demon Sky sect was. The Annihilation Demon Master was one of the top 3 experts in the eastern region. The Annihilation Demon Master status was definitely comparable to the Eastern Martial Dynasty's overlord. However, when Saint King Dongyang returned to the imperial capital, the Eastern Martial Divine Emperor's decree came. Saint King Dongyang was arrested and thrown into prison. 3 days later, he would be executed together with his family. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord was decisive in killing. When the news spread to the Divine Dragon Kingdom, it immediately caused a commotion. In that case, I'll make a trip to the imperial capital, Gu Fei said, and walked out of the palace. Under the gaze of countless martial artists, he walked out of the palace step by step and left the Divine Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital. Mo Xian, and Mo Feng naturally followed beside Gu Fei. He's actually coming to the imperial capital. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord sneered. This guy is too arrogant. I want to see how arrogant he can be. Soon, the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord put a bounty on Gu Fei's head. Whoever could kill Gu Fei would be rewarded with a divine artifact and could enter the imperial clan's library to read all kinds of martial arts techniques. This kind of bounty was extremely tempting to all martial artists, and they all wanted to get it. A divine artifact. The value of a divine artifact was too high. It was simply priceless. One should know that a divine artifact could only be refined by a supreme martial artist in the godly state. As for the godly state, it was basically impossible to find one in the current world. However, when everyone knew that Gu Fei once broke the dragon's Slayer saber with his bare hands, they were all dumbfounded. It was unbelievable. It also scared many people who wanted to attack Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei, Mo Xian, and Mo Feng swaggered towards the imperial capital. They didn't hide their tracks at all. Is he really going to challenge the Eastern martial dynasty with his own strength? Someone exclaimed. When Gu Fei came to a valley, a figure appeared in front of him and blocked his way. It was a figure so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Although this figure stood quietly in front of them, it was like a towering mountain. It made Mo Xian and Mo Feng's hearts palpitate. Celestial Venerable Ling? When Mo Xian saw the person's face clearly, she was truly shocked. Celestial Venerable Ling was an itinerant cultivator. She came and went alone, but her cultivation was extremely powerful. She had already reached the sage realm. Such a person wasn't someone that Eastern Sun's Sacred King could compare to. Eastern Sun's Sacred King had just broken through to the sage realm, while Celestial Venerable Ling was a veteran. In front of Celestial Venerable Ling, Eastern Sun's Sacred King was like a child that had just learned how to walk. I'll take your life. Chapter 4008. Gu Fei brought Mo Feng and Mo Xian out of the Divine Dragon Nation, heading straight for the imperial capital of the Eastern Martial Dynasty. The Eastern Martial Dynasty was shaken, and the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord was furious. Then, the power of this powerful and terrifying dynasty was activated. Gu Fei, on the other hand, attracted the attention of all the major powers in the eastern region. Even the Divine Martial Sect and the Devil Sky Sect, two major powers that could rival the Eastern Martial Dynasty, were alarmed. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord offered a divine weapon and a month's worth of reading martial arts manuals in the Royal Library to take Gu Fei's life. With a great reward, there would be brave men. Celestial Venerable Ling intercepted Gu Fei's group. Not to mention a month's worth of reading martial arts manuals in the Royal Library, even a divine weapon was enough to make any strong practitioner of the Sage Realm green. With envy, East Peak City, in a valley 10 miles away from the city, two strong practitioners were in a standoff. You want my life? Gu Fei looked at Celestial Venerable Ling and wanted to laugh, but his face was still as calm as a mirror. Even Sacred King Dong Yang lost to my master. Who do you think you are? Mo Feng sneered. How dare you? Celestial Venerable Ling looked at the Devil Wind, and her powerful consciousness actually transformed into a faint sword shadow that tore through the void and pierced through the Devil Wind. This was a consciousness attack. If Celestial Venerable Ling's sword of consciousness hit him, Mo Feng's soul would definitely scatter. However, he would be left with a complete innate martial body. Mo Feng was shocked. He didn't expect Celestial Venerable Ling to kill someone without a word. When he reacted, it was already too late to dodge. At this critical moment, Gu Fei casually waved his hand, and the void trembled. The sword of consciousness that Celestial Venerable Ling had unleashed dissipated into nothingness. The sword of consciousness was broken by Gu Fei, and Celestial Venerable Ling suffered a huge blow. Blood seeped out of her eyes, and she looked incomparably hideous. Die! Celestial Venerable Ling didn't say anything and just threw a punch at Gu Fei. When the punch landed in Gu Fei's eyes, it felt as though the entire world was pressing down on him. It was as though the entire world wanted to crush him. The punch brought forth the power of the world within a radius of thousands of jam. Such a force was definitely not something that a Xiantian realm martial artist could contend with. One must know that this was the power of the world. The power of the world that a sage realm expert could draw upon was not something that a true realm expert could compare with. Mo Feng and Mo Xian immediately retreated far away. A battle of this level was something they couldn't endure at all. That kind of pressure was enough to make a Xiantian realm martial artist vomit blood. However, Gu Fei was still standing on the ground without a trace of panic. Bam! At this moment, Celestial Venerable Ling's fist seemed to have smashed into an invisible wall. It suddenly stopped in front of Gu Fei's chest and couldn't move forward anymore. Roar! Celestial Venerable Ling roared furiously, and the power that exploded from her fist instantly soared. The surrounding void trembled continuously. However, her fist still couldn't move an inch. This shocked Celestial Venerable Ling to the extreme. Could this fellow really be a supreme martial artist on the God realm? Celestial Venerable Ling's forehead was covered in sweat. She wanted to retract her fist, but at this moment, Gu Fei's body trembled. He felt a strong force coming from his fist. Without any suspense, Celestial Venerable Ling was directly blown away. With a boom, she smashed a huge rock into pieces. You can't even withstand a single blow, and you still want my life. Gu Fei looked indifferently at Celestial Venerable Ling, who was standing up from the ground. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Ling was shocked and angry. Only now did she know that she had kicked an iron plate this time. To be able to cultivate to the middle levels of the Sage Realm, this Celestial Venerable Ling definitely wasn't a fool. On the contrary, she was very smart, and her talent in martial arts far surpassed others. Swoosh! Celestial Venerable Ling directly turned around and rushed out of the valley, wanting to escape. Come here. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and Celestial Venerable Ling only felt her body tighten. Her whole body flew towards his palm uncontrollably. Roar! Celestial Venerable Ling was shocked, and she roared crazily. The powerful power of the middle levels of the Sage Realm exploded from her body, and the void around her trembled. Spare me! Celestial Venerable Ling only had time to say these two words before she was turned into a bloody mist by the power that exploded from Gu Fei's hand. A strong martial artist of a generation, Celestial Venerable Ling was actually killed just like that. Even everything on her body was shattered by Gu Fei's power. Gu Fei's power was extremely strong. Seeing this scene, Mo Xian and Mo Feng were stunned. That was a martial artist of the middle levels of the Sage Realm. If the God Realm didn't appear, the Sage Realm would be invincible. Gu Fei directly walked out of the valley and continued towards the imperial capital of the East Martial Dynasty. When the news spread, the entire region was shaken. Countless martial artists couldn't believe it. Celestial Venerable Ling was a martial artist of the middle levels of the Sage Realm, yet she couldn't even take one move from Gu Fei. This was simply too unbelievable. Just as Gu Fei continued to rush towards the imperial capital, the East Martial Dynasty had already laid out an inescapable net in front of them. The bag was already opened, and they were waiting for Gu Fei to jump in. Moreover, even more martial artists were rushing towards the imperial capital. In front of the Black Dragon Mountain Range, an army of close to 10,000 people stood there quietly. The heaven and earth were silent, and a formless, murderous aura rushed forward, causing the surrounding temperature to drop continuously. Master, should we take a detour? In front of the army, Mo Feng asked Gu Fei. If they took a detour, they would have to walk for a few more days to get out of this mountain range. Mo Xian looked at Gu Fei anxiously. Gu Fei didn't say anything and directly walked forward towards the army without any hesitation. One person against 10,000. At this moment, many martial artists from other factions appeared on the surrounding mountain ridges. This fellow is really crazy. That is a battle formation formed by the Xiantian realm martial artists. Someone exclaimed. Even a Sage realm martial artist had to retreat against the power of such a battle formation. They didn't dare to clash head-on with it. Attack! with the roar of a God Realm battle general. The formation formed by 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists immediately activated. The power of 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists instantly gathered crazily. The entire void was trembling, and pitch-black cracks in space appeared and disappeared continuously. Kill! 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists roared at the same time. In the sky above the battle formation, an illusory figure appeared, and a terrifying aura spread from this figure. Facing the overwhelming pressure, Gu Fei walked forward with his hands behind his back as though he was taking a stroll. Mo Feng was already paralyzed from fear. Only Mo Xian could barely stand with the help of the secret treasure of the Devil Sect. The power of 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists was too strong. Only a super faction like the Dongwu dynasty that ruled over endless territories could gather 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists. One should know that in the Tai Yuan realm, Xiantian realm martial artists were already considered experts of a domain. Go to hell! The god realm battle general roared angrily. Then 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists attacked at the same time. The power of this attack instantly gathered into a terrifying torrent that rushed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Although this battle formation wasn't a profound battle formation, it was very suitable for gathering power. At this moment, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Bam! With a muffled sound, that unstoppable force was actually easily blocked by Gu Fei. Countless martial artists on the surrounding mountain ridges saw this, and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. That was the power of 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists. Even a peerless sage realm martial artist would be afraid of such power. Who would have thought that Gu Fei would actually fight against 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists head-on? Gu Fei exerted force with his right hand and directly crushed the power of 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists. 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists exclaimed at the same time. Those with weaker cultivation had already been shaken to the point where blood flowed out from their orifices, and they directly fainted on the ground. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Roar! At this moment, Gu Fei let out a roar. A palm that was bigger than a mountain appeared high up in the sky. Then it descended from the sky and directly attacked the 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists below. What? All the Xiantian realm martial artists below the huge palm were scared out of their wits. All of them looked up in horror at the huge palm that was descending from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, like a meteor falling from the sky, the huge palm directly slammed onto the ground. The entire area shook, and the ground undulated like waves. This even Mo Xian, the demonic sex saintess who was experienced and knowledgeable, was also stunned. The huge palm that descended from the sky directly slammed the 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists below into the ground, killing 10,000 Xiantian realm martial artists with one palm. Even a sage realm martial artist couldn't do such a thing. Killing 10,000 soldiers with one palm. When the news spread to the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital, the entire imperial capital was in an uproar. Who is that guy? That's too heaven-defying. There's going to be a good show. In the imperial capital, countless martial artists were discussing Gu Fei. In the imperial palace, the royal family couldn't sit still because Gu Fei continued to attack the imperial capital. If 100,000 is not enough, then 200,000, 1 million. The Dongwu imperial lords' roar came from the imperial palace. Soon, another army appeared on the path that Gu Fei had to pass through. This time, it was an army of 200,000, and every soldier was an Xiantian realm martial artist. Rumble, the martial formation was activated, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to be refined. Once again, Gu Fei was blocked. Even if he had a good temper, he was a little angry at this moment. Master, when Mo Feng saw the scene in front of him, he was horrified. 200,000 Xiantian realm martial artists. Even the Shunwu sect and the Demon Sky sect couldn't gather so many Xiantian realm martial artists. Clang! At this moment, an extremely sharp saber light rushed out from the martial formation and slashed at Gu Fei. The saber light was indestructible, and everywhere it passed, it left a pitch-black crack in the void. However, Gu Fei just flicked his finger, and the peerless saber light that was like a heavenly saber actually shattered in the void and disappeared. Chapter 4009. Rumble, the space within a radius of a dozen miles seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The extremely powerful martial arts energy shook the heavens and the earth. Under the control of thousands of godly state martial artists and hundreds of sage state martial artists, the battle formation of 200,000 Xiantian martial artists revolved crazily. Mo Feng had already retreated more than a dozen miles away. However, he was still frightened by the power of the battle formation. Even Mo Xian retreated a few miles away. A faint layer of divine light surged out from her body, blocking the terrifying pressure that was surging towards her. However, at this moment, Gu Fei crashed into the peerless martial formation. Like a sharp arrow, he shot into the peerless martial formation. Everywhere he passed, the Xiantian martial artists directly exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. Roar! Countless Xiantian martial artists roared angrily. The power of 200,000 Xiantian martial artists gathered together was too strong. It was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Kill! A sage state martial artist wielded his sword, and his body emitted terrifying divine light. Countless rays of divine light rushed towards him from all directions and entered his body. Buzz! The divine sword hummed, and an earth-shattering sword chi descended from the sky towards Gu Fei. Every ray of sword chi tore through the void. It was incomparably terrifying. Such power had already surpassed the sage state. It was the power of the godly state, the power of 200,000 Xiantian martial artists gathered together. Such power definitely surpassed the sage state and reached the godly state. Interesting. Gu Fei slapped upwards with his palm. In the next moment, countless rays of sword chi fell from the sky and shattered in the void. A huge palm shadow rushed up to the sky and smashed the Sword Dao Sage State martial artist into a cloud of blood mist. Gu Fei's power crushed everything. However, the Xiantian martial artists in the battle formation didn't seem to be afraid of death. They rushed towards Gu Fei. 10 direction annihilation. Gu Fei clasped his palms together and fiercely slapped outwards. Countless palm shadows rushed out in all directions, and countless Xiantian lords screamed miserably as they were smashed into a mist of blood. The moment this move was unleashed, all the Xiantian martial artists within a radius of a few hundred feet around Gu Fei were directly blasted to smithereens. Countless weapons were broken. Gu Fei's attack had killed thousands of Xiantian experts. This had made the Sage Realm commanders' eyes turn red with envy when they saw this scene. This was a warrior of the Xiantian realm, and not a bunch of ordinary warriors that could be easily found. It was not an easy task to nurture a warrior of the Xiantian realm. The Dongwu dynasty ruled over 10 territories and countless vassal states. However, they could only build this army of 200,000 innate realm cultivators. This was the Dongwu dynasty's most powerful and famous Dongwu army. The Dongwu army of the Dongwu dynasty, the heavenly demon army of the demonic sky sect, and the divine martial army of the Shinwu sect were known as the three most powerful divine armies of the eastern region of the Taiyuan realm. In order to deal with Gu Fei, the Dongwu dynasty had actually mobilized the Dongwu army. This was one of the Dongwu dynasty's trump cards. At this time, in the direction of the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital, an army directly rushed towards where Gu Fei was. In addition to the Dongwu army, the Dongwu dynasty also had nearly 10 million ordinary soldiers. The mountains and plains were densely packed with people and flags. There were even flying beasts flying across the sky, and on the back of each flying beast sat a powerful Xiantian warrior. In addition to the Dongwu army, the Dongwu dynasty also had the Flying Dragon army. This is simply a monster. In the battle formation of the Dongwu army, a group of Sage Realm commanders was inexplicably shocked. The combat power that Gu Fei had displayed was too powerful. It should be known that the Dongwu army was a powerful army that could fight God Realm experts. Could this guy's cultivation have already surpassed the God Realm? How could this be possible? The 100 Sage Realm commanders directly unleashed their power, triggering the power of the entire battle formation. Each of the Sage Realm commanders exploded with extremely tyrannical power waves. The power of the battle formation forcibly increased the combat power of these 100 Sage Realm commanders to the God Realm. This was equivalent to 100 God Realm experts attacking Gu Fei. 100 God Realm experts attacking at the same time could even directly smash a huge mountain into pieces, let alone a person. However, this person was Gu Fei. Boom! The void around Gu Fei collapsed, and a destructive aura spread in all directions. The surrounding innate warriors constantly screamed and exploded into clouds of blood mist. Countless innate warriors immediately retreated. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei directly threw out a simple killing punch. There was no fixed move, and it seemed to be a random attack. However, it blocked all the attacks of the 100 Sage Realm experts. The destructive storm swept out in all directions. The battle was extremely tragic. The 200,000 innate warriors were almost defeated by Gu Fei alone. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the Dongwu dynasty. Even the Dongwu Imperial Lord, the Shinwu Sect Master, and the Demonic Sky Sect Master didn't have the ability to shake the Shinwu army single-handedly. At this time, Gu Fei's power was forced out by the Dongwu army. Rumble, an extremely shocking sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. He threw out one punch after another, and the power that erupted from his fists was earth-shattering. Come here. As Gu Fei stretched out his hand, the 3 Sage Realm experts in the distance immediately flew towards him involuntarily. The 3 Sage Realm commanders were scared out of their wits and attacked desperately. However, such a counterattack was too weak in front of Gu Fei. The power that was enough to kill all the Saint Realm experts hit Gu Fei's body like scratching an itch. Die! With a roar from Gu Fei, the 3 Sage Realm commanders directly exploded in the void and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. All the commanders of the Dongwu army were stunned. This guy killed a Sage Realm expert with a raise of his hand. No, he killed a God Realm expert with a raise of his hand. It should be known that the current Sage Realm commanders had attracted the power of the formation to strengthen themselves. Every commander was like a peerless God Realm expert who had descended. Fight this guy to the death. All the Sage Realm commanders exploded and attacked with all their might. The power of hundreds of God Realm experts gathered together and turned into a terrifying and peerless attack. Endless divine light illuminated the world, and a huge beam of light that connected heaven and earth directly penetrated the void between heaven and earth. This was the strongest attack of the Dongwu army. It could directly destroy a huge city or destroy a region. It was extremely terrifying. Such power had already surpassed the god realm. This divine light directly blasted onto Gu Fei's body and instantly drowned him. Haha, he's still not dead. All the Sage Realm commanders laughed loudly. No one could withstand this attack. The power of this attack had surpassed the god realm. Even if the sect leader of the Shenwu sect came, he would also be killed in one hit. One must know that the strongest cultivators in the Tai Yuan realm were also at the god realm. Above the god realm was the legendary immortal realm. Supreme immortal realm experts were existences that could break through the void and ascend to the immortal martial realm. In the Tai Yuan realm, there should be no supreme immortal realm experts. At that level, they would not stay in the Tai Yuan realm because this realm could no longer accommodate such powerful existences. However, when the destructive divine light dissipated, everyone was stunned. They were dumbfounded. They saw Gu Fei standing there unscathed. The hundreds of Sage Realm commanders' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Is he a martial immortal? How can we fight him? All the commanders of the Dongwu army were in despair. The attack just now had consumed a large amount of martial power. All the Xiantian cultivators felt a sense of exhaustion. It would be impossible for him to unleash another powerful attack like the one he had just unleashed. Not bad, but if you want to kill me, it's still not enough. Gu Fei said indifferently. Sir, how about we stop here? An old commander with white hair and brows walked out. Ask the Eastern Wu Emperor to kneel in front of me, and I will consider stopping. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the army of 200,000 Xiantian soldiers alone. This scene was incomparably shocking. It was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, and they would never forget it. What did you say? How dare you? How dare you insult the Lord? The commanders all berated. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, and a shocking, murderous aura immediately erupted from his body. The surrounding air dropped rapidly under the impact of the deep, cold, murderous aura. The chill hit their bodies. At this time, the hundreds of commanders of the Dongwu army suddenly came to their senses. This guy was an extremely terrifying god of death. He could even block the strongest attack of the Eastern Wu army's battle formation and come out unscathed. Such combat power was really unbelievable. Then continue to kill your way into the imperial capital and pull the Eastern Wu emperor down from the throne. Gu Fei's face was indifferent, as if he was talking about something unimportant. This kind of change of dynasty was definitely a big deal in the Dongwu dynasty. The competition among the Dongwu dynasty's royal family was extremely fierce. It was very difficult for anyone in the royal family to rise to the throne. Once the Eastern Wu Emperor became the Eastern Wu Emperor, the first thing he would do was kill. He would kill all his competitors and kill until their heads rolled. If the Eastern Wu Emperor knelt in front of Gu Fei, did that not mean that the Eastern Wu Emperor was finished? All the Sage Realm commanders were shocked and angry. Continue to kill. Gu Fei bellowed and directly attacked. With a wave of his hands, a gust of wind appeared without any warning and directly swept away the Xiantian experts in the surroundings. Clang! The sound of divine weapons being unsheathed rang out in the void. Invisible sword Qi rushed out from Gu Fei's hands, piercing the void and slashing towards the Sage Realm commanders in the sky. Kill! The group of Sage Realm commanders continued to fight. Hundreds of Sage Realm warriors turned into rays of divine light and attacked Gu Fei. Screams rang out continuously. Invisible sword Qi rushed out from Gu Fei's body and directly killed the Sage Realm warriors who were rushing towards him. Gu Fei killed Sage Realm warriors as easily as killing chickens. Countless innate realm warriors could no longer get close to him. They were injured by his sword chi and died upon contact. Swoosh. Chapter 4010. Gu Fei was an innate martial artist. Although his cultivation base and memories had been sealed by the primogenitor, his strength was still gradually recovering as he battled with others. At this time, Gu Fei seemed to be carrying countless treasures with him, but he didn't know how to open them. At this moment, Gu Fei's eyes had already turned red from killing. With a raise of his hand, he directly blasted the Xiantian warriors that attacked him into clouds of blood mist, and he directly annihilated them in both body and soul. The 200,000 soldiers of the Eastern Martial Army formed a peerless battle formation, but they were still not a match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei was like a real dragon, rampaging in the battle formation. Bam! He struck out with his palm, and the dozen or so true state warriors on the other side exploded before they could even let out a scream. More than a dozen true realm soldiers couldn't even block a single palm from Gu Fei. Roar! At this time, countless Xiantian soldiers suddenly roared. Terrifying killing intent shook the heavens and earth, and every Xiantian soldier's body surged with a ball of divine light. They are going all out. Amo Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, clenched her fists tightly as she watched the battle in front of her anxiously. At this time, Emo Feng had already retreated more than a dozen li away. The aura of 200,000 Xiantian soldiers gathered together, forming a terrifying pressure that he couldn't bear. Then, balls of divine light rushed out from the bodies of countless Xiantian soldiers and entered the bodies of the remaining true realm experts. Boom! 59 balls of divine light that were as bright as the sun appeared in the sky. Every ball of divine light gathered endless Xiantian divine light and emitted extremely powerful energy waves. It was as if 59 godly suns had appeared in the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. After that, countless Xiantian soldiers fell to the ground. All of them were like lamps that had run out of oil and had died. It turned out that they had given all their spiritual chi to the true realm experts. The result of this was that the Xiantian soldiers fell in droves. Over 100,000, almost 200,000 innate warriors had chosen to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the 59 Saint Realm commanders. Of course, many of these Xiantian soldiers were unwilling to die like this. However, even if they were unwilling, their essence, chi, and spirit were still forcefully extracted from their bodies. How ruthless! When Emo Xian saw this scene, her heart skipped a beat. Even the demon sect would feel ashamed of their inferiority. One must know that this was taking away the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, these people were all Xiantian realm martial artists. Only a few hundred true realm martial artists were barely alive, but 90% of their essence, chi, and soul had been taken away, and they had completely lost their combat strength. This was the Dongwu dynasty's Dongwu army's last resort. The power gathered by the burning of more than 100,000 Khanate realm warriors was unimaginably powerful. The battle prowess of the 59 commanders of the Sage Stage in the sky had surpassed the Immortal Stage and were infinitely close to the Celestial Stage. They were like 59 supreme existences who were half a step to the Celestial Stage. No wonder the Dongwu dynasty could be passed down for 1,000 years. Such a trump card was truly astonishing. However, the Dongwu dynasty's trump card was forced to reveal by one person. Little punk, die. An angry roar came from the sky. Then, the 59 balls of divine light in the sky directly pressed down on Gu Fei. A terrifying power spread out, and the space below was constantly collapsing and destroyed. It turned into a destructive torrent that obliterated Gu Fei. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been paralyzed by such power. Even a supreme martial artist in the divine stage would not be able to withstand such a killing move. However, Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the 59 godly suns descending from the sky. He was still as calm as before. In the next moment, he clenched his right hand and directly punched the sky. There was no dazzling divine light, and there was no terrifying wave of power. This punch from Gu Fei looked like an ordinary punch. However, in the next moment, the sky collapsed, the stars shattered, and a huge hole appeared in the sky. The 59 balls of divine suns were directly destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. No one could imagine the power of this punch. A huge hole appeared in the sky, visible even from 1,000 miles away. What is that? Countless experts of the Dongwu dynasty who were rushing to where Gu Fei was were all dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in the sky. Breaking the void with martial arts? How is this possible? At the peak of the Dongwu royal city, a figure exuding an extreme dragon sovereign qi was extremely shocked. This person was the emperor of the Dongwu dynasty. On Imperial Lord Eastwu's body, a huge dragon's shadow could be faintly seen. It was an astonishing sight. Breaking the void with martial arts was the ultimate power that countless cultivators in the Great Origin realm pursued. Legend had it that one could ascend to the immortal martial realm and become an indestructible martial immortal. Could it be that that person is already strong enough to break the void with martial arts? The emperor's voice was trembling. Even he had not reached the level of breaking the void with martial arts. In the entire Great Origin realm, there was probably no one who had such invincible power. Breaking the void with his fist, the immortal martial realm? Mo Xian was incomparably shocked. Could it be that Gu Fei had always been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Was he actually a martial immortal? Martial immortal was the legendary immortal realm of the Great Origin realm. Since ancient times, martial immortals only appeared in the legends. At this moment, Gu Fei's fist that broke the void shocked everyone. The emperor of the Dongwu dynasty, who originally wanted to fight against Gu Fei, immediately gave the order to retreat. Countless troops immediately retreated, and all the experts also turned and headed back to the royal capital. All the troops returned to their respective camps. The territory ruled by the Dongwu dynasty was simply too vast. Countless vassal states had sent their troops to support the emperor. The millions of troops of the Dongwu dynasty were no joke. However, against a martial immortal, even millions of troops would be useless. A martial immortal was invincible. This was no longer one against a country, but one against the world, invincible. Rumble, the sky that was broken by Gu Fei's fist began to gradually repair. The laws of heaven and earth of the Great Origin realm were repairing the broken void. However, this hole was too big, and it was difficult to completely repair it in a short period of time. At this moment, the sky started to rain blood. The warm blood dripped on Gu Fei's face. The next moment, he quivered as if he remembered something. Gu Fei. Who is Gu Fei? Who is Gu Fei? Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged on the ground. His face revealed a strange expression that seemed like he was smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying. His eyes were sometimes clear, sometimes complicated, as if he was struggling. The ground was filled with corpses, and a person was sitting cross-legged. It was as strange as it could be. What's wrong with him? Mo Xian didn't dare to go over. Just now, Gu Fei's fist was too terrifying and powerful. The fist broke the void. That was the power of immortal martial immortal. In this world, who could be a match for it? Mo Feng rushed over from afar, but when he saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged on the ground, he didn't dare to go over. Gu Fei sat there for 10 days and 10 nights. The blood rain also continued for 10 days and 10 nights. The entire sky was dyed red with blood. In a radius of over 10 miles, a sinister wind started to blow. Too many Xiantian realm cultivators had died. The death qi started to gather. Very soon, something ominous would happen in this area. However, Gu Fei still sat cross-legged on the ground, not moving an inch. The death qi started to gather towards Gu Fei. Oh no! Mo Xian couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. If Gu Fei was corroded by the death qi, he would lose his consciousness. A crazed, martial immortal was a threat to anyone. What should we do? Quickly think of a solution. Mo Feng anxiously spoke. He couldn't allow anything to happen to Gu Fei. This was a martial immortal. His master was a martial immortal. And he himself was the servant of a martial immortal. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to the heavens. If his master could break through the void and ascend to the immortal martial realm, he would be able to follow him and ascend to the immortal martial realm together. What else can we do? This is the undying resentment of Xiantian realm cultivators. Whoever touches it will die. Mo Xian replied. Although she was someone from the devil sect, she was helpless. This death qi was too powerful. Even Xiantian realm cultivators couldn't touch it. Even true realm and saint realm cultivators wouldn't be able to touch it. Master is a martial immortal. These mere death qi won't be able to do anything to him. Mo Feng consoled himself. Very swiftly, the boundless death qi completely engulfed Gu Fei. His entire person seemed to be wrapped up by a black cocoon. The death qi continued to grow stronger and stronger, as though there was no end to it. Ha ha! I remember now. Just when Mo Xian and Mo Feng thought that Gu Fei was doomed, a loud laughter rang out. After that, a boom. The death qi enveloping Gu Fei was instantly dispersed. My name is Gu Fei. Gu Fei is me. After saying that, Gu Fei's body shook. A faint demonic shadow emerged from his body and dissipated in the void. A seal on his body was broken. This allowed Gu Fei to recover a small portion of his memories. He remembered who he was and some things. Boom! A powerful force rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The entire heaven and earth shook. A powerful divine sense rushed out from Gu Fei's forehead and instantly enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. Immortal realm, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He didn't expect his cultivation to drop to the immortal realm. He remembered who he was and recovered some of his past memories. However, those memories belonged to the human realm. He hadn't recovered his memories after the heaven realm. In the next moment, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Mo Feng and Mo Xian Moss, Master. Mo Feng hurriedly prostrated on the ground. He was trembling in fear. Congratulations! Mo Xian said enviously. This is a martial immortal. I actually got to know a martial immortal. Gu Fei smiled. What's there to congratulate me for? This Mo Xian was startled. This guy is too pretentious. A martial immortal, invincible in the Tai Yuan realm. This guy still doesn't seem to be satisfied. However, Mo Xian didn't expect that martial immortal was really nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. Let's settle the score with the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord. Chapter 40:11. Find the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord. Mo Xian and Mo Feng were dumbfounded by Gu Fei's words. That was the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord, the supreme Imperial Lord of the Eastern Wu Imperial Dynasty. His cultivation was extraordinary, and he was regarded as the person closest to becoming an immortal. In the Tai Yuan realm, there were legends of immortals. However, since ancient times, No one had ever seen a real martial immortal. However, as Gu Fei's fist broke through the void, almost all the big shots saw Gu Fei as a living immortal in the Tai Yuan realm, a martial immortal. Mo Xian, and Mo Feng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At this time, the huge hole in the sky that Gu Fei blasted out had shrunk by half. The power of heaven and earth in the Tai Yuan realm was much weaker than other worlds. Once the void was broken, it would take some time to repair it. At this time, the sky was still dripping with blood. Gu Fei killed 59 sage realm martial artists with one punch. The heavens seemed to mourn and sent down blood rain. The ground was dyed red. The corpses of 200,000 Xiantian realm martial artists floated in the blood rain. The surrounding dozens of miles seemed to have turned into a bloody hell after sitting cross-legged for 10 days and 10 nights and enduring the endless death aura's erosion. Gu Fei actually broke through a seal in his body and recovered a part of his memory. How can I not go and watch such a good show? At this time, on the peak of a distant mountain, a white-bearded old man stood up and turned into a ray of divine light. He rushed into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Not bad. To be able to see the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord suffer is definitely a joyous thing. A green-robed old Taoist walked over from afar. He stepped on a rainbow light and traveled 100 miles in one step. In 2 steps, he disappeared from Mo Xian, and Mo Feng's sight. His speed was extremely fast. Who is that person? Shunwu sect's supreme elder, Mo Linchen? That green-robed Taoist seems to be one of the South Mountain sect's 12 Dao masters, Chu Tianquang. Mo Xian, and Mo Feng were dumbfounded when they saw the two people, whether it was the supreme elder of Shunwu sect or the South Mountain sect's 12 Dao masters. They were the most powerful beings in the Tai Yuan realm, whether it was Mo Linchen or Chu Tianquang. They were both comparable to the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord. However, when Mo Xian, and Mo Feng saw auras that weren't any weaker than Mo Linchen and Chu Tianquang exploding around them, they were so scared that their legs went soft. They were just insignificant warriors of the primordial realm, while these were big shots who could shake the entire Taiyuan realm with a single step. Mo Xian and Mo Feng didn't expect Gu Fei to be able to alarm these old monsters and antiques who hadn't appeared for a long time. Master, Feng rushed into the sky and flew towards Mo Wu Imperial Clan's Imperial Palace. Mo Xian was stunned for a moment. Then she rushed into the sky and turned into a ray of demonic light, chasing after them. At this time, the entire Taiyuan realm was shaken by Gu Fei's words. Countless experts received the news and rushed to the capital of the Dongwu dynasty. In the entire Taiyuan realm, there were only a few people who dared to step directly into Dongwu Imperial City and seek revenge from the Dongwu Imperial Lord. Senior brother, what happened today? Why are there suddenly so many foreign cultivators in the city? On the streets of Dongwu, royal capital, a Gold Sun sect disciple looked at the unfamiliar cultivators around him and asked a middle-aged cultivator beside him curiously, "Did something big happen?" The senior fellow apprentice of the Gold Sun sect said in surprise, "Isn't that the holy son of the lunar sect? Why is he here?" At this moment, the senior fellow apprentice of the Gold Sun sect looked at the white-faced young man in black walking in front of him in surprise. "Senior brother, look." The youngest junior brother of the Gold Sun sect suddenly pulled his senior brother's sleeve. The senior fellow apprentice of the Gold Sun sect hurriedly took a look and saw a man wearing golden armor and a golden horn on his head striding in from outside the city gate. Golden Divine Dragon Clan. This race has also come into being. The senior fellow apprentice of the Gold Sun sect was dumbfounded. Swoosh! At this moment, a blinding divine rainbow directly rushed in from outside the city. Under the gaze of countless warriors, it landed in the imperial palace of the imperial city. That is, the two warriors of the Gold Sun sect were both stunned. Someone who could directly enter the imperial palace was definitely a great figure. In the imperial city, the divine sons and saintesses of various sects, clans, and sects had all arrived. The Danwu dynasty had never been as lively as it was today. I didn't expect there to be foreign clan experts in the Taiyuan realm. In a pavilion next to the main street of Dongwu Royal City, a black-clothed young man sat by the window. This young man was tasting the best immortal tea in the imperial city. He was Gu Fei. Looking at the bustling scene on the street, Gu Fei suddenly thought of the human world. How long had he been away from the human world? At this moment, he already knew that there was a problem with his memory. This was a very serious problem. Someone had actually tampered with his body. Swoosh! Another divine rainbow flew across the sky and landed in the imperial palace. A powerful wave descended from the sky, and countless warriors in the city were terrified. Roar! Then a tiger's roar sounded outside the city, and the entire imperial city shook. Gu Fei stood on the table. A roar shook the city. Could it be that the tiger ancestor of the Black Tiger clan is here? At the table next to Gu Fei, a black-clothed young man said in surprise, "This is not the ancestral worship ceremony of the Dongwu royal family. Why is such a powerful being here?" Someone said in surprise, "Humph, even the ancestral worship ceremony of the Dongwu royal family can't invite the tiger ancestor." Someone said disapprovingly, "Ha ha, are you still not dead yet?" At this moment, a loud laugh sounded. "Old Mo, if you are not dead yet, how can I die before you?" An old voice sounded. Then, all the warriors in the imperial city saw a shocking scene. They saw a huge black tiger the size of a small mountain directly rush in from outside the city and rush in the direction of the imperial palace. At the same time, a white-bearded old man walked in step by step from outside the city. He stepped on the void and floated like an immortal. Mo Linchin, the highest elder of the Shunwu sect. Some of the older generation martial artists recognized the old man. What? Mo Linchin of the Shunwu sect? Countless people were inexplicably shocked. This was an absolute big shot. Even the sect master of the Shunwu sect, Shan Wushang, had to be respectful in front of this highest elder and did not dare to neglect him. Just as the Black Tiger ancestor and the highest elder of the Shunwu sect, Mo Linchin entered the imperial palace. Monstrous demonic chi surged from the sky like a galloping horse. The entire sky and earth darkened. Demon sect. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. The great demons of the demon sect rarely appeared. They did not expect that a great demon from the demon sect would come to the imperial city today. Experts from all sides appeared one after another. Even supreme existences who were rumored to have fallen jumped out. In an instant, experts gathered in the imperial city of the Dongwu dynasty, shocking everyone. The imperial city became the most eye-catching place in the whole world. Where is the master? At that moment, demonic wind finally arrived and landed outside the city. Then he obediently walked into the city step by step. He was one of those big shots who dared to ignore the Dongwu royal family. He directly flew into the city. Mo Xian also came. They were from the demon sect. When the two of them appeared in the imperial city, it immediately caused a commotion. The people of the demon sect had always been mysterious and did not appear easily. However, today, the people of the demon sect actually appeared in the Dongwu imperial city, especially the great demons of the demon sect. They directly entered the imperial city and walked into the imperial palace, receiving the courtesy of the Dongwu royal family. Why hasn't the guy who broke the void with a punch appeared yet? In the imperial palace, a group of big shots gathered. The aura in the imperial palace was too terrifying. Ordinary martial artists had long run away. The Dongwu royal lord sat high on the throne and looked at the group of experts in front of him indifferently. All the experts who were able to stand in the main hall had great backgrounds and were on equal footing with him. These experts wouldn't have any misgivings about him. The so-called Dongwu royal lord was just a person of the same generation to these old monsters and antiques. Thousand Annihilation Demon Master, you actually came in person. Aren't you afraid that we will gang up on you? An old man with white hair and brows suddenly said to a figure shrouded in dark demonic chi, "Humph, if you want to fight, then bring it on. Thousand Annihilation, have never feared anyone." The Thousand Annihilation Demon Master said with a sneer, "I heard that a little girl from the demon sect has been following that martial immortal. Is that true?" Someone asked the Thousand Annihilation Demon Master. The Thousand Annihilation Demon Master did not say anything. That strange demon sect has been so arrogant recently. So it turns out that they have latched onto that martial immortal. Someone ridiculed. Humph. The Thousand Annihilation Demon Lord sneered and glared at the old man who had spoken. A deep, cold, killing intent emanated from his body, and the temperature in the entire hall immediately plummeted. Brother Zhongming, be careful with your words. Martial immortals are not to be insulted. A figure shrouded in divine golden sunlight spoke. Hearing those words, the crowd was shocked. Martial immortals were not to be insulted. That was a supreme existence who could break the void with a punch. If one angered him, the consequences would be dire. The Dongwu dynasty was a very good example. That martial immortal had massacred the entire Dongwu army. It was an army made up of 200,000 Xiantian cultivators. Yet that martial immortal had wiped them out just like that. None of the people present possessed such cultivation and battle power. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Golden Sun. The old man by the name of Zhongming cupped his hands at old ancestor Golden Sun in a very serious manner. The legendary martial immortal had yet to appear. All of the grand characters in the imperial palace were feeling somewhat impatient. However, they wanted to see the martial immortal. Thus, they could only quietly wait. Master, at that moment, Mo Feng finally found Gu Fei in the tea house. His tone was somewhat stuttering. His master was a martial immortal. He was incomparably nervous. "So you're here." Mo Xian rushed up from below. When she saw Gu Fei, her eyes immediately turned into crescent moons. Isn't that the demon sect's holy daughter? Why would she appear here? Chapter 4012. The demon sect's saintess appeared in the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital. Once the news spread, the entire imperial capital was in an uproar. Whether it was ordinary martial artists or those powerful old antiques, they were all shocked. Ordinary martial artists naturally wanted to see the demon sect's saintess. However, those old antiques were shocked because of the person Mo Xian was following. There was already news that Mo Xian was following the legendary supreme martial immortal who could break the void with one punch. That was a supreme martial immortal who could break the void with one punch. Countless old antiques and big shots gathered in the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital to see the legendary supreme martial immortal. Boom! The next moment, a mountain-like black tiger appeared in the sky above the tea house. A powerful aura spread out, and all the martial artists were terrified to the extreme. Even their souls were trembling. That was just a shadow. The black tiger disappeared. and an old man as fierce as a tiger appeared in the sky. That's the black tiger old ancestor. When the old man appeared, the innate realm martial artists bowed their heads, the true realm martial artists lowered their heads, and even the sage realm big shots were shocked and fearful. At this time, all the martial artists in the tea house were lying on the ground, trembling. Only 3 people were walking down the stairs step by step. Interesting. At this time, another powerful figure appeared in the sky outside the tea house. He was dressed in green, and he looked like a god or an immortal. Chu Tianquang, one of the 12 Dao masters of the Nanling Dao sect, was here. That's the martial immortal? Someone said in shock. Powerful figures appeared in the vicinity, and a terrifying aura spread out. Even a Xiantian martial artist would have to bend over from the pressure. Ordinary martial artists were already on the verge of going insane. These were supreme existences that were rarely seen. Any one of them was a sect ancestor of a large sect or a patriarch of a large clan. Even if they were not sect ancestors or patriarchs, they were still big shots that could stand shoulder to shoulder with these existences. However, the 3 people in the tea house still acted as if nothing had happened. They walked down step by step. The entire tea house was filled with ordinary martial artists. Even on the street, countless martial artists were trembling. Whether it was the saints of the large sects or the sacred land's saintesses, they all lowered their proud heads at this time. As expected of a martial immortal, someone looked at the 3 people who were descending the stairs. The terrifying aura that was descending from the sky was enough to make the experts of the sage realm tremble. However, such a powerful aura couldn't affect those 3 people at all. Following the appearance of the important figures, the entire imperial capital quietened down. Be it martial artists or ordinary people, they were all trembling. At this time, Gu Fei and the others finally walked out of the pavilion. Mo Xian, and Mo Feng were stunned by this majestic scene. The streets were actually filled with people. Even the most ferocious beasts were completely silent. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the palace. The entire palace was shaking. Mo Xian, and Mo Feng raised their heads to look at those important figures in the sky. They felt like they were in a dream. This was simply too unreal. Irrelevant people get lost. Gu Fei said indifferently, not even looking at the big shots of the Taiyuan realm in the sky. When the big shots in the sky heard this, they were inexplicably shocked. You are the guy who broke the void. With one punch, a golden-armored deity walked out and looked coldly at Gu Fei on the street. This golden-armored deity emitted a dazzling golden light from head to toe like a golden sun. It was as though the void collapsed and shook the heaven and earth. My master is not someone you can imagine. If I tell you to get lost, just get lost. Mo Feng walked out and stared at the deity of the Jin clan in the sky. A small ant dares to be impudent in front of a giant dragon. You are courting death. The golden-armored deity waved his hand, and a golden light instantly turned into a golden spear that pierced towards Mo Feng. In an instant, it pierced towards Mo Feng. Humph! Gu Fei only snorted coldly. Then, the golden spear that pierced towards him shattered in the void. The golden deity was taken aback. Could this guy really be the legendary martial deity? Not only the golden deity, but the other great figures were also shocked. The methods Gu Fei had displayed were somewhat frightening. The expressions of some of the great figures were not very good. Royal Lord Eastern Wu did not appear. Let me see whether or not you are a real martial immortal or a swindler. The golden deity said indifferently, courting death. Gu Fei looked up at the golden deity in the sky. In the next moment, 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes, and a terrifying aura that was superior to the heavens suddenly spread out. What kind of eyes were they? The old monsters in the sky were all trembling. It was truly hard to describe what Gu Fei just looked at. Could this be an immortal, martial divine ability? Without any suspense, the golden deity roared furiously and was directly hit by the divine light that shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. Then he instantly exploded and turned into a cloud of golden blood mist. Killing a sect ancestor with a glance, the old monsters in the sky were all dumbfounded. With just a glance, the golden deity had died. Both his body and soul had been destroyed. How is this possible? The golden deity was an existence comparable to the sect ancestors of the great sects and the patriarchs of the great clans. Why aren't you getting lost? Demonic wind began to jump out and show off again. The group of old monsters was shocked and furious. At that moment, the immortal martial power in Gu Fei's eyes gradually faded, and his golden pupils gradually returned to their normal color. Gu Fei was really too domineering. Some of the patriarchs began to cower and immediately retreated, killing one of the most powerful existences in the Great Origin realm with a glance. Such a method directly shocked all the old monsters. At that moment, no one doubted Gu Fei anymore. If this was not a martial immortal, then what was? His eyes could kill people. He was exceptionally powerful. Greetings, Lord Martial Immortal. A supreme existence in the void directly kowtowed to Gu Fei. After one, a second, and a third followed. Before long, more than a dozen old-timers were prostrating in midair, bowing their heads to Gu Fei. However, half of the old monsters were still hesitating. They were used to being high and mighty. How could they be willing to bow to someone so suddenly? Where's the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord? Get out here. Demonic wind roared. Gu Fei did not speak. He stood with his hands behind his back. In the sky and on the ground, there were countless martial artists kneeling. Fellow Taoist, don't go too far. At that moment, an old voice came from the direction of the imperial palace. A terrifying dragon aura swept over, and everyone felt their bodies tremble as if a mountain was pressing down on them. In particular, the old monsters almost vomited blood. Immortal! Everyone was inexplicably shocked. There was actually an immortal in the Eastern Martial Imperial family. How was this possible? For countless years, martial immortals had been a legend in the Great Origin realm. Fellow Taoist, everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. How about we let bygones be bygones? A figure appeared in the sky above the imperial palace. The blurry figure exuded an incomparably powerful aura, as if it could even support heaven and earth. Just because you say it's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. Gu Fei looked at the figure and said indifferently, "Then what do you want?" The figure hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's very simple. Ask the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord to kneel and kowtow to apologize." Gu Fei said expressionlessly. What? After Gu Fei said such a sentence, countless martial artists in the Eastern Martial Imperial City fainted. Ask the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord to kneel and kowtow to apologize in front of everyone? This was even more unbearable than killing the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord. That's right. Ask the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord to kneel and kowtow to apologize in front of my master. Demonic Wind was incomparably arrogant and complacent. He had never been so proud before. So, what if it was the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord? He didn't even dare to fart. The figure in the sky above the imperial palace did not speak. The entire world fell silent. Amo-Sien really could not imagine that Gu Fei was actually so powerful that he could suppress an entire country by himself. At this moment, She also saw the 1,000 destruction demon master's figure appearing in the sky. He was the strongest existence in the demon sect, the demon among demons. Shinwu sect's supreme elder, Mo Linchen's figure also appeared in the sky. I don't have much patience, Gu Fei said indifferently. He did not mind killing his way into the imperial palace and plucking a small loach out. Rumble, at this moment, the heavy gate of the imperial palace slowly opened, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. When they saw this figure, everyone's eyeballs almost fell out. A person actually knelt out of the imperial palace. That person was surrounded by dragon energy, and there were huge dragons faintly appearing in the void around him. This person was actually the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord. No one expected that the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord would actually put down all his dignity and kneel out of the imperial palace. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He is indeed a formidable character of his generation. Someone exclaimed. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord knelt in front of Gu Fei and directly prostrated himself on the ground. Greetings, Master. No one expected that the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord would admit defeat. Gu Fei did not look at the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord and directly walked towards the Imperial Palace. Today, he was going to enter the Eastern Martial Imperial Palace and become the true ruler of this super empire. When Gu Fei walked into the Imperial Palace, those martial artists who were prostrating on the ground finally relaxed and dared to stand up. Too scary. The group of old antiques in the sky also had lingering fears. This was the power of an immortal martial artist. The immortal martial artist was like an insurmountable mountain in front of all the old ancestors. Countless old antiques wanted to break through, but they all ended in failure. No one could stop an immortal martial artist. In the entire Great Origin realm, Gu Fei was already considered an invincible existence. At this moment, a group of experts rushed towards the Imperial Palace and entered the main hall. They prostrated themselves before the throne, and on the throne sat Gu Fei. On both sides of Gu Fei were Mo Feng and Mo Xian. Chapter 4013. Gu Fei single-handedly suppressed the entire Dongwu dynasty, shocking the entire world. On this day, the clan masters and sect ancestors of countless large clans and sects in the Taiyuan realm could no longer sit still. They all came to the Eastern Martial Imperial City to pay their respects to Gu Fei. The martial immortal, Imperial Lord Dongwu, was extremely aggrieved. On this day, Gu Fei had stepped on his head and ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts in the Taiyuan realm. However, no one dared to laugh at the Eastern Wu Imperial Lord because he had no choice but to lower his head. If he did not lower his head, he would be a fool. He knew that he was no match for Chu Feng, so he could only lower his head and admit defeat. If you admit defeat, you'll live. If you don't, you'll die. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord was indeed an ambitious and ruthless person of his generation. Isn't that the divine martial sect leader, Shen Wushang? Even he came. Supreme God is nothing. Did you see that? That's the war ancestor of the Golden War race. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Golden Battle Race? It's one of the strongest races in the Taiyuan realm. The inheritance of the Golden Battle Clan was much longer than that of the Shinwu sect. The Golden Battle Clan was one of the most ancient clans in the Taiyuan realm, and the battle ancestor of the Battle Clan was definitely an antique among antiques. Supreme God was also a junior in front of the Golden War ancestors. The Golden War ancestor was definitely the existence closest to martial immortal in the Taiyuan realm. Even he came to visit Gu Fei, which shocked countless warriors. In the Dongwu dynasty's Great Hall, Gu Fei sat on the throne that originally belonged only to the Dongwu Imperial Lord. Normally, only the Eastern Wu Overlord was qualified to sit in this position. If anyone else dared to sit in this position, it would be considered treason, and the punishment would be the execution of their entire family. However, no one in the Dongwu dynasty dared to kill Gu Fei's entire clan. Gu Fei didn't have time to deal with the old geezers who came to pay him a visit. Instead, he met with the Golden War Ancestor, Supreme God, and the Thousand Destruction Devil Master. Although he had recovered some of his memories, he did not know how to return to the human realm, nor did he know how he came to the Tai Yuan realm. What kind of place is the human world? We've never heard of it. The Golden War Ancestor spoke. Although he had lived for countless years, he only knew of the Supreme Origin Realm. And above the Supreme Origin Realm was the Immortal Martial Realm. That's right. Even the oldest books in our sect don't have any records of this. God Supreme being continued, although the God Ancestor sect was not the oldest inheritance in the Taiyuan realm. It had been established for tens of thousands of years and knew many secrets of the world. Ascending to the Immortal Martial Realm, Gu Fei frowned. His cultivation was very unstable, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, but what didn't change was his martial body. It was a true, immortal martial body. In his eyes, the dozen or so most powerful existences in the Taiyuan realm in the main hall were like ants to him. I'm afraid you'll have to go to the upper realm to find your answer. Golden War Ancestor sighed. Ascending to the immortal world was a piece of cake for the person in front of them. But for them, they couldn't even take half a step. Why did they come to worship Gu Fei? It was all for the sake of taking that half step forward and seeking guidance from Gu Fei. No one in the hall knew about the existence of the human realm. Although they had already expected it, Gu Fei was still somewhat disappointed. Many thanks, fellow Taoists. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He only pointed out with his finger. After that, a ball of divine light appeared in the main hall. Within that ball of divine light, there seemed to be a heaven and earth evolving. The experts in the main hall stared at this ball of divine light in bewilderment. The thing you want is inside. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your luck. Gu Fei stood up as he spoke. With a wave of his sleeves, he directly turned and walked to the back of the main hall. The experts in the main hall couldn't help but exchange glances. At this moment, a silhouette flickered. The Golden War Ancestor actually directly rushed into the ball of divine light and disappeared in an instant. When everyone saw this, they immediately came to a realization. God Supreme Being, the Thousand Annihilation Devil Lord, and the rest also rushed into the ball of light. The main hall was empty. Who didn't want to become an immortal? Ascend, let's ascend then. At the back of the main hall, Gu Fei raised his head and stared at the sky with a calm expression. To Gu Fei, breaking through the void with his martial arts was as easy as flipping his palm. Master, are you going to leave the Supreme Origin Realm? Mo Feng, who had been following behind Gu Fei, nervously asked. I want to go to the Immortal Martial Realm to take a look. Gu Fei calmly replied. The Immortal Martial Realm was of a higher grade compared to the Grand Origin Realm. Cultivators from lower grade worlds could break through the void and ascend to a world a grade higher than the one they were in. Bring us along. Mo Xian excitedly exclaimed. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. Master, wherever you go, I will follow. Mo Feng spoke. Gu Fei didn't say anything, and at this moment, a blurry silhouette appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei furrowed his brows. The Eastern Martial Empire had existed for tens of thousands of years, standing tall in this world. This wasn't a coincidence. It was inevitable. A true dragon? Gu Fei calmly asked. Dragon Qi filled the entire area. In the royal capital, all the cultivators within a radius of 10 million miles sensed this supreme aura. In the Supreme Origin Realm, There was no existence of the ancestral dragon. True dragons were already one of the strongest existences in the supreme origin realm. Fellow Taoist, thank you for showing mercy. That blurry silhouette spoke. I've always been clear about gratitude and grudges. There's no need for you to thank me. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he calmly spoke. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly gushed over from the direction of the main hall. After that, a silhouette soared up into the skies. Today, I will step into the immortal realm. That person roared in rage. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire area frenziedly gathered towards him as pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the air. Someone finally took that step. Countless cultivators in the royal capital were all shocked to the extreme. One must know that immortals only existed in legends. But now, someone actually succeeded. However, very quickly, another towering aura soared up into the skies. The constellations trembled as though they would fall from the starry skies at any moment, Marshall breaking the void. It was a silhouette radiating golden light. As soon as this person appeared, it was as though another divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. The golden divine light illuminated the heavens and the earth. That's the Golden War ancestor and supreme god. Mo Feng exclaimed. If it weren't for Gu Fei protecting him, he would have been killed by the terrifying pressure descending from the sky. These guys, countless cultivators, raised their heads and looked up. Some cultivators even directly knelt on the ground. What was going on today? There were actually two people who had successfully taken that half step and achieved immortal martial fruits of the way. However, when the third ancient, immortal martial power appeared, countless cultivators in the eastern martial imperial city were dumbfounded. Three great figures loomed high in the sky. The might of the immortal path was mighty between heaven and earth. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire world seemed to be attracted and frantically gathered towards them. The third person was a black tiger. Its huge figure lay in the void and roared at the sky. The black tiger ancestor had broken through. What did you do? The voice of the true dragon resounded in Gu Fei's heart. Why don't you go in and see? Gu Fei said indifferently. The true dragon shadow did not say anything else and directly rushed into the hall behind Gu Fei. 3 immortals in one day. The whole world was shocked. The laws of heaven and earth in the entire great origin realm were almost shaken. At this time, countless clansmen of the Golden War clan were surprised and delighted. They never thought that their ancestor would suddenly break through to the immortal martial realm. Rumble, the sky above the imperial city changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. A terrifying aura of destruction descended from the depths of the sky. This is Gu Fei felt the aura of destruction and was slightly moved. Those were tribulation clouds. Soon, tribulation clouds gathered more and finally covered a radius of 1,000 miles. The whole world seemed to have suddenly turned into night. 3 experts going through the tribulation together. Everyone looked at the rolling tribulation clouds in the sky in horror. Rumble, a dazzling electric light, directly tore through the void and directly bombarded the Golden War ancestor. The immortal martial aura emitted from the body of the Golden War ancestor was much stronger than the immortal martial aura of Supreme God and the Black Tiger ancestor. This guy was directly targeted by the heavens' tribulation. The Golden War ancestor waved his right hand and directly dispersed the electric light. His expression was incomparably solemn. His entire body turned golden, as if he was cast from supreme immortal gold. The blood of the Golden War clan flowed in the body of the Golden War clan. His physique was incomparably strong and far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. The heavens tribulation was activated. The Golden War ancestor displayed his godly power and smashed the tribulation, lightning descending from the sky. Supreme God and Black Tiger ancestor were extremely relaxed. Soon, the Golden War ancestor directly restrained the aura on his body. Then, Supreme God and Black Tiger ancestor were unlucky. The tribulation lightning directly bombarded them, making them incomparably embarrassed. Boom! An electric light flashed, and the body of the Black Tiger ancestor was directly hit by the tribulation lightning. His hair stood up, and he was really burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. On the other hand, God Supreme was also in great danger. The three experts started to work together to resist the heavens tribulation. After all, the Golden War ancestor and the others lacked experience in undergoing tribulations. When the three of them underwent tribulations together, their heavenly tribulations overlapped and formed an extremely horrifying heavens tribulation. Its might was far stronger than the heavenly tribulations they underwent individually. Although Gu Fei knew this, he did not say anything to remind them. Whether these fellows succeeded or failed in their tribulations, it did not have much to do with him. If they survived, it would be their immortal fate. If they failed, it would be their misfortune. At this moment, layers of formation patterns appeared in the sky above the capital of the Dongwu dynasty. There were a total of 9 layers of formation patterns that enveloped the entire capital. The Dongwu dynasty's city-protecting formation operated at full power, protecting the entire imperial city. Even so, countless cultivators in the imperial city were still trembling under the heavens tribulation. Even their souls were trembling. Even innate realm, true realm, sage realm, and even divine mirror realm cultivators were terrified. Only Gu Fei remained calm and collected. Although the heavens tribulation was terrifying, he was like a spring breeze and did not care at all. Someone noticed Gu Fei and could not help but be shocked. This Gu Fei was indeed an immortal realm cultivator. He was not even afraid of the immortal martial heavenly tribulation. Chapter 40:14. The immortal martial heavenly tribulation was horrifying. Those who could successfully pass the tribulation were all extremely powerful, people with great perseverance and wisdom. Rumble, endless tribulation, lightning struck down. Under the bombardment of the endless tribulation lightning, a golden figure gradually dimmed. The Golden War ancestor, Shun Supreme, and the Black Tiger old ancestors' heavenly tribulations were launched at the same time. This was definitely not a simple addition. Lunar tribulation lightning, 5 elements divine lightning, pure yang tribulation lightning, and chaos tribulation lightning. Tribulation lightning descended from the sky one after another, each stronger than the previous. Too terrifying. All the warriors who saw this scene were inexplicably shocked. Any random tribulation lightning could blast any of the watching warriors into pieces. At this moment, the 5-colored tribulation lightning descended and filled every inch of the void. Within each lightning bolt, there were lightning-shaped Tao patterns faintly visible. This was the condensation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. A destructive aura spread out, and billions of creatures trembled. A ball of lightning landed on the golden figure. The figure paused for a moment, then fell from the sky like a meteorite, crashing into the mountain ridges outside the Dongwu dynasty's imperial city. In the next moment, a cloud of dust rose up from the mountain ridges, and a destructive power rippled out in all directions, directly turning the mountain ridges into dust. Then, the Shunwu sect leader, Shun Supreme, lasted 10 breaths longer than the Golden War ancestor before being blasted down from the sky by the tribulation lightning. The last was the Black Tiger old ancestor. This old ancestor was said to be a descendant of the supreme divine beast, the white tiger bloodline. This black tiger old ancestor was actually the strongest among the three. Roar. The three experts roared again and again, then rushed out in different directions. At this time, they had already realized the danger of passing the tribulation together and wanted to separate. At this time, in the Dongwu dynasty's imperial palace, a ball of divine light flickered continuously. A powerful aura spread out from this ball of divine light. Vaguely, one could see powerful figures faintly discernible within the divine light. This was a domain of the immortal Tao that Gu Fei had conjured with his immortal-grade power. It contained Gu Fei's comprehension of the immortal Tao, which was nothing to Gu Fei. However, for the natives of the Taiyuan realm, it was a great opportunity to touch the immortal realm. Such a fortuitous encounter was not something that just anyone could encounter. Moreover, the experts of these sects and clans in the Taiyuan realm were only one step away from attaining the supreme immortal path. Now, with the help of Gu Fei, these people could easily take that step. At this time, the tribulation cloud that enveloped the sky split apart, forming three balls of tribulation cloud. No matter where the Golden War ancestors and the others ran to, the tribulation cloud would still condense above their heads, and tribulation lightning would still descend on their bodies. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He left Mo Feng in the Dongwu Imperial Palace to control everything, then brought Mo Xian directly to the central region of the Taiyuan realm. When Gu Fei flipped through the ancient books of the Dongwu imperial family, he learned a secret. In the central region of the Taiyuan realm, there was a strange place called the Samsara Temple. There was a well in the Samsara Temple. According to legend, if one entered the well, one would know their past and present lives. Without hesitation, Gu Fei left the eastern region and headed to the central region. He brought Mo Xian, the demon clan's saintess, and directly flew hundreds of thousands of miles into the central region. Then, he flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before arriving in front of a towering mountain. To be precise, this was a divine mountain that pierced the sky. This was where the Samsara Temple was located. The Samsara Temple was located at the peak of this mountain. If one wanted to ascend the mountain, they would have to climb up step by step from the foot of the mountain until they kneeled before the Samsara Temple. Who are you? Just as Gu Fei and Mo Xian approached the divine mountain, a middle-aged man in black jumped out and stopped them. Get lost! Gu Fei could not be bothered to talk to this guy. He directly waved his sleeve, and the middle-aged man in black was directly swept away by a force. What? The black-robed, middle-aged man's shock was no small matter. He was a true realm cultivator, yet he was sent flying by a single wave of the sleeve of this person. Gu Fei did not care about this guy. He directly took Mo Xian into the sky and flew to the top of the Samsara Divine Mountain. When the middle-aged man in black saw this scene, he was shocked and angry. This was the Samsara Temple. Who dared to be so presumptuous? Even the sect ancestors of the major sects and the leaders of the major clans in the central region had to come here step by step. Since ancient times, not many people had dared to ignore the Samsara Temple's rules in the territory of the Samsara Temple. Boom! On the Samsara Divine Mountain, more than a dozen extremely powerful auras suddenly erupted. Each aura was extremely powerful, and there were even 2 auras of the divine state level. Who dares to behave atrociously in front of the Samsara Divine Mountain? An old voice came from the sky. The entire heaven and earth were roaring. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken and dispersed. This Mo Xian was indescribably shocked. The Samsara Temple really lived up to its name as one of the 10 strongest forces in the central region. There were actually so many experts that suddenly jumped out. Any one of these powerhouses could squash him like an ant. However, Gu Fei did not care about that person at all and continued to fly up. Everywhere he passed, the void trembled and a white trace of air explosion was left behind. The sound of the air breaking was earth-shattering. It was incomparably shocking. Damn it! The old voice sounded again. Then the spiritual chi in the entire sky began to surge violently. A huge hand the size of a mountain directly slammed down from the sky. Rumble! The entire void below the hand shook violently and countless black cracks appeared in the space, tearing the void with one strike. When Emotion saw this, she was quite shocked. This was the attack of an existence that was close to the martial immortal realm. This was definitely not an ordinary divine state cultivator. The cultivation of the person who attacked was definitely not lower than the Golden War Ancestor, Shun Supreme, and the others. However, before Emotion's terrified gaze, Gu Fei actually directly rushed through the cracked void, directly smashed through the huge hand that slammed down from the sky and soared into the sky. What countless cultivators on the Samsara Divine Peak saw this scene and were all dumbfounded. Who is this guy? He's actually so powerful that he could ignore the attack of the ancestor. Very quickly, Emotion saw a divine sun hanging high in the sky. Gu Fei had already brought her to the peak of the 100,000 zhang Samsara Divine Peak. At the peak of the mountain, there was an ancient palace. A white-robed old man was staring at Gu Fei and Emotion with a face full of shock. Fellow cultivator, you're very capable. The elder stared at Gu Fei, his eyes extremely sharp. You're the reincarnation ancestor? Gu Fei stood in the void and calmly looked down at the elder. You know it's me, yet you still dare to be so impudent. The reincarnation ancestor was extremely depressed. He originally wanted to go to the eastern region to watch the immortal martial tribulation, but just as he was about to leave, these two guys directly attacked him. Do you know who we are? Emotion said with a faint smile. Who are you? The reincarnation ancestor immediately calmed down. These two people didn't have any abilities. How would they dare to come here and cause trouble? My big brother just came from the eastern region. Emotion was still smiling. To be able to call a martial immortal brother was enough to make her incomparably proud. Eastern region? The reincarnation ancestor was even more astonished. At this moment, the eastern region had attracted the attention of all the ancient caves in the Tai Yuan realm. Many of them directly went to the eastern region. The reincarnation ancestor was also extremely tempted and wanted to go to the eastern region. But now, it seemed that he couldn't leave. I don't care where you're from. Since you dare to barge into my Samsara palace, you should be prepared to die. At this moment, a voice resounded from within the ancient palace. Then, 3 figures walked out from the ancient palace. They were 3 elders dressed in white. These are the 3 great elders of the Samsara palace. Emotion said to Gu Fei, who was beside her. She was the demon sex saintess, so she naturally knew about the super forces of the Tai Yuan realm. Other than the reincarnation ancestor, the Samsara palace had 3 great elders. These 3 great elders were all experts in the godly state, including the reincarnation ancestor. There were 4 godly state experts. With 4 godly state experts in the Samsara palace, it was no wonder that it was one of the 10 strongest forces in the central region. One should know that even the Eastern Wu dynasty didn't have 4 godly state experts. You want to kill me? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, So what? Do you think we can't kill you? A black-bearded elder sneered. Ha! Emotion laughed. Even the important figures of the Samsara palace were shaken by her laughter. What are you laughing at? The other elder glanced at Emotion indifferently. What am I laughing at? If you know who he is, you won't say such stupid words. Moreover, you really can't kill him. Emotion said, Who are you? The reincarnation ancestor stared at Gu Fei with a serious expression. He directly ignored Emotion. A puny Khanate martial artist was no different from an ant in their eyes. Gu Fei said indifferently. Gu Fei? Who is Gu Fei? I've never heard of him. The elders in front of the Samsara Palace said blankly, Gu Fei? Could it be that Gu Fei, who single-handedly defeated the Eastern Wu dynasty? At this moment, an exclamation came from the foot of the mountain. Then, a figure rushed up from the foot of the mountain. Zhao Qingyang, why are you here? The reincarnation ancestor looked at the person and was a little surprised. Zhao Qingyang was the most outstanding descendant of the Samsara Palace. At the age of 30, he was already at the peak of the true state and was half a step into the saint state. Greetings, Grandmaster. Zhao Qingyang hurriedly bowed to the reincarnation ancestor and then to the three elders. Qingyang, is what you said true? This Taoist actually defeated the Eastern Wu dynasty? The reincarnation ancestor said in shock. Yes, old ancestor. I just got the news, Zhao Qingyang hurriedly said. Single-handedly defeated an entire dynasty. Not only the three elders of the Samsara Palace were dumbfounded, even the reincarnation ancestor was shocked. The Eastern Wu dynasty and the Zhou clan were a great clan in the eastern region that had existed for countless years. Chapter 40:15. The Dongwu dynasty was definitely not weaker than any sect in the central region. How could this person defeat the entire Dongwu dynasty? Was that even possible? A single person suppressing an entire dynasty? Are you kidding me? That's right. Qingyang, did you exaggerate the news? Is this guy a martial immortal? The three elders couldn't believe it. One must know that this was too inconceivable. Ancestors, he really seems to be a martial immortal, Zhao Qingyang said hesitantly. What? Zhao Qingyang's words shocked not only the three elders, but also ancestor reincarnation. A martial immortal? This was even more shocking than hearing that Gu Fei single-handedly suppressed the Dongwu dynasty into submission. A martial immortal was a legend in the Taiyuan realm. Ancestor reincarnation had sensed the commotion in the eastern region and wanted to check it out. The commotion caused by the heavenly tribulation was too powerful. The big shots of the Taiyuan realm could sense it. He's a martial immortal. The black-bearded elder of the three elders had a look of disbelief on his face. Fellow cultivator, what do you want? Ancestor reincarnation stared at Gu Fei with a serious expression. It did not matter if Gu Fei was a martial immortal or not. Since he dared to come here, it meant that he was not afraid of the Samsara temple at all. Let's enter the Samsara temple and have a look. Gu Fei said indifferently, Enter the Samsara temple. Ancestor reincarnation was stunned. The Samsara temple is an important place of our sect. You can't enter just because you want to, the black-bearded elder said coldly. You talk too much. Gu Fei slapped the black-bearded elder with his palm. How dare you? Ancestor reincarnation said angrily. He made a circle with his hands, and a powerful wave of energy spread out to block the attack. However, Gu Fei's palm power penetrated Ancestor reincarnation's power and smashed the black-bearded elder into meat paste. Everyone was stunned. That was a divine state elder of the Samsara temple. How could he be smashed into meat paste by Gu Fei? This scene was simply too surreal. Sir, you seem to be going a little overboard. Reincarnation ancestor was furious, but he didn't dare to make a move. Gu Fei's strength was too strong. The remaining two Samsara temple elders were livid and did not dare to speak again. Zhao Qingyang's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He was completely stunned. What, you still want to stop me? Gu Fei was a little impatient. If these guys continued to squabble, he wouldn't mind making a move. Ancestor Reincarnation's expression changed several times before he slowly retreated. Ha! At least you're tactful. Mo Xian looked at the Reincarnation ancestor mockingly, then looked at the two elders of the Reincarnation Hall in disdain. These fellows simply won't shed a tear until they see their coffins. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Samsara Hall with Mo Xian. Then he walked in. The two elders were shocked and angry, but there was nothing they could do. This guy was a ruthless person who could kill immortal realm experts with a wave of his hand. The Samsara Hall looked mysterious from the outside. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary hall. However, the moment Gu Fei walked into this ancient hall, he felt as if he had entered another world. Spatial instrument. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This kind of opening of space was like splitting open the sky and earth. This was not something that people below the immortal realm could do. It seemed that there were immortals in the Taiyuan realm, but the immortals seemed to have disappeared. It seemed that there was a big secret in the Taiyuan realm. But what did this have to do with him? Gu Fei went to the Reincarnation Peak to find his memories. That is, in the middle of the hall, there was an ancient well that was swallowing yin and yang qi. There was a vague power of reincarnation flowing in the well. That is the mysterious reincarnation, ancient well. Mo Xian's eyes lit up when she saw the ancient well. The reincarnation ancient well of the Samsara Hall was one of the most mysterious things in the Taiyuan realm. No one knew where this ancient well led to. Maybe it led to another world, or maybe it led to the next life. Who knew? You really want to go in? Mo Xian looked at Gu Fei in shock. You guard here. Kill whoever dares to step into the hall. Gu Fei said as he waved his right hand. A divine sword flew out from his hand and stabbed into the ground. A deep cold sword qi immediately spread from this divine sword. Mo Xian was shocked. I found this sword in the Dongwu dynasty's storehouse. It is an immortal sword. I refined it again, and its power is stronger than before. With this sword, you can kill any martial artist below the immortal realm. Gu Fei said calmly, kill all martial artists below the immortal realm? Mo Xian was surprised and happy. Didn't this mean that with this sword, she was invincible below the immortal realm? But what if the supreme existence of the immortal realm came personally? Although Mo Xian was happy, she didn't lose her rationality. There were many people in the eastern region who were undergoing the martial, immortal, heavenly tribulation. Who could guarantee that among those people there wouldn't be anyone who successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a martial immortal? If a martial immortal came, wouldn't she be dead? It's okay. I will lend you the power of your immortal spirit. You can use the power of your immortal spirit 3 times. Gu Fei said as he pointed a finger at Mo Xian. Mo Xian's body trembled. She felt a wave of heat enter her body and disappear. That's more like it, Mo Xian said as she sat down in front of the divine sword. Gu Fei looked outside the hall and jumped into the ancient well. Ha! At this moment, a loud laugh came from outside the hall. Then a figure walked in. This person was one of the 3 great elders of the Samsara temple, Elder Luan Yu. Elder Luan Yu walked in step by step. With every step he took, the crescent moon-shaped seal between his eyebrows became brighter. It was as if it was going to rush out from between his eyebrows. What do you want? Mo Xian looked at Elder Luan Yu and said coldly, "Humph, no one has ever come out after entering the Samsara ancient. Well, not even a martial immortal." Elder Luan Yu's expression turned cold as he stared at Mo Xian. Is that so?" Mo Xian smiled and didn't say anything. "Gu Fei is dead. I will send you on your way now." Elder Luan Yu walked towards Mo Xian. "You are the one who is dead." Mo Xian said indifferently, "Ha, a mere inborn dares to be presumptuous in front of me. Ridiculous." Elder Luan Yu couldn't help but laugh. "I am lucky. Gu Fei is dead, and I can get a celestial artifact." Elder Luan Yu looked greedily at the divine sword that was stuck in the ground. "Humph." Mo Xian suddenly smiled and waved her right hand. Clang! The divine sword that was stuck in the ground immediately turned into a sword light and slashed through Elder Luan Yu's body. Then it flew back and stuck in the ground again. This Elder Luan Yu's eyes were filled with incomparable horror. Then a line of blood appeared on his forehead, and he fell straight down. Chapter 40:16. Inside the Samsara Palace, Gu Fei entered the reincarnation ancient well and left Mo Xian an immortal sword and immortal spirit power that could be used 3 times. However, just as Gu Fei left, Elder Luan Yu of the Samsara Palace walked in from outside, wanting to kill Mo Xian and take the immortal sword. Mo Xian didn't even use her immortal spirit power, just a normal sword controlling technique. Yet she killed Elder Luan Yu, killing a god realm expert with 1 sword. This shocked the 2 elders and ancestor reincarnation. "Kill whoever dares to come in." Mo Xian's cold voice reached the ears of the people outside. Ancestor reincarnation and the others heard this, and their faces turned ugly. At this time, Gu Fei fell into the reincarnation ancient well. This ancient well was very strange. It was pitch black all around, and Gu Fei felt that he was falling. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Then the laws of heaven and earth turned into divine chains that entangled him. Divine chains formed from the laws of the devil Tao rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The 2 forces entangled together. Devil! Gu Fei was shocked. It was actually a devil that did something to his body. The power of the reincarnation ancient stimulated the power of the seal on Gu Fei's body. It was the purest power of the devil Tao. Every chain formed from the power of the devil Tao firmly bound him. Not only did the demonic chains seal Gu Fei's power, but they also sealed his memories. "Damn, who is it?" Gu Fei was shocked and angry. The chains formed from the laws of the devil Tao on his body were densely packed. He didn't know how many layers there were. The power of the devil Tao kept colliding with the reincarnation power of the reincarnation ancient well. Inside Gu Fei's body, there seemed to be a force that wanted to break out of the cocoon. This reincarnation ancient well seemed to be a world that was refined into a special existence. It contained the power of reincarnation. It could make people fall into the cycle of reincarnation. However, the reincarnation power of the ancient well had no effect on him. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei felt the surrounding space suddenly tremble violently. Then he discovered that he was actually in a ball of divine light that was like a ripple of water. The laws of heaven and earth, which blotted out the sky and covered the earth, were obliterated from all directions. This was the purest power of heaven and earth. And Gu Fei discovered that he was actually inside the divine pearl of heaven and earth. Gu Fei had never imagined that there would be a divine pearl of heaven and earth in the reincarnation ancient well. Without any hesitation, he activated the boundless power of the laws of heaven and earth to erase the layers of seals on his body. Just as Gu Fei was activating the origin energy of heaven and earth to erase the seal on his body, a dozen Samsara temple experts stood in front of the Samsara temple. "Ancestor, This Gu Fei is simply too much. To think that he would dare to take over our sacred palace. Someone said indignantly, "That's right. So what if he is a martial immortal? He cannot be this rude and unreasonable." Someone said, at that moment, ancestor reincarnation passed through the entrance of the Samsara temple and looked at Mo Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the ancient well. His expression was extremely ugly. Ancestor reincarnation already knew where Gu Fei came from. This guy had suppressed the entire Eastern Wu royal family with his own power. He was the first martial immortal to appear in the Taiyuan realm in countless years. There was no doubt that Gu Fei was powerful. Even the servant girl beside him could kill a divine realm expert with a single sword strike. Now, there were only 2 ancestor-level existences left in the Samsara temple. One was ancestor reincarnation, and the other was one of the 3 great elders, Elder Mo Tian. As for the others, they were the disciples of the 2 ancestor-level existences. "All of you, shut up," Elder Mo Tian said in a deep voice. The group of people did not dare to speak at once. At that moment, the ripples from the eastern region became even more intense. The martial immortals' heavenly tribulation was earth-shattering and affected the entire world. The more powerful the existence, the more intense the ripples they felt. "All of you, guard here. If the people inside come out, let them go." After saying that, ancestor reincarnation soared into the sky. He turned into a peerless divine light and flew towards the eastern region. In an instant, he disappeared into the horizon. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, everyone's gaze fell on Elder Mo Tian. "Why are you all looking at me? Whatever senior brother reincarnation says, we'll do it," Elder Mo Tian said impatiently. He also wanted to go to the eastern region, but he was worried about these guys. If these guys angered Gu Fei, the consequences would be unpredictable. "Yes, ancestor," the group of experts of the Samsara temple quickly said. At that moment, in the eastern region, people were constantly undergoing heavenly tribulations, and people were also constantly dying. Failing the heavenly tribulations would result in the destruction of both body and soul. No one could survive after failing the heavenly tribulations. Gu Fei only gave the experts of the eastern region a chance to become immortals. However, no one knew whether they could become immortals or not. The Golden War ancestor failed. His golden blood dyed the heavens and earth red. Shin Supreme failed. His body and soul were destroyed by the tribulation lightning. As for the Black Tiger, it was also torn to pieces by the lightning formed by the tribulation lightning. However, even so, there were still people who incited the heavenly tribulations. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire eastern region became chaotic. At that moment, in the Eastern Wu Imperial Palace, Gu Fei's divine light began to dissipate. In the end, it became invisible and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? The experts who had just arrived were dumbfounded. At that moment, a group of people also appeared in the palace. The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord was among them. With his cultivation, he was indeed qualified to comprehend the great Tao of martial immortal. Sigh. The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord sighed. The great Tao of martial immortal was too difficult and profound. No one could easily become a martial immortal. It was the same for others. How much one could comprehend depended on oneself. Rumble after a thunderous rumble, the entire world became silent. Today, I will enter the immortal realm. A furious roar spread throughout the entire eastern region. Millions of living beings were terrified. Even the immortal realm peerless experts couldn't help but change their expressions. There's actually someone who succeeded. All the immortal realm experts felt as though a gigantic mountain suddenly pressed down on their bodies. Although Gu Fei was also a martial immortal, he could retract and release his aura freely. He wasn't like this newly ascended martial immortal. The might of a martial immortal could shake the heavens and earth, as though it could crush the entire world. Who is it who became a martial immortal? The Eastern Wu imperial lord directly rushed out. Everyone could no longer sit still and rushed out as well. A black-haired young man stood in the air. Boundless, immortal Tao divine, light gushed out from him, illuminating the entire heavens and earth. This person was like an unsheathed heavenly sword. It was as though he could break through the heavens and earth at any moment, directly entering the immortal martial realm. It's him. Chapter 4017. In the extreme origin realm, cultivators who passed the heavenly tribulation would directly become a martial immortal. With a wave of their hand, they could shatter the heavens and earth and ascend to the immortal martial realm. Rumble. In the depths of the eastern region, a thunderous sound rang out. The Lingnan sword lord stretched out his right hand, and an immortal sword appeared in his hand. After that, he directly slashed down towards the heavens. Swish! The resplendent sword light directly soared up into the sky, directly into the starry sky. Everywhere it passed, the stars were directly split apart. This sword seemed to have split the heavens and earth into two. No one could describe the might of this sword. At the same time the Lingnan sword lord slashed out this sword, the entire eastern region, and even the entire extreme origin realm, all the swords and weapons were trembling. After that, the supreme experts in the eastern region all felt a majestic aura descending from the depths of the heavens. All the experts were indescribably shocked. The Lingnan sword lord has entered the legendary immortal martial realm, some half-step martial immortals exclaimed in shock. A single sword slashing out a path to ascension, countless people exclaimed. However, the Lingnan sword lord didn't step onto the heavenly path. Instead, he directly turned and instantly vanished into the void, directly tearing apart the void. The Lingnan sword lord was one of the 12 Tao lords of the Lingnan Mountains. In the cultivation world of the southern region, the 12 Tao lords of the Lingnan Mountains were the supreme ones. However, other than the 12 Tao lords, there was also the Devil Refinement sect and the Primordial Demon sect. The 12 Tao lords didn't dominate the southern region. The Devil Refinement sect and the Primordial Demon sect are going to be unlucky. Someone said the Lingnan sword lord became an immortal and didn't immediately step onto the heavenly path. This meant that he must have returned to the southern region. Maybe he wanted to establish a foundation for the Lingnan Tao lord. At this moment, as the Lingnan sword lord became an immortal, the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation began to dissipate. No one dared to try again, because too many people died, and they were all hegemons of the extreme origin realm. Some of them were even more powerful and terrifying than the Eastern Martial Royal Lord. For example, the Golden Battle Ancestor and Shun Wushang of the Shunwu sect were both supreme geniuses. They were all half-step into the immortal martial realm. Almost all of the big shots who had spoken to Gu Fei in the hall had failed their tribulations. Only the South Ridge Swordmaster had succeeded. The death of more than a dozen big shots was definitely enough to shock the world. The Taiyuan realm was about to be in chaos. This was foreseeable. The fall of more than 10 giants would inevitably result in a power vacuum. Countless people would want to take over, and all kinds of struggles would be unavoidable. However, this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. Even in the East region, when the news of Shen Supreme's death spread, the entire Shunwu sect was in an uproar. 3 grand elders stood out and wanted to push their own people to the position of sect master. The disciples of Supreme God were naturally unwilling to be trampled on by the 3 great elders. Right now, the Demon Heaven sect was not in a state of chaos. Since the Thousand Annihilation Demon Master had failed his tribulation, the people in the Demon Heaven sect were not going to sit still. It should be known that the Master of the Demon sect was an existence that stood above tens of thousands of people and could dictate the life and death of everyone in the demon sect. However, it was very abnormal. The Demon Heaven sect, which should have descended into chaos, was actually very quiet. No one stood out, and no one said that they would fight for the position of sect master. The abnormality of the demon sect attracted the attention of the major forces in the East region. However, someone quickly understood. In the demon sect weren't the Saintess and the Devil's Son qualified to fight for the position of sect master. There were more than 2 Devil's Sons and Saintess in the demon sect. The demon sect had 3 Devil's Sons and 2 Saintesses. These people were all qualified to fight for the position of sect master. However, the Devil's Sons and Saintesses of the demon sect did not stand out. They were all watching. Even the elders of the demon sect were very calm. Emotion was also the demon sect's Saintess. Moreover, when Gu Fei attacked the East Martial Imperial City and forced the East Martial Imperial Lord to lower his head, she followed beside Gu Fei. Gu Fei was the #1 martial immortal in the Tai Yuan realm. With his support, wouldn't it be easy for Emotion to become the demon sect master? The current atmosphere in the demon sect was very strange. Whoever dared to stand out would be courting death. As for the demon sect that Emotion belonged to, it was crowded these days. Everyone wanted to know when she would return. Some forces even went up to her to propose marriage. However, they were all turned down by Emotion's grandfather. Any organization or genius was useless before a martial immortal. A peak organization like the Demon Heaven sect could be destroyed by a single wave of a martial immortal's hand. All the organizations had come for Gu Fei, who stood behind Emotion. If they could gain the support of a martial immortal, they would immediately become the most powerful organization in the Tai Yuan realm. The old relics were extremely clever. How could they not know what the Mo family was planning? At a time like this, even the abandoned disciple of the Inmun demon sect, Mo Feng, was very popular in the eastern region. The sect master of the Inmun demon sect even personally went to the imperial capital to invite Mo Feng back. However, Mo Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the Dark Moon demon sect's sect master. Although the sect master of the Inmun demon sect had been rebuffed, he did not even dare to say anything. He left the imperial capital with the people of the Inmun demon sect gloomily. The senior uncle of the demonic wind sect was filled with regret. If he hadn't fallen out with Gu Fei, the Inua demon sect would have replaced the demon sky sect and become the #1 power in the demon sect. However, it was all too late now. Although Mo Feng was a member of the demonic sects, there were still many organizations that extended an olive branch to him. There were also large clans that expressed their love for him. However, Mo Feng did not waver. He only guarded the foundation for Gu Fei obediently. He did not dare to relax at all. However, with his cultivation, he gradually lost control of the people below him. After all, there were many people with higher cultivation than him in the imperial capital of the Dongwu Empire. Any random prince or princess was an innate cultivator. It was even more so for the Dongwu imperial lord. If it were not for the fact that everyone feared Gu Fei, who stood behind Mo Feng would have died countless times already. Time passed. Gu Fei and Emotion seemed to have disappeared. Half a month had passed, yet they still had not returned. Many people became rather restless. When Gu Fei and Emotion did not appear for 3 months, people in the imperial capital began to clamor for Mo Feng to leave. bastard kill. Mo Feng was furious. He directly sent out the Dongwu guards to capture all the people who spread the rumors and execute them. For a moment, heads rolled in the imperial capital. Blood dyed the streets in front of the palace red. Whoever dares to speak nonsense will be killed without mercy. Mo Feng was decisive. For a moment, all the people who wanted to cause trouble in the imperial capital shut up. Even the important figures frowned. They did not expect Mo Feng to be so murderous. Unknowingly, Gu Fei and Mo Xian had disappeared for half a year. During that time, the eastern region was in turmoil. The Shunwu sect was in chaos. The various elders fought. The extremely powerful sect actually split into two sections. As a result, only 2 of the 3 supreme organizations in the eastern region remained. The Dongwu Empire was still powerful. It ruled over billions of territories. The position of the Demon Heaven sect master was still vacant. However, different voices had already appeared in the sect. However, no one dared to offend the Mo family. This was because the Mo family had released a shocking piece of news. Mo Xian's soul lamp was getting brighter and brighter. The brighter the soul lamp was, the stronger Mo Xian's soul was. At this time, the news of Gu Fei suppressing the entire empire finally reached the divine martial country and the Wu village. Medicine Master Wu and Wu Ji were dumbfounded. They never expected Gu Fei to be so powerful that he could fight against an empire alone. That was an empire that ruled over endless territories and had 100,000 innate soldiers. The power of an empire was not something a small vassal state like the divine martial country could compare to, especially the second granduncle of the Wu village. He sighed all day long. He regretted that he missed the chance for the Wu clan to rise. It seemed like the Wu clan could only hole up in these 10 li and 8 villages. At this time, at the top of the reincarnation peak in the central region, a black-clothed woman sat on the ground in the Samsara hall. A divine sword was stabbed in front of her. Beside the black-clothed woman was an ancient well that was spitting out chaotic essence. This black-clothed woman was Mo Xian. The Samsara hall was indeed a sacred place for cultivation. Mo Xian had not been idle in the past 6 months. She had been cultivating, and her cultivation had gradually increased. Mo Xian's cultivation had reached the peak of the innate realm. Her cultivation could break through to the true realm at any time and become a true realm martial artist. The true martial realm was 1 level higher than the innate realm. Some people were stuck at the innate realm for 500 years and couldn't break through until their lifespans were exhausted. However, there were some heaven-defying people who could break through the innate realm at a young age and become a true realm martial artist. Mo Xian was undoubtedly one of these rare martial arts geniuses. She was not even 20 years old and was much younger than the 3 devil sons and the other saintess of the demon clan. However, her martial arts talent was truly shocking. Mo Xian knew that if her cultivation really broke through to the true realm, she would be the youngest true realm martial artist in the history of the demon clan. Her future would be limitless, especially when she was following Gu Fei, a martial immortal. To be able to become a martial immortal's disciple was definitely something that countless martial artists would be extremely jealous of. At this moment, outside the Samsara Ancient Hall, Ancestor Reincarnation, and another elder set up a tent and guarded the outside of the Samsara Ancient Hall. The important figures of the Samsara Hall had also come. On the reincarnation peak, in front of the Samsara Ancient Hall, there were more than 10 incomparably powerful martial artists gathered. The Samsara Hall had completely sealed the news of Gu Fei and Mo Xian are challenging the reincarnation peak. No one in the outside world knew that Gu Fei and Emosien were in the Samsara Hall. It was definitely an extremely embarrassing thing for someone to kill their way in and rob the sacred hall. Boom! At that moment, the Samsara ancient well, which had been silent for half a year, suddenly shook. The entire Samsara temple shook along with it. Ancient runes appeared on the surface of the Samsara temple. What happened? In front of the Samsara ancient hall, ancestor reincarnation, and the others were inexplicably shocked. Chapter 40:18. Rumble in the Samsara ancient palace. The Samsara ancient well was shaking. Waves of chaotic energy rushed out of the well, causing the entire Samsara ancient palace to shake. Soon, even the entire reincarnation peak was shaking. How is this possible? Everyone on the reincarnation peak was dumbfounded. The well in the Samsara ancient palace had never acted so strangely before. Could it be that Gu Fei was still alive? No one knew the details of the Samsara ancient, well better than the reincarnation patriarch. Many of the patriarchs of the Samsara temple had entered the Samsara ancient well before. The patriarchs of the Samsara temple had never been able to return. There was once a half-step immortal martial patriarch of the Samsara temple who had jumped into the Samsara ancient well. Then, there was no then. That patriarch never came out. He's coming out. Emosien stared at the Samsara ancient well in shock. At this time, a ball of divine light flashed continuously at the bottom of the Samsara ancient well. 9 dragon-like chaotic energy rushed out of the divine light. The chaotic energy rushed into the chaotic void and frantically devoured the chaotic energy in the chaotic void. In the middle of that ball of divine light, a blurry figure was sitting cross-legged. That person was Gu Fei. He was drawing upon the endless chaotic energy in the chaotic void. Roar! A ferocious demonic shadow appeared on his body and roared. Powerful demonic power burst out from the demonic shadow. Good. Even if I have to give up my cultivation, I will destroy you. Gu Fei roared, and his body shook. In the next moment, countless star-like divine light surged out of his body. This was the result of his 6 months of hard work. Every ball of divine light was like a treasure of power. In the next moment, the entire divine light source exploded. The 9 dragon-like chaotic energy also exploded. The entire chaotic void was annihilated. This power was too strong. The demonic shadow that emerged from Gu Fei's body also roared. Demonic chains appeared on his body and shattered in the chaotic void. As one of the demonic chains shattered, the balls of divine light on Gu Fei's body also disappeared. That was Gu Fei's power being obliterated. As the demonic chains continued to break, Gu Fei's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The power in his body grew weaker and weaker. At the same time, the demonic power in his body disappeared. The demonic shadow on Gu Fei's body was also doing its best to circulate the power of the demonic path. Roar! Gu Fei fiercely roared towards the sky. The last dozens of demonic chains on his body shattered at the same time. His body continued to crack open with wounds so deep that his bones could be seen. His entire martial body looked like it was about to collapse. His hair was disheveled and blood-stained. After breaking dozens of demonic chains in a single breath, Gu Fei almost died. At this time, he was extremely weak, and his cultivation was almost obliterated by the power of the demonic path. Roar! On Gu Fei's body, a demonic shadow unwillingly dissipated in the void, completely vanishing into thin air. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the reincarnation ancient well, as if it would shatter at any time. Outside the reincarnation ancient well, everyone who saw this through the gate was stunned. especially patriarch reincarnation. That was the reincarnation ancient, well, that had existed for countless years. How could it crack? The origin of the world was originally all-encompassing and could evolve everything in the world. The power of reincarnation was also one of the origin of the world. However, at this time, as the origin divine pearl of the world shattered, all the power returned to chaos. A trace of the power of reincarnation within the reincarnation ancient, well, also dissipated. Return to my true self. Return to me. At the bottom of the reincarnation ancient well, Gu Fei roared towards the sky. The next moment, countless sealed memories surged into his mind. He remembered everything. The first demon of the primogenitor. How ruthless! Gu Fei clenched his fists. This guy actually used his life as the price to force me into reincarnation and seal my cultivation and all my memories. It was too ruthless. If I hadn't broken the first seal, recovered some of my cultivation and memories, and obtained the origin divine pearl of the world, wouldn't I really have fallen into reincarnation forever? The origin divine pearl of the world was extremely rare. It was a supreme treasure that could nurture a part of the world. Even an extreme Tao Supreme would be envious of it. However, now, this supreme treasure was used by Gu Fei to destroy the seal that the first demon of the primogenitor had placed on him. Gu Fei had not only sacrificed a supreme treasure, but also his own cultivation. Even his eternal level supreme martial body was crippled. He had lost his eternal divinity and directly fell to the immortal divine martial body. To Gu Fei, his cultivation could be said to have been destroyed. At this moment, he suddenly felt his chest heat up. Traces of warmth slowly spread from his sternum to the rest of his body. Unexpectedly, his injuries were gradually healing. Gu Fei was shocked and hurriedly looked inside. The next moment, under the perception of his divine will, he seemed to see a mass of divine light that was tens of thousands of times more dazzling than the divine sun. An extremely weak trace of eternal divinity was contained in his sternum. Heaven never bars one's way. The first demon of the primogenitor, you have wasted your life. Gu Fei laughed heartily. He was still alive, but the first demon of the primogenitor had been destroyed in body and soul. The first demon of the eternal realm was a supreme demon, and he had risked his life to kill a supreme demon. Most importantly, there was still a trace of eternal divinity left in his body. With this as a guide, he could cultivate the eternal martial body and return to the peak. This bone body has eternal divinity. Let's call it the eternal real bone, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He still had the cultivation of the immortal realm left, but it should be enough in the great origin realm. The great origin realm should be a low-level world, where immortals were already the most powerful existences. The heaven and earth laws of the low-level world could not support the cultivation of experts above the immortal realm, and the cultivation of creatures in the low-level world could not break through to the realm above the immortal realm. Gu Fei directly opened his inner world and walked inside. Just after he left, the surrounding primal chaos chi immediately surged and drowned the place where he had just been. This primal chaos chi was extraordinary, and existences at the immortal realm could not withstand it at all. A wisp of primal chaos chi could crush the void. After hiding in his inner world, Gu Fei directly went to the immortal transformation pool. He wanted to restore his immortal martial body and improve his cultivation before returning to the great origin realm. After all, there were still some things he had to deal with there. Master, as Gu Fei walked, the members of the Meng clan all retreated to the side and bowed respectfully to him. The Meng clan thrived in Gu Fei's inner world. Over the years, the population of the Meng clan had grown to tens of thousands of people. because the heaven and earth spirit chi was abundant here. Every member of the Meng clan was suitable for cultivation. Some members of the Meng clan were even born with innate Tao or divine bodies. When they cultivated, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort and much faster than other members of the Meng clan. Knowing that Gu Fei had returned, the old clan leader of the Meng clan quickly came to greet him. Without Gu Fei, there would be no Meng clan today. Gu Fei was the benefactor of the Meng clan, and even the old clan leader had to kneel to greet Gu Fei. "Master, you haven't been back for a long time. Should we inform Mistress?" the old clan leader asked as he stood by the side. At this time, Gu Fei directly plucked the immortal peach fruit beside the immortal transformation lake and ate it. The mistress that the old clan leader mentioned was naturally Yin. Thinking about it, ever since he brought little Ling Xian back, he hadn't returned. Little Ling Xian had already grown up. Thinking of little Ling Xian, Gu Fei couldn't help but think of his daughter, Gu Ling. Ever since his daughter stepped on the ancient road of the human race, he hadn't seen her again. He didn't know how much his daughter had grown. Gu Fei wasn't worried about Gu Ling. After all, he had handed the golden divine truncheon to Gu Ling. That was an emperor-level divine weapon. With the golden divine truncheon in hand, unless a supreme being made a move, who could be Ling Er's match? Moreover, the human world was different from the ancestral realm. The human world had the power of heavenly punishment, which could suppress all supreme beings. No supreme being would dare to challenge the power of heavenly punishment. Don't alarm her. Gu Fei didn't want Yen to see him in a sorry state. "Yes, master." The old clan leader nodded. "All of you can leave." Gu Fei said, "Yes." The old clan leader hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei and left. After eating the peach in his hand, Gu Fei directly jumped into the immortal transformation pool. The moment he entered the pool, he only felt incomparably comfortable. He felt like he was walking on air. Strands of extremely pure, immortal Tao essence drilled into Gu Fei's body through his pores. The wounds on his body quickly disappeared. Not even a scar was left behind. His flesh, tendons, and bones became even more powerful. Gu Fei only felt his chest heating up as the immortal Tao essence frantically gathered towards his eternal true bone. His entire breastbone was sparkling and translucent like a supreme divine jade. He soaked in the immortal transformation pool for an entire day before coming ashore. The immortal Tao essence in the immortal transformation pool actually didn't have much of an effect on him. Gu Fei's cultivation didn't increase, but his martial physique became even stronger. The strongest martial physique, the strongest power. Even in the immortal god realm, Gu Fei was confident that he could use his powerful martial physique to challenge immortal kings, let alone immortal gods. "It's time to leave." Gu Fei changed into a clean set of clothes and left the immortal transformation lake. He tore open the void and walked out. Even though he was mentally prepared, his martial physique was still almost torn apart by the primal chaos chi. Cracks appeared on his body and blood seeped out. He soared into the sky towards the exit. Coming down was easy, but going up was hard. Gu Fei didn't know how long he flew. Just as he was about to give up, a bright spot suddenly appeared in the sky. The tremors are gone. At this moment, within the Samsara Hall, Mo Xian stared at the Samsara ancient well in shock. This ancient well was almost ruined, and it was covered in cracks. It no longer breathed in and out the primal chaos chi. It was just like an ordinary well. The Samsara ancient well is actually ruined. Patriarch Samsara's heart was dripping blood in front of the Samsara Hall. Boom! At this moment, there was a huge explosion, and the entire ancient well suddenly exploded. What? Chapter 4019. The reincarnation ancient well had exploded. The higher-ups of the Samsara temple, who had guarded the well for countless years, were dumbfounded. Even the most powerful divine weapon in the Taiyuan realm could not leave a mark on it when it was wielded by the most powerful person. But now it was broken. How is this possible? Patriarch Reincarnation was dumbfounded. The destruction of the reincarnation ancient well was equivalent to destroying the foundation of the Samsara temple. It was precisely because of the reincarnation ancient well that the Samsara temple had been able to survive for so many generations. Every generation had a supreme existence that could suppress a domain. Now that the foundation had been destroyed, it would be impossible for the Samsara temple to maintain its current status. In the central region of the Taiyuan realm, there were many experts, countless sects, and numerous powerful clans. This was the most prosperous region of the Taiyuan realm. The cultivation world of the central region was much stronger than the cultivation world of the other four regions combined. The Samsara temple was one of the top forces in the central region. But now that the reincarnation ancient well had been destroyed, the Samsara temple would decline in less than 100 years. Then, it would be suppressed by other forces and become a second-rate force. Of course, as long as Patriarch Reincarnation was alive, the Samsara temple would not be destroyed by other forces. At this moment, a black hole appeared where the reincarnation ancient well had been. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the black hole. Everyone was startled. Someone came out of the Samsara temple. Even Patriarch Reincarnation was shocked. Since ancient times, no one had ever come out after entering the reincarnation ancient well. Never. Gu Fei, Mo-Sien, who had been guarding the ancient hall, was surprised and happy. She had not left the ancient hall for the past 6 months and had been guarding the well. Mo-Sien-Er's cultivation had reached the peak of the Khanate realm. It was only a matter of time before she entered the true realm. She had the power and the divine sword that Gu Fei had given her. She could use the power of killing immortals and gods 3 times. Even Patriarch Reincarnation did not dare to provoke her or step into the Samsara temple. Rumble. Another hand reached out from the black hole. The surrounding void was constantly collapsing and reforming. This person seemed to have crawled out from the broken void. Then, the 2 hands that stretched out from the black hole exerted force, and a head popped out from the black hole. The man's hair was unkempt, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a person who had crawled out of a garbage dump. He was in an extremely sorry state. Gu Fei, is that really you? Mo-Sien-Er stared at that person, and her voice was trembling with excitement. Who else could it be, if not me? That person said snappily. Gu Fei, Mo-Sien-Er was about to rush over. Don't come any closer, Gu Fei hurriedly said. Even with his cultivation and his powerful martial body, he couldn't withstand the primal chaos current, let alone Mo-Sien-Er. If Mo-Sien-Er got close, she would probably be torn to shreds by the chaotic currents. This Mo-Sien-Er immediately stopped. Gu Fei crawled out from the black hole with difficulty. The devouring power of the black hole was too strong, as if it could devour everything. The entire Samsara ancient palace was shaking. Mo-Sien-Er held the divine sword that was stabbed into the ground with one hand and used all her strength to resist the devouring power from the black hole. What's going on? What's happening? A powerful devouring power surged out from the Samsara ancient palace. Some of the weaker cultivators flew towards the gate of the Samsara ancient palace and were devoured by the black hole. Ancestor, save me. Another expert of the Samsara ancient palace was devoured by the black hole. Roar. Ancestor Reincarnation roared angrily. Powerful godly state energy burst out, trying to resist the devouring power from the Samsara ancient palace. However, even Gu Fei couldn't resist it. Ancestor reincarnation only lasted for 2 breaths of time before vomiting blood. Run! Ancestor reincarnation took out a divine-grade magic treasure. Boom! The divine-level Dharma treasure exploded right in front of the gate of the Samsara ancient palace. The entire void shrank and expanded in an instant. The devouring power from the Samsara ancient palace weakened immediately. Although it only lasted for a few breaths of time, it was enough for Ancestor reincarnation to save everyone on the reincarnation peak. Ancestor reincarnation waved his sleeves, and all the disciples on the reincarnation peak were sucked into his sleeves. Ancestor reincarnation turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky, escaping far away in an instant, just as reincarnation patriarch escaped. An extremely terrifying, devouring power erupted from the Samsara ancient palace. In just an instant, the entire Samsara ancient palace crumbled. A ray of sword light broke through the void and rushed out of it. It was Xian. She used the power that Gu Fei gave her to escape. Then, the entire reincarnation peak started to collapse from the top to the bottom. In just 5 breaths of time, the reincarnation peak disappeared from the ground. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the dust that filled the sky. It was Gu Fei's voice. In the void, a black hole appeared and swallowed everything. Endless dust was sucked into the black hole. Even the stars in the sky were on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, Gu Fei was in an even more sorry state. His body was covered in blood. If Gu Fei hadn't returned to his inner world, eaten the peach of immortality, jumped into the immortal transformation pool, and strengthened his martial body to the level of an immortal king, he would have been dead long ago. A mere black hole can't stop me from returning. Gu Fei roared to the sky. His body shook, and he rushed out of the black hole with all his might. Roar! Gu Fei roared to the sky. A terrifying power rippled out for 100,000 miles. All the clouds in the sky were dispersed. The stars in the sky fell and shattered. All the living beings within 100,000-kilometer radius felt a terrifying aura, and all of them trembled in fear. It's the direction of the Samsara temple. Could it be that the Samsara temple's patriarch reincarnation has successfully taken that step and become an immortal? Someone said in shock. In an instant, the Samsara temple attracted the attention of countless important figures. Some of them came out of seclusion and rushed to the Samsara temple, wanting to find out what had happened. At this moment, after Gu Fei rushed out of the black hole in the void disappeared. The secret of the Samsara ancient well was that there was a divine pearl of chaotic origin at the bottom of the well. The ancient well would absorb the essence of heaven and earth, causing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a 10,000-mile radius of the Samsara temple to be extremely abundant. In particular, the Samsara force, the yin-yang force, the chaotic force, and all kinds of primitive powers of heaven and earth gathered in the ancient well. The Samsara temple was called the Samsara ancient well because its founding patriarch had comprehended the Samsara force beside the ancient well and created the heavenly Samsara art. At this moment, everyone in the Samsara temple looked at the shocking scene in front of them with indescribable shock. The ancestral land, all the senior members of the Samsara temple had ugly expressions on their faces. It should be known that their ancestral land had been destroyed. The destruction of the ancestral land was definitely a devastating blow to the Samsara temple. Damn it! The Samsara patriarch was filled with hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Who asked the other party to be stronger than him? In this chaotic world, whoever was strong would be the boss, and whoever was weak would be the grandson. Just as Gu Fei came out of seclusion, the eastern region was in a turbulent state. Some powerful forces wanted to occupy the Eastern Martial Imperial Palace, but they were all beaten up by the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord. All of them were badly battered, and some of them even had their limbs broken and their dantians destroyed. I will kill anyone who steps into the Imperial Palace. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord said this. Everyone who heard this was inexplicably shocked. Those who had intended to take action also became timid at this moment. They immediately hid their heads like turtles. The Eastern Martial Dynasty was not an ordinary cultivation force. Humph! How arrogant! At this moment, a figure rushed over from the horizon and arrived directly above the Eastern Martial Dynasty's imperial palace. Who goes there? A roar was heard, and a strong man who looked like a black iron tower walked out. With every step he took, the ground shook. The black iron tower-like man stopped, then stretched out his hand and pounced towards the man in the sky. Kill! The person was high up in the sky. He pressed his right hand down. Boom! Endless spiritual energy gathered crazily. You're courting death. The strong man who looked like a black iron tower roared and directly collided with the big hand. There was a loud explosion that shook thousands of miles. The black iron tower fell from the sky and directly smashed into the ground, causing the entire ground to shake violently. General Tai. Seeing this scene, the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord was also shocked. This General Tai's thwart cultivation method could even put up a fight against those sect ancestors. At this moment, the surrounding warriors saw this scene and were all stunned. The Eastern Martial Imperial family was the #1 cultivation family in the Eastern region. They were extremely powerful, and someone actually dared to challenge the Eastern Martial Imperial family. Can't even withstand one blow. The person in the sky sneered. At this time, the entire Eastern region had fallen into chaos. A mysterious force from the outer region took advantage of the Eastern region's emptiness and killed their way into the Eastern region, wanting to occupy Gu Fei's territory. Half a year had passed, and there was still no news of Gu Fei and Emosien. Many people thought that Gu Fei and Emosien were dead. Otherwise, they would have returned after so long. The Shunwu sect and the demonic Sky sect were also fighting each other. When the Shunwu sect was in chaos, the demonic Sky sect took the opportunity to invade and occupy the Shunwu sect's territory. However, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the Shunwu sect leader, Shan Wushang, had fallen, there were many experts in the Shunwu sect. It was easier said than done for the demonic Sky sect to take down the Shunwu sect. Now, someone was targeting the Eastern Martial Imperial family. Scram, or you will die. The Eastern Martial Imperial Lord stared at the figure in the sky and said coldly, "Do you really think you can kill me?" The person laughed. Die. Chapter 4020. A mysterious expert had killed his way to the Dongwu dynasty's imperial capital. A strong aura spread throughout the place, filling every inch of space. Countless people in the imperial capital were terrified to the extreme. Kill. Overlord Dongwu directly rushed into the sky. With a single punch, he blasted a fist-shaped hole in the clouds that shrouded the sky. A figure appeared from behind the clouds. This person was covered in a black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone brightly. Bam! The black-robed man stretched out his right hand and pressed down. A violent palm force came down and instantly collided with Imperial Lord Dongwu's fist force. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out, dispersing all the clouds in the sky. Two figures moved at high speed, and extremely dull sounds of collisions rang out continuously, like the rumbling of thunder. The ordinary people in the imperial city, who did not have cultivation, were so scared that they hid in their houses and shivered. not to mention half of the martial artists, even the Xiantian martial artists, and the true realm martial artists could not withstand the terrifying pressure from the sky, and had no choice but to retreat. Martial artists, especially martial artists with high cultivation, were especially sensitive to the powerful pressure that erupted from the body of this kind of martial artist. On the contrary, ordinary people did not have the feeling of being pressed down to the point where they could not straighten their backs, and even their souls were trembling. "Who are you?" High up in the sky, Imperial Lord Dongwu became more and more shocked. This guy's cultivation and combat strength were on par with his. Where did this guy come from? This guy was definitely not from the eastern region, because Imperial Lord Dongwu knew very well how many god realm experts there were in the eastern region. "Wu Feng, why haven't you taken down this guy after so long?" At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Royal Lord Dongwu was taken aback. He hurriedly glanced over and saw many powerful figures appearing in the distant sky. The auras that these people exuded were not any weaker than his. 9 god realm experts. How is this possible? The Eastern Wu Imperial Lord's shock was no small matter. It seemed that these fellows had planned this beforehand. These guys, on the roof of the Imperial City's palace, Missouri Feng, who was standing on the tiles, saw this scene, and his face turned ugly. 10 deity realm martial artists had arrived. It looked like these fellows were determined to destroy the Dongwu dynasty. Such power was enough to change a dynasty or destroy any major faction. "Barbarian Bear, come at me if you can," the god realm expert, called Wu Feng, said angrily. "You are divine state warriors of the central region. What are you trying to do in the east region?" The Eastern martial Imperial Lord's expression was extremely ugly. Wu Feng and Barbarian Xiong were both famous divine realm martial artists in the central region. However, Imperial Lord Dongwu had never seen these two fellows before. He had only heard of their names. "Eastern Martial Imperial Lord, surrender if you know what's good for you. Join my crazy martial sect, and we can still guarantee your clan's safety. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your entire clan." A tall and ferocious-looking divine realm warrior shouted at Imperial Lord Dongwu, who was fighting with Wu Feng. "Crazy martial sect." Royal Lord Dongwu's expression changed drastically when he heard this. "Central region crazy martial sect." Demonic Wind's expression also changed drastically when he heard this. The crazy martial sect had only been established for a few years. However, it had quickly become one of the strongest factions in the central region. The crazy martial sect gathered experts everywhere. Regardless of whether they were experts from the righteous path or the evil path, they would not let a single one of them off. However, for those who refused to surrender, there was only one fate: death. Boom! High up in the sky, Royal Lord Dongwu was distracted and was sent flying by Wu Feng's punch. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "You want me to surrender? Could it be that you are stronger than martial immortals?" Royal Lord Dongwu looked at the 9 deity realm experts in disdain and sneered. "Do you think that martial immortal master of yours will return?" Wu Feng's tone was like the cold wind from the extreme north. It was incomparably cold. "Ha! Since we dared to come, we have already investigated everything. Your martial immortal master has disappeared for over half a year," the ferocious-looking divine state expert said while laughing. "Is my master someone you can imagine?" Demonic Wind said disdainfully, "Insignificant, Ant, you are not qualified to speak." A god-state martial artist waved his hand and tried to extinguish the demonic wind on the roof of the palace without any hesitation. Whoosh! Just as Mo Feng's body and soul were about to be destroyed, a figure suddenly appeared beside him and slashed out with a sword. A bright sword light instantly rushed out, and directly broke through the mighty force coming from the sky and soared into the sky. What? The deity realm expert in the sky was shocked, and he quickly dodged. The extremely sharp sword light directly brushed past his body, and a piece of his sleeve floated down from the air. The deity realm expert was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was almost killed by the sword. It was so dangerous. Who is it? The deity realm experts in the sky were shocked. They quickly looked down and saw a black-clothed lady standing beside demonic wind. The black-clothed lady was holding a sword in her hand. An immortal aura spread out from the sword in the black-clothed lady's hand. Immortal weapon? The deity realm experts' eyes lit up, and they wanted to snatch the sword from the black-clothed lady. Emocien? At this moment, demonic wind exclaimed. The person who suddenly appeared and saved his life was actually the saintess of the devil sect. Emocien? What? She is Emocien? Someone was indescribably shocked. Didn't Emocien disappear with Gu Fei? Why is she here? At this moment, the 10 deity realm experts of the crazy martial sect were shocked, and they were sweating profusely. The 10 experts looked around anxiously. When they realized that Emocien was alone, they became spirited again. Some of the deity realm experts even stared at the sword in Emocien hand greedily. Little girl, you are courting death. The fierce-looking deity realm expert rushed down from the sky and grabbed Emocien. Humph, you are the one who is courting death. Emocien suddenly smiled. Then an immortal sword light rushed out from her hand and slashed the guy in half. What? Everyone was stunned when they witnessed this scene. That was an expert at the God rank realm, yet he was actually killed by a single sword strike from a little girl? How is this possible? The leader of the deity realm experts muttered to himself. She killed Barbarian Bear. Wu Feng was also dumbfounded. Barbarian Bear's cultivation was extremely powerful and was on par with him. Killing a deity realm expert, like killing a dog. Demonic Wind looked at Emocien. This kind of combat strength was too terrifying. However, he didn't know that Emocien could only unleash one more attack. After that attack, she would return to her original form. However, this sword of hers directly suppressed all the divine realm experts of the crazy martial sect who were present. All of you scram. Emocien glanced at the deity realm experts in the sky coldly. Little girl, you are just relying on a sword, and you dare to be impudent in front of us. The leader of the deity realm experts stared at Emocien and said coldly, "Fight me if you are not happy." Emocien stared at the leader of the group. The leader of the deity realm experts' expression changed, but he didn't dare to attack. One should know that even Barbarian Bear was killed by Emocien with a single attack. Where's the master? Demonic Wind asked. How would I know? Emocien said impatiently. Friends, let's attack together and kill these two little guys, the leader of the deity realm experts said murderously. The other deity realm experts hesitated. No one dared to be the first to attack. Barbarian Bear's ending was clear to all. Whoever attacked first would suffer Emocien's attack and would be in danger of dying. Cultivators who could reach the deity realm were all extremely smart. Who would want to risk their lives to attack? Although deity realm experts weren't martial immortals, yet their lifespan was much longer than ordinary cultivators. They could live for thousands of years or even longer. Who would want to die? A bunch of cowards. Crazy martial sect. They are merely SOL. Eastern Martial Imperial Lord laughed and said, How dare you? Presumptuous. Those deity realm experts of the crazy martial sect were furious when they thought of how powerful and terrifying their sect master was. These deity realm experts couldn't help but change their expressions. The sect master of the crazy martial sect was decisive in killing. He would exterminate an entire sect if he didn't agree with them. His way of doing things was even more devilish than those demons. "I am presumptuous. What can you do about it?" Eastern Martial Imperial Lord said proudly. Emosien appeared. Master should be appearing soon. As long as Gufei didn't die, no one could touch the Eastern Martial Imperial family. "Kill!" The leader of the deity realm experts roared in anger and charged towards Eastern Martial Imperial Lord. Boom! Boundless golden radiance burst out from his body. It was as if a golden sun suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The entire void was shaking. Clang! A metallic sound came from the golden light. 2 golden blades directly slashed at Imperial Lord Dongwu, instantly tearing the void between heaven and earth. Extreme dragon mystic technique. Eastern Martial Imperial Lord roared in anger and attacked with all his strength. Boundless dragon chi rushed out from his body, and a giant dragon appeared between heaven and earth. The giant dragon claw shattered the golden blades that were slashing towards the leader of the deity realm experts. Preposterous! The divine sun soared into the sky and released an even stronger wave of energy, smashing the dragon claw. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Eastern Martial Imperial Lord transformed into a giant dragon and swung his tail towards the golden radiance. The violent energy shook the heavens and earth. That ball of sunlight divine light was directly slapped away. The golden light dissipated, and a figure appeared in the void. However, at this moment, those deity realm experts of the crazy martial sect who had yet to attack exploded into clouds of blood mist in the void. What? Seeing this scene, the leader of the deity realm experts was scared out of his wits. Chapter 4021. The black-clothed youth, with his hands behind his back, slowly walked over. The 8 divine stage martial artists of the mad martial sect didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before they were directly smashed into balls of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Wu Feng, the divine realm warrior who could fight endlessly with the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord, was so scared that he wet his pants. Those were all God state martial artists. Even in the middle region, they were great figures. Yet these great figures had actually been annihilated just like that. This was something that Wu Feng found hard to believe. However, the truth was right in front of him. The person who killed the 8 divine realm warriors was the black-clothed young man who came from afar. This guy killed a divine realm warrior as easily as killing an ant. Could this person be the martial immortal master of the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord? Wu Feng's soul was trembling. Boom! At this moment, the power of a divine realm warrior exploded. The golden divine light illuminated the entire area. The divine realm warrior of the crazy martial sect tried his best to escape. He instantly turned into a golden ray of light and soared into the sky. However, the black-clothed young man stretched out his right hand and grabbed the golden ray of light that soared into the sky. The golden ray immediately flew towards the black-clothed young man and was caught by him. Don't kill me!" A terrified voice came from the golden ray of light. Within the golden ray of light, a blurry figure could be seen. Bang! The black-clothed young man did not speak. He clenched his fist and crushed the golden ray of light, turning it into specks of golden light and dissipating in the void. Another divine realm warrior died in the hands of the black-clothed young man. This Wu Feng trembled. This black-clothed young man was too powerful. Even the boss was not his match. The boss was the most powerful existence among them. The unlucky guy who was killed by Gu Fei was really unlucky. Master, Royal Lord Dongwu bowed respectfully to the black-robed youth, not daring to show any neglect. At this moment, all the warriors who saw this scene were inexplicably shocked. That was the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord. With him, the Eastern Martial Dynasty could continue to exist. This person who stood at the peak of the Eastern region had become the servant of this black-clothed young man. Master, Mo Feng also bowed to the black-clothed young man. This black-clothed young man was Gu Fei. Central Domain Crazy Martial Sect, Gu Fei said indifferently. This, Wu Feng shivered and even forgot to escape. Are you not going to tell me anything about the Crazy Martial Sect? Gu Fei looked at Wu Feng. This Wu Feng was even more flustered. For a moment, he did not know what to say. That was a martial immortal. Normally, the divine-level experts that appeared to be high and above the invincible divine-level experts were merely ant-like existences before a martial immortal. If the other party wanted to kill him, they only needed to move a finger to kill him countless times. Ha! What deity state? He's just a coward. Mo Feng laughed out loudly with a look of disdain. At this time, how could Wu Feng dare to say anything? Normally, if a puny Xiantian realm cultivator dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have long since slapped him to death. It must be known that if an immortal realm cultivator did not appear, a divine-level expert would be an invincible existence in the Supreme Origin realm. If a sect had a divine-level expert, it could continue to be passed down. The reason why Gu Fei did not kill Wu Feng was because he wanted to understand the Crazy Martial Sect from Wu Feng. The Crazy Martial Sect seemed to be very strong. When he was in the Central Domain, he had heard people talking about the Crazy Martial Sect. Even the Samsara Palace was afraid of the Crazy Martial Sect. Even the Samsara Palace's ancestor Samsara did not dare to provoke the madmen of the Crazy Martial Sect. Some people said that the reason why the Crazy Martial Sect was so rude and unreasonable, killing people and exterminating people, was because they had a powerful background and a supreme martial immortal. Of course, this was only a rumor. Even Wu Feng had not seen the true face of the Crazy Martial Sect's patriarch. From Wu Feng's words, Gu Fei and the others had some understanding of the Crazy Martial Sect. The Crazy Martial Sect was a cultivation force that had only appeared in recent years. However, the Crazy Martial Sect had developed too quickly, and its disciples were mixed. Being targeted by the Crazy Martial Sect would be a disaster. If they did not submit, they would die. There was no room for negotiation, regardless of good or evil. As long as it was a martial Dao expert, the Crazy Martial Sect would recruit them. The current Crazy Martial Sect could be said to be full of experts. However, this time, the Crazy Martial Sect had kicked an iron plate. They actually wanted to take advantage of Gu Fei's absence to attack the Eastern Martial Dynasty. This was not a good thing. The news of Gu Fei's return quickly spread throughout the imperial capital, then the entire Eastern Martial Dynasty, and the entire Eastern Domain. The whole world was shocked. This was a martial immortal, a peerlessly powerful person. If they could hug the leg of a martial immortal, they could dominate the entire Supreme Origin realm and become the #1 clan in the Supreme Origin realm. But now, the people of Wu Village had already realized that they had missed a chance to conquer the Supreme Origin realm. Just as Gu Fei returned, the Southern Domain's Lingnan Swordmaster destroyed the Primordial Fei sect and the Demon Refinement sect by himself. When the news spread, the whole world was shocked. Currently, the Dao sects reigned supreme in the Southern Domain. However, this situation would not last for long. Unless the Lingnan Swordmaster did not go to the upper realm and stayed in the Supreme Origin realm to oversee the Lingnan Daoist sect. Otherwise, as long as the Lingnan Swordmaster left, the Dao sex would be in trouble. The Lingnan Swordmaster was the second martial immortal in the Supreme Origin realm after Gu Fei. With one slash of his sword, he split the primogenitor mountain of the primordial Fei sect in half. With one slash, he split the demon god temple of the demon refinement sect in half. After destroying the two great sects in the southern mountains, the Lingnan Swordmaster sat cross-legged at the peak of Lingnan for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, on the morning of the 4th day, he turned into a sword light and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the Eastern Martial Dynasty. Old Ancestor is going to, at the peak of Lingnan, several old men looked at each other in shock. I heard that Gu Fei is back. An old man with white hair and eyebrows suddenly sighed and said, when the other 2 old men heard this, their expressions changed. Then a melodious bell rang from the peak of Lingnan and spread throughout the entire Lingnan region. All the path masters of the 12 Taoist sects were alarmed and gathered at the peak of Lingnan. Half a day later, the 12 path masters brought countless disciples and headed directly for the imperial city of the Eastern Martial Dynasty. The entire southern domain was shocked. Gu Fei, do you dare to fight? At dusk, the setting sun was like blood. A figure stepped on a sword light and appeared in the sky above the Eastern Martial Imperial City. A wave of divine will descended from the sky. Who dares to challenge the master by name? Demonic wind, and the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord jumped out. In the back garden of the Imperial Palace, under a big tree, a man and a woman were drinking tea at a stone table. There was a simple tea set, some snacks, and fruits on the table. Next to them was the 9th princess of the Eastern Martial Imperial family. The 9th princess was the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord's 9th daughter. She was born with blocked veins and could not cultivate, but she was naturally beautiful and had a peerless appearance. The 9th princess, Zhou Zairu, attracted Gu Fei's attention because her name was similar to Zhao Zairu's. Moreover, he could tell at a glance that it was not that the 9th princess could not cultivate, but that she had a heaven-defying physique. The 9th princess, Zhou Zairu, was born with the Yin body. As long as an immortal-level existence helped her open up all the blocked meridians in her body, she could soar to the sky. The Yin body and the 9th secluded meridian were incurable diseases in the Tai Yuan realm. Even divine state warriors were helpless against them. They could only live to about 20 years old before dying prematurely. Zhou Zairu was already 19 years old this year. She was weak and sickly, so she was the least favored in the entire Eastern Martial Imperial family. Even her father, the Eastern Martial Imperial Lord, did not like his daughter. At this time, Zhou Zairu's 9th secluded meridian had been cured by Gu Fei. Her qi was unblocked, and the advantages of the Yin body immediately showed. The 9th princess had cultivated to the 7th heaven of the mortal realm in just a few days. She was much more powerful than the heaven-defying geniuses in the Tai Yuan realm. Someone actually dared to challenge you. I'm very curious who this person is. Mo Xian, who was sitting opposite Gu Fei, smiled charmingly. Gu Fei, do you dare to come out and fight? A loud voice came from the sky and spread throughout the entire imperial city, shaking the entire city. Gu Fei smiled and instantly disappeared into the void. You're quite lucky to be able to have this person as your master. Mo Xian looked at the 9th princess who was standing beside her and said indifferently. Her eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. At this time, in the Eastern Martial Imperial Palace, a figure soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived high up in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Martial Immortal. When Lingnan Swordmaster saw Gu Fei, he could not help but be shocked. He could not see through Gu Fei's cultivation at all. Challenging me won't do you any good. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at Lingnan's sword master quietly. Lingnan's sword master was simply a heavenly sword in human form. It was as though he could transform into a peerless sword radiance and soar into the sky at any time. Let's fight. Lingnan's sword master roared angrily. Then he pointed at Gu Fei. Swoosh! An extremely sharp sword radiance broke through the void and slashed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Lingnan Swordmaster, and he stomped his foot down on Lingnan Swordmaster. Rumble, the void under Gu Fei's foot was shaking. One stomp could move the universe. Buzz. Lingnan Swordmaster's body emitted a sword hum. Then 9 resplendent sword radiance rushed out from his body and pierced towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His body shook, and the surrounding void immediately rippled like water. The 9 sword radiance directly shattered in the void. Heaven Transformation Palm. Gu Fei directly displayed his unique skill. A big hand instantly covered the entire sky, shrouding Swordmaster Lingnan in the big hand. Cosmos Breaking Sword. Lingnan's Swordmaster roared angrily. He clenched his right hand in the void, and a divine sword appeared in his hand. Then he slashed with the sword. Swoosh! The sword radiance easily cut through the void and collided with Gu Fei's large hand. The sword radiance and the large hand dissipated at the same time. The 2 figures collided, and an extremely intense close combat erupted. Chapter 4022. Lingnan's swordsman mainly cultivated the way of the sword and became a sword immortal. Most of his cultivation was on his sword. Without his sword, he would be in trouble. However, Gu Fei was different. He was a peerless, immortal soldier in human form. His every move could shake heaven and earth. If it was an ordinary martial immortal, he would have been killed by Gu Fei with one punch. The battle between experts in the immortal realm was so loud that all the cultivators in the Danwu dynasty could feel it. Even the martial artists in the East region could feel the power coming from above. Master, Demonic Wind was extremely excited. This was a battle between immortals and gods. The most powerful beings in the Taiyuan realm were immortals because it was impossible to cultivate to the immortal king realm in this world. Bam! Boom! Dull sounds of collision could be heard, and a figure was forced to retreat. How dare you challenge my master? You must be tired of living. Demonic Wind said disdainfully. What a pity! Countless martial artists felt it was a pity. The aura of the immortal realm was too strong. Even god realm experts could not soar into the sky and could only watch the battle from the ground. If they could watch the battle from a close distance, some of the old antiques might have an epiphany and then break through to the immortal realm. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword lights soared for 100 miles and created a huge crack in the space. What? Seeing that scene, the crowd were all indescribably astonished. That was the power of a martial immortal. That sword strike was simply capable of splitting the heavens. That sword strike was simply too strong. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei shattered the sword light and charged at Lingnan's swordsman. He clenched his right hand and punched at Lingnan's swordsman. The violent fist power instantly turned into a huge dragon and pounced at Lingnan's swordsman. Roar! A shocking dragon roar seemed to resound in the void. Fist power turning into a dragon. The godly realm experts who were watching the battle on the ground were all moved. It wasn't a big deal for fist energy to take form, but Gu Fei's fist energy had turned into a huge dragon that was thousands of feet long. Rumble! The huge dragon flew across the sky, and the void shook. Humph! Lingnan's swordsman snorted and moved his hand that was holding his sword. Buzz! A sword cry resounded through the heavens, and a sword light that was 10 times more dazzling than the sword light from before rushed out of his hand, slicing the massive dragon in half with just a single strike. Gu Fei's fist force was destroyed by Sword Master Lingnan's sword. However, Gu Fei soared into the sky and threw a punch at the incoming sword gleam. The fist and the sword light collided in an instant. The next moment, the sword light that slashed at Gu Fei's fist shattered, turning into specks of immortal light and dissipating in the void. He actually blocked the Southern Ridge Sword Master's invincible sword gleam with his body. How is this possible? All of the people who witnessed this scene were stunned. One must know that the Lingnan Sword Master was not an ordinary martial immortal. Instead, he was a sword immortal. The attack power of a sword immortal was stronger than that of ordinary martial immortals. This was because a sword immortal's abilities were almost all on a single sword. Even the Southern Ridge Sword Master was astonished. This guy's physical body was actually this powerful, a martial body comparable to an immortal-level weapon? Not bad. You actually managed to become a martial immortal in the extreme origin realm. You are indeed not simple, Gu Fei said as he attacked. His punches were like landslides. Tyrannical power erupted from his fists. Every time he punched, the entire void would tremble. What did you say? The Southern Ridge Sword Master's entire body was emitting immortal sword rays. Every single sword ray easily pierced through the void, capable of killing any cultivator below the immortal realm. If you were in a middle-grade world or a high-grade world, someone like you would definitely be able to become a stronger existence, said Gu Fei. His fists kept colliding with the sword rays from the Southern Ridge Sword Master's body, producing the sound of metal clashing. What? The Southern Ridge Sword Master was astonished. What middle-grade world? What high-grade world? Could there be other worlds in this world? Clang! Gu Fei's fists collided with the Southern Ridge Sword Master's divine sword again. This time, the Southern Ridge Sword Master's divine sword was knocked away. Sky overturning palm. When Gu Fei struck with his palm, the entire world seemed to be collapsing. The entire world seemed to have turned upside down. Heaven and earth reversed, and the stars moved. The Southern Ridge Sword Master was shocked. In the next moment, he became one with his sword and turned into an immortal sword ray. He soared into the sky, broke through the layers of sky overturning force, and rushed out. Supreme Sword Dao, sky overturning sword. The Southern Ridge Sword Master turned into a sword. A terrifying sword ray descended from the sky and went for Gu Fei. The terrifying sword aura spread out, and countless black spatial cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Gu Fei did not block it. He let the sword ray slash his body. At the same time, he punched the Southern Ridge Sword Master's chest. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was heard. The Southern Ridge Sword Master's chest caved in. He was sent flying hundreds of miles away by Gu Fei's punch and kept coughing out blood. What shocked the Southern Ridge Sword Master was that Gu Fei's clothes were not even cut after being hit by his sword. This is impossible. The Southern Ridge Sword Master muttered to himself. The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from his body. His chest, which had caved in from Gu Fei's punch, was rapidly healing. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei hovered in the air, with his hands behind his back. I'm not your match. The Southern Ridge Sword Master had to admit that Gu Fei was stronger than him. Not just a little bit stronger. After saying that, the Southern Ridge Sword Master turned into a sword ray and soared into the sky. He disappeared into the void and left. Gu Fei did not stop him and let the sword ray fly away. He had no grudge with the Southern Ridge Sword Master. The two of them were just sparring. There was no need to fight to the death. It was enough to determine the victor. The battle ended, and the terrifying immortal aura disappeared into the void. Gu Fei descended from the sky and rushed into the eastern martial imperial city's palace. The Southern Ridge sword master was defeated. This is incredible. When the news spread, the entire world was shocked. It's time to leave. In the palace, Gu Fei said calmly, "Master, you are ascending?" Everyone was shocked, especially Demonic Wind. If Gu Fei left, he would not be able to suppress the experts in the Eastern Martial Dynasty with his own strength. This realm is just an inferior world. My achievements are limited. If I want to become stronger, I have to go to other worlds, Gu Fei said indifferently. Other worlds? Chapter 4023. Gu Fei defeated the Southern Ridge Sword Sovereign, shocking the entire world. After that, he began his preparations to break through the void. He wanted to ascend to the immortal martial realm. Low-grade worlds could no longer support his cultivation, unless he ascended to a higher-grade world. In truth, Gu Fei had the myriad world wheel and could go anywhere he wanted. But given his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to use it. And just when Gu Fei was preparing to ascend in the southern domain at the peak of the Southern Ridge, a silhouette broke through the barrier of the world with a single sword strike. After that, under the gazes of the crowd, that silhouette stepped out and directly entered the world on the other side. The Southern Ridge Sword Immortal finally ascended to the immortal martial realm. Countless cultivators witnessed this scene. All of them were incomparably excited. The success of the Southern Ridge Sword Sovereign gave them hope. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry. Breaking through the void was an extremely easy matter to him. The 9th princess of the Eastern Martial Royal Clan, Zhou Zairu, had always been by Gu Fei's side, receiving the personal guidance of Gu Fei. Her cultivation base was constantly rising. The Eastern Martial Royal Lord was both shocked and overjoyed. Who would have thought that little Nine, whom he had always viewed as trash, was actually so heaven-defying? She had only cultivated for a few days, yet she was already about to reach the peak of the mortal realm. The Eastern Martial Royal Lord even opened the treasury of his royal clan and took out countless spirit medicines to send to Gu Fei. Gu Fei directly refined these spirit medicines into pills for Zhou Zairu, causing her cultivation base to directly break through to the Xiantian realm. The extreme Yin martial body was simply too heaven-defying. Naturally, Gu Fei wasn't bad either. He was a martial immortal. Wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his palm for him to help someone break through to the Xiantian realm? Master, are you really going to leave? In the rear garden of the royal palace, Gu Fei was taking a stroll. Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian followed behind him. Mo Xian didn't treat him as an outsider at all, treating this place as her home. Yeah, Gu Fei, isn't this place good? Why do you want to leave? Mo Xian asked. This place is simply desolate compared to the true immortal realm. Cultivators of our generation pursue the ultimate strength. Here, there's no such strength. Gu Fei said, "Of course, if you wish to leave the Supreme Origin realm, I can bring you into the immortal martial realm." Gu Fei continued. Is this the so-called, when a man achieves the Tao, his fowls and dogs follow him to heaven? Mo Xian smiled. I will leave in 3 days. After saying that, Gu Fei flicked his sleeve and disappeared into the void. This Mo Xian and Zhou Zairu felt helpless. Leaving the great origin realm, Mo Xian and Zhou Zairu were struggling in their hearts. It wasn't an easy thing to leave the place they grew up in. They were extremely reluctant. After all, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to return once he left. Gu Fei was just a passerby, so he left. But Mo Xian and Zhou Zairu were different. Mo Xian and Zhou Zairu also left. They needed to think about it and make a good plan. Should they leave or stay? They needed to make a decision. As for demonic wind and Imperial Lord East Wu, Gu Fei did not plan to take them away. 3 days passed very quickly. The news that Gu Fei was about to leave spread. All the famous cultivators in the Great Origin Realm came and gathered in the royal capital. At the peak of the royal capital, a figure sat cross-legged in the sky. At this moment, countless gazes landed on this figure. Countless cultivators in the royal capital stared nervously at the figure sitting on the peak of the royal capital. Today will be a day without immortals in the Great Origin Realm. An antique-level warrior sighed and said, "It wasn't easy for 2 martial immortals to appear in the Great Origin Realm, but in less than a month, these 2 martial immortals would break through the void and enter the immortal god realm." This was a major event that attracted the attention of the entire world. Countless ancestors of the major sects, clan leaders of the top clans, and leaders of the Holy Lands all came. The commotion caused by Gu Fei's ascension was much greater than the ascension of the Southern Ridge Swordmaster. One must know that he defeated the Southern Ridge Swordmaster, the strongest martial immortal in the Great Origin Realm. Master, the 9th princess of the Eastern Wu royal clan, came. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her whole body exuded a kind of cold aura, as though she was not a creature of this world. Roar! The Eastern Wu royal lord frowned when he saw this. Zhou Zairu was the most heaven-defying existence in the Eastern Wu royal clan. With her cultivation speed, in less than 100 years, she would become the strongest existence in the entire Great Origin Realm. Zhou Zairu was the hope of the Eastern Wu royal clan to dominate the world. However, if Zhou Zairu followed Gu Fei into the immortal martial realm, the hope of the Eastern Wu royal clan to rise again would be shattered. However, the Eastern Wu royal lord was an ambitious and ruthless person. He knew that if Zhou could continue to follow Gu Fei, her future would be limitless, and she could even become an unimaginably powerful existence. He followed Gu Fei and also learned some great secrets of heaven and earth. In this world, there was not only the Great Origin Realm. If the Eastern Wu royal clan could produce a supreme existence that could dominate the myriad of heavens and earth, it would not be a bad thing. Zhou Zairu stood behind Gu Fei. She glanced back at the imperial palace one last time. After today's departure, she didn't know when she would return. When it was almost noon, a silhouette appeared at the peak of the imperial palace. Isn't that the holy maiden of the devil sect? Even she wants to leave with Gu Fei? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Once the holy maiden leaves, the devil sect will be in chaos. Hee. Someone couldn't wait for the internal strife within the devil sect to continue. It won't be chaotic. The holy maiden left with Gu Fei. There's no reason not to leave a backup plan. Someone said something like that. In fact, with Gu Fei's support, it was as easy as flipping a palm for Emosian to become the leader of the devil sect. However, ever since she followed Gu Fei, Emosian no longer cared about the position of the devil lord. So what if it was the devil lord? As long as she was strong enough, the devil lord was also an ant. You want to leave with me too? Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Emosian. I've played enough in the Great Origin Realm. I want to go to the immortal martial realm to take a look. Emosian seriously replied. Since this is the case, let's go. Gu Fei spoke as he stood up. With a wave of his sleeves, a ball of divine light enveloped Emosian, and Zhou Zairu. After that, he pointed out with a finger. The resplendent finger light instantly tore a hole in the air. A vast aura surged over from the other side of the opening in the void. rumble, the entire heaven and earth trembled as though it was about to be crushed by this aura. Countless cultivators were shocked to the extreme. Those godly realm experts could faintly see another world appearing on the other side of the hole. Go! Chapter 4024. This is the immortal martial realm. Ever since Gu Fei recovered his memories, he knew that although he was forced into samsara by the first primogenitor, he was still in the primogenitor realm. Regardless of the supreme origin realm or the immortal devil tribulation, they were all passers-by to him. What he needed to do now was to cultivate anew, to find his own invincible strength. At this moment, Gu Fei stood on the peak of a huge mountain. Emosien, and Zhou Zairu stood beside him. What a dense amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Emosien, and Zhou Zairu sensed the spiritual qi in the surroundings. Their faces were filled with shock. The density of the spiritual qi here was definitely 10 times that of the supreme origin realm. The spiritual qi concentration on a random mountain was comparable to that of a spiritual land with a spiritual vein in the Taiyuan realm. In front of them was a boundless mountain range with lush trees. Some of the trees were so tall that they pierced through the sky, reaching hundreds of meters in height. Gu Fei didn't think much of it. Compared to the primogenitor realm, this was simply a remote and desolate place. But in the eyes of Emosien, and Zhou Zairu, this was a heaven for cultivators. At this moment, in the air above the mountain range, a gigantic bird flew by. That bird had a wingspan of over 10 meters, casting a huge shadow in the air. Suddenly, the gigantic bird retracted its wings and shot down from the sky like an arrow. Roar! A bestial roar rang out from the mountain range. After that, they saw the gigantic bird grabbing onto a beast that looked like a pangolin as it soared up into the sky, disappearing into the distance. And near the mountain peak Gu Fei was at, heavy footsteps could be heard. They could even feel the tremors beneath their feet. Emosien, and Zhou Zairu hurriedly turned their gazes in the direction of the sound, only to see a gigantic black silhouette disappearing into the distance. That is, Emosien, and Zhou Zairu were indescribably shocked. This was simply a world where savage beasts ran rampant. There's no need to be so nervous. That's just a gigantic ape. Gu Fei calmly spoke. Gigantic ape, Emosien, and Zhou Zairu exchanged glances, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. That was a behemoth comparable to a mountain. Don't make a fuss out of nothing. If you fellows were to encounter the primordial giant, wouldn't you be scared silly? Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Compared to those ancient giants who could pluck the stars and catch the moon, this giant ape was just a small shrimp. There are primeval giants here. Emosien said in shock. There's none here. The immortal martial realm is merely a mid-tier world. There shouldn't be any high-leveled life forms here. Gu Fei looked around. In the next moment, a powerful spiritual will spread out from his body. It could only cover a radius of 10 kilometers. It was incomparable to the Taiyuan realm, where one could cover 100,000 kilometers with a single thought. Gu Fei knew that this was because the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm were more complete and stronger compared to the grand origin realm. Even if it was him, it would be impossible for him to shatter the void here. Let's find a place to stay first. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his sleeves and brought Emosien, and Zhou Zairu into the sky, flying into the distance. Very quickly, they found a valley where the spiritual qi was concentrated. However, just as they descended from the sky, an earth-shattering roar of a tiger suddenly rang out. After that, a ferocious tiger the size of a small mountain leapt out from the thicket. A violent aura emanated from the ferocious tiger. What? A ferocious tiger has a cultivation base at the deity realm? Emosien, Was dumbfounded. This was just a ferocious tiger, but this ferocious tiger was actually comparable to the strongest cultivators in the Grand Origin realm. Deity realm. Zhou Zairu couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. At this moment, the ferocious tiger stared at Gu Fei and roared in a low voice. It seemed like it would pounce towards Gu Fei at any moment and swallow Gu Fei whole. Little fellow, be obedient and stand guard outside. No one is allowed to enter. Gu Fei spoke to the ferocious tiger. He was using his spiritual will to communicate with the ferocious tiger. This kind of communication broke through the limits of language. Roar. The ferocious tiger roared and lowered its body. In the next moment, the ferocious tiger leapt up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei waved his sleeve, and the ferocious tiger immediately flew to the side. Boom! It smashed into the thicket. Roar! The ferocious tiger roared and walked out of the thicket. Then it obediently walked towards the entrance of the valley and laid down on a large rock. This ferocious tiger had already gained intelligence. It wasn't something an ordinary ferocious tiger could compare to. Xian, and Zhou Zairu were shocked when they saw this. This ferocious tiger could easily eat them as food. However, in front of Gu Fei, it was even more obedient than a cat. These ferocious beasts in the mountain bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they met an existence that was stronger than them, they naturally had to be obedient. This valley was not bad. In the depths of the valley, there was a cave that could shelter them from the wind and rain. Moreover, this cave was very clean. It was obvious that this was the place where the ferocious tiger lived. After Gu Fei entered the cave, he jumped onto a large rock and sat down cross-legged. He breathed in the surrounding heaven and earth essence and started cultivating. Zhou Zairu and Xian went out to gather a lot of firewood. They immediately started a fire in the cave. Xian brought back a wild rabbit. After cleaning it, she placed the rabbit on top of the fire and roasted it. Very quickly, the cave was filled with the fragrance of meat. It didn't matter if Gu Fei ate or not. However, Xian and Zhou Zairu weren't immortals. They still needed to eat. After eating the roasted meat, Xian and Zhou Zairu also sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. The heaven and earth essence around them quickly gathered towards them. Rumble. The next morning, Xian's body actually emitted the sound of wind and thunder. The demonic energy on her body was vast and mighty. Within the demonic energy, there were indistinct demonic dragons. Zhou Zairu was instantly startled. She stared at Xian in shock. Who would have thought that her cultivation base would break through the moment she arrived in the immortal martial realm? A voice suddenly drifted over from the side. Master. Zhou Zairu turned her gaze in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was none other than her master, Gu Fei. Given her talent, she might be able to defy the heavens in the supreme origin realm. But in the immortal martial realm, it's hard to say. Gu Fei stared at Xian as he calmly spoke. Xian was currently trying to break through to the Saint Realm. Once she succeeded, she would be one step closer to the immortal martial realm. About 4 hours later, a long roar rang out from the valley, soaring up into the clouds. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire valley was drawn frenziedly gathering towards the cave. Xian's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the Saint Realm. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 4025. Xian's cultivation had successfully broken through to the Saint Realm. She attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even the fierce tiger guarding the entrance of the valley was alarmed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth crazily gathered towards Emosien Ur's cave. This continued for a full hour. An hour later, Gu Fei, Emosien Ur, and Zhou Ziru walked out of the cave. At the same time, the fierce tiger also ran over. "You guys ride this fierce tiger. Let's get out of here," Gu Fei said. "Yes, master." Zhou Ziru nodded and leaped onto the tiger's back. "Ha! I can't believe there will be a day when I can ride a divine realm beast." Emosien smiled and jumped onto the tiger's back. In the Tai Yuan realm, divine realm ferocious beasts were the overlords of a region, who dared to treat them as mounts. Only an immortal like Gu Fei could subdue this ferocious tiger and make it his mount. This ferocious tiger was as large as a small mountain. Even if more than a dozen people climbed on it, it would not feel crowded. Most importantly, this ferocious tiger's combat strength could not be underestimated. Gu Fei didn't get on the tiger's back because he could soar through the air, but in the immortal martial realm, Emosien, who was at the saint level, and Zhou Ziru, who was at the Xiantian realm, still had no way to soar through the air. In the immortal martial realm, only those at the heavenly divinity realm and above would be able to fly in the air. Gu Fei and the others set off. Emosien and Zhou Ziru rode the fierce tiger on the ground, while Gu Fei flew in the sky and pointed the way for the fierce tiger. However, this mountain range was too big. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, he couldn't see the end of it. However, heading towards the place where the sun rose was definitely the right choice. In any world, the place where the sun rose in the east was the place where the powerful clans resided. This was especially true for living beings who cultivated in the 5 elemental cultivation methods. Living in the east was definitely the first choice. Moreover, some races often use the sun as a totem. However, as Gu Fei and the others headed east, they didn't know how many miles they had traveled, but there were still dense forests and endless mountain ridges in front of them. This mountain range seemed to have no end. Along the way, they encountered many powerful beasts. Fortunately, most of these ferocious beasts were in the divine realm or sage realm. After these ferocious beasts sensed the aura of the tiger, they all retreated far away. They even encountered a ferocious beast of the immortal martial realm. However, this ferocious beast was beaten away by Gu Fei. Soon it was dusk again. The blood-red sunset hung over the mountains in the west, giving off the last afterglow of the day. Gu Fei found a cave under a cliff. Zhou Ziru and Emosien stayed in the cave. The fierce tiger continued to guard the cave entrance, while Gu Fei soared into the sky to scout ahead. Not long after Gu Fei left, a group of black-clothed men silently appeared at the foot of the cliff. "Roar!" Xiong, who was dozing off at the entrance of the cave, immediately stood up and roared at the black-clothed men. A violent aura spread out from Xiong, whose body. "Who are you people?" Emosien, and Zhou Ziru heard the commotion and immediately rushed out of the cave. Our luck is not bad today. We actually met 2 beautiful girls." Among the black-clothed men, a pale-faced youth looked at Emosien, and Zhou Ziru in surprise. "Who are you people?" Emosien, coldly stared at the youth. "Me? He, the person who will soon become your master." The black-clothed youth smiled evilly and looked at Emosien. His eyes were very evil, and he even licked his lips. "Damn guy!" Emosien, was the devil-sex saintess of the supreme origin world. With one look, she could see that this guy was a complete hedonistic son of a rich family. "You are courting death." Zhou Ziru heard the black-clothed youth's words and became angry. "Audacious! You dare to be rude to my young master? Do you know who my young master is?" A fiendish man angrily said to Zhou Zairu and Emosian, Oh, I am very curious. Who is your young master? Emosian suddenly smiled charmingly, and a soul-stirring charm emerged from her body. When the pale-faced, black-clothed youth saw this, he couldn't control himself. It was as if his soul was about to be hooked away by Emosian. Listen carefully. My young master is the young city lord of East Peak City. His name is Lu Rufeng. The black-clothed man said proudly and proudly. East Peak City? Lu Rufeng? Never heard of it. Emosian said disdainfully. What did you say? When Lu Rufeng's subordinates heard this, they were all angry. Even Lu Rufeng himself showed a displeased expression. Little ones, get rid of this little cat, and then invite these two ladies back to the mansion. I want to take good care of them, Lu Rufeng said as he retreated to the side. I will take good care of you now. Emosian's killing intent rose, and a layer of demonic energy appeared on her body. Her eyes gradually turned blood red. You're actually one of the demons. I actually misjudged you. I have never entertained demons before. This time, I have to take good care of them. When Lu Rufeng saw that Emosian was actually a demon's, his eyes lit up. Clang! At this moment, a white light flashed and a tiger's head flew up. Then, a blood-stained long saber was placed on Emosian's neck. What Emosian's shock was no small matter. At this moment, she finally saw who the person who made the move was. This person was actually a skinny, black-clothed old servant beside Lu Rufeng. God realm! Emosian and Zhou Zairu couldn't believe it. From the moment this unremarkable old man took out his saber, to killing the tiger, to pointing the saber at Emosian, everything was done in an instant. He was extremely skilled. Uncle Dao, be careful. Don't hurt them. Lu Rufeng said. Zhou Zairu couldn't help but be shocked. Emosian was a god realm martial artist. She didn't even make a move, and the saber was placed on her neck. This old man's cultivation was definitely terrifying. Zhou Zairu was only a Xiantian realm martial artist. She wasn't a match for these people. Master, come back quickly. Zhou Zairu was anxious. If you dare to touch us, you won't be able to live either. Emosian stared at Lu Rufeng and said while gritting her teeth. Although the saber was placed on her neck, she was still calm without a trace of fear. You dare to threaten my young master? Lu Rufeng's subordinates were instantly enraged. Some of them even wanted to attack Emosian. I am the young master of East Peak City, who in this 10,000 miles radius of East Peak City dares to provoke me, Lu Rufeng said arrogantly. East Peak City was a big city. There were many experts in the city, especially the young master. He was a powerful earth immortal. Really? Chapter 4026. East Peak City's young lord, right? Are you that awesome? Gu Fei walked out of the forest with his hands behind his back. Master, Gu Fei, save me. Zhou Zairu and Emosian were surprised and happy to see Gu Fei. Who is this guy? Kill him. Lu Rufeng didn't even look at Gu Fei and waved his hand impatiently. He didn't put Gu Fei in his eyes at all. Yes, young lord. A cyan-clothed servant beside Lu Rufeng stepped forward and pulled out a saber. With a flash of saber light, he slashed at Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei sneered and stretched out his right hand. The servant was dumbfounded. Gu Fei actually used his index and middle fingers to clamp the blade. The others were also shocked by this scene. How is this possible? This guy doesn't seem to have any cultivation. How can he catch a fast blade? Even Lu Rufeng was surprised. His servant was famous for his speed, and his cultivation was at the peak of the god realm. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? You want to play this trick with me? Lu Ruffin laughed. Roar! At this time, the servant's yuan qi surged, causing the surrounding sand and stones to fly. However, no matter how much yuan qi he used, it was useless. Gu Fei's fingers were stuck to the blade and couldn't move at all. I was worried about not being able to find a way out. Very good, Gu Fei said, and exerted force with his right hand. The blade in the servant's hand broke into two, and the servant was sent flying. Swoosh! Gu Fei waved his hand, and a cold light flashed. The arm of the old servant holding the knife on Emosien's neck fell to the ground. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Who are you? I am the East Peak City's young lord. Lu Rufing's complexion immediately became gloomy. Saber Uncle was his servant. He had been by his side ever since he could remember. Lu Rufing and Uncle Saber had a very deep relationship, so when Gu Fei injured Uncle Saber, he was completely enraged. A powerful, immortal aura erupted from his body, causing the people around him to stagger and stumble backwards. This guy is just a hedonistic young master. How is he so strong? Emosien was shocked. Half-step immortal god. Gu Fei shook his head. He really didn't have any impulse to make a move against such a little guy. You dare look down on me? Lu Rufin was furious when he saw the disdain on Gu Fei's face. TSK, so what if I look down on you? Gu Fei waved his hand impatiently. Go to hell. Lu Rufin roared and punched at Gu Fei. Roar! Yuan Qi surged, and a ferocious tiger shadow appeared in the void, pouncing at Gu Fei. A violent force spread out, uprooting the surrounding trees. Fist force transformation? Gu Fei didn't even put this martial Dao sacred art in his eyes. He directly slapped the ferocious tiger that was pouncing at him, causing it to collapse in the void. Pa! A resounding slap rang out as Gu Fei slapped Lu Rufin to the side and sent him crashing into the forest. Roar! In the next moment, a powerful wave of yuan qi erupted from the forest. The surrounding trees instantly collapsed, and everything within a radius of 30 meters was shattered by the burst of yuan qi. Lu Rufing's hair was disheveled as he pounced at Gu Fei like a madman. Rays of cold light rushed out from his body. Those were incomparably sharp light blades, and each light blade seemed to be able to cut the void. Child's play. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the dozen light blades. Then, with a roundhouse kick, he sent Lu Rufing flying. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the dozen cold lights immediately shot out from his hand. In an instant, they pierced through the bodies of Lu Rufing's servants. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Rufing's dozen or so attendants, along with Saber Uncle, all fell to the ground and lost their lives. Seeing this scene, Zhou Zairu and Emosien were shocked, especially Emosien. That Saber Uncle was able to subdue her in one move, and he had the cultivation of the God Realm. However, in front of Gu Fei, these God Realm and Sage Realm martial artists were not even comparable to ants. They could be killed with a wave of his hand. At this time, Gu Fei came in front of Lu Rufing and looked down at the young lord of East Peak City. Now, can we talk properly? Gu Fei smiled, and his white teeth seemed to shine in the dark night. Lu Rufing was shocked and angry, and he almost fainted. All right, tell me about East Peak City, Gu Fei said impatiently. At this time, Lu Rufing was extremely miserable. He only came to the East Peak mountain range to hunt and have fun. He didn't expect to become someone's prisoner. Lu Rufing remained silent. Don't test my patience. I don't mind crushing an ant to death, Gu Fei said indifferently, without a trace of emotion on his face. Hearing this, Lu Rufeng immediately panicked. This guy was decisive, and it was very likely that he would really kill him. Thinking of this, Lu Rufeng quickly told Gu Fei everything he wanted to know. He answered every question, not daring to hide anything. I am a person who distinguishes kindness and grudges clearly. You can scram now, Gu Fei said impatiently with a wave of his hand. Lu Rufeng hurriedly dove into the forest, fleeing in a panic. Why didn't you kill him? Aren't you afraid that he will return to East Peak City and ask his Earth immortal father to kill you? Mo Xian disapproved of Gu Fei's actions. The city lord of East Peak City was a powerful Earth immortal. From Lu Rufeng's words, Gu Fei and the rest had a simple understanding of the immortal martial realm. The cultivation realms of the immortal martial realm could be divided into the human immortal, Earth immortal, heavenly immortal, and golden immortal. And above the four realms, there was the immortal king, immortal emperor, and Emperor Xian. Above Emperor Xian was the flying immortal realm, the white sun flying immortal, the shattering void. When one's cultivation reached the flying immortal realm, it was time to leave this world. The place Gu Fei and the rest were at was called the East Peak Mountain Range. This mountain range had a radius of millions of miles, and even immortals and gods would get lost in it. The laws of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm were very strong. Even immortals and gods would be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. It was very rare for a scene of destruction to appear in the immortal martial realm. East Peak City was located in the east of the East Peak Mountain Range. The distance from where Gu Fei and the rest was less than 10,000 miles. Let's stay here for the night and head to East Peak City tomorrow morning. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before replying. But these corpses, Mo Xian glanced at the corpses on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Gu Fei stomped the ground with his right foot. Pung! The ground trembled, and in the next instant, the corpses on the ground flew up. Following that, Gu Fei waved his sleeves, and a raging wind suddenly appeared, sweeping the corpses away. Chapter 4027. The East Peak City was indeed the largest city in the Eastern Peak region. The pitch-black city walls were over 100 feet tall. Even the strongest savage beasts in the Eastern Peak Mountain Range wouldn't be able to break through the city walls. Here, there weren't only humans. There were also other races, such as the winged race with wings on their backs, the heavenly tiger race with tiger heads and human bodies, and the barbarian bull race with ox heads and human bodies. There was also the fox race that was said to be able to bewitch all living things under the heavens. In the immortal martial realm, 100 races contended for supremacy. In some regions, humans weren't the rulers, but generally speaking, they were the rulers of the immortal martial realm. The Eastern Peak Mountain Range was extremely vast, but the East Peak City's sphere of influence was only limited to a radius of 10,000 miles. The ruler of this ancient city was the Lu clan of the human race. Early in the morning, the gates of the East Peak City slowly opened. At this moment, 3 silhouettes walked over from afar. They were none other than Gu Fei, Mo Xian, and Zhou Zairu. What a huge city! When Mo Xian, and Zhou Zairu arrived at the gates of the East Peak City, their countenances couldn't help but change. Even the capital of the Eastern Martial Dynasty in the Supreme Origin realm wasn't even 1/10 the size of this city. Such a huge city, naturally, had countless living beings living in it. Gu Fei naturally didn't say anything. He had seen many cities bigger than this. In the primogenitor realm, any random city was much bigger than this. Let's enter. Gu Fei flicked his sleeves as he led the way. Stop right there. Yes, I'm talking to you. Just as Gu Fei was about to enter the city, a middle-aged man clad in battle armor jumped out and blocked his path. Gu Fei stared at the man who blocked his path with a puzzled expression. The middle-aged man directly stretched his hand out in front of Gu Fei. What's going on? Gu Fei stared at the middle-aged man in bewilderment. Are you from outside the city? The entrance fee is 1 spirit stone. The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Fei from head to toe as he spoke impatiently. Entrance fee. Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Just then, a green light shot over from afar and landed outside the city gates. When the green light dissipated, a young man in green robes appeared before everyone's eyes. The young man directly walked past Gu Fei and into the city. The soldiers didn't dare to stop him at all. Then how did he get in? He didn't pay the spirit stones. Gu Fei said, "Ha! You actually dare to compare yourself to a disciple of the Eastern Mountain Sword Sect. What a joke." When the middle-aged soldier heard this, he laughed loudly. The other soldiers guarding the gate also laughed loudly. Little brother, the Eastern Mountain Sword Sect is the strongest sect in the Eastern Mountain Territory. Their disciples don't have to pay any fees to enter and exit Eastern Mountain City. An old man beside Gu Fei whispered to Gu Fei. I see. Gu Fei understood. What are you dilly-dallying for? Give me the entrance fee, the middle-aged soldier said impatiently. It's for 3 people. Gu Fei took out 3 spirit stones from his sleeves and gave them to the soldier. The soldier took the spirit stones and saw that each of them was the size of a fist and had a crystal-clear luster. It was obvious that they were of high quality. The middle-aged soldier's eyes turned red when he saw the 3 spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged soldier's hand trembled as he held the spirit stones. Can we go in now? Gu Fei said impatiently. Yes, please come in. The middle-aged soldier hurriedly replied. As he spoke, he skillfully placed the 3 spirit stones into his bag. He felt very pleased with himself. 3 top-grade spirit stones were enough for him to break through to the god realm. Gu Fei ignored the middle-aged soldier and brought Zhou Zairu and Emo Siener into the city. The streets were crowded with people and carriages. It was very lively. Both sides of the street were filled with shops. Whether it was spiritual herbs, weapons, or even cultivation techniques, they had everything. Where are we going now? Emo Sien asked. Where do you want to go? Gu Fei asked. Emo Sien didn't say anything. Just as they were walking on the street, the crowd in front of them suddenly cried out in alarm. There was a commotion, and then they saw a person riding a horse directly charging over. It wasn't an ordinary horse, but a unicorn. It had a pair of wings on its back and could soar in the sky. Get lost, get lost. The person riding on the unicorn did not slow down at all. Instead, he charged straight at Gu Fei and the others. Humph! Just as the unicorn was about to collide with them, Gu Fei suddenly stretched out his right hand and pressed on the unicorn's bag. The unicorn was immediately stopped and couldn't move forward. In the next moment, the man on the unicorn pounced forward. He somersaulted in the air and stood firmly on the ground. How dare you? Do you know what you are doing? That person was a black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth had an overbearing aura as he pointed at Gu Fei and scolded. Noisy! With a wave of his left hand, Gu Fei sent the conceited fellow flying with a paw sound. What? He dared to hit the second son of the city lord? The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this. The city lord of East Peak City was an earth immortal. Gu Fei had hit the second son of the city lord, Lu Yingtian. This was unbelievable. You dare hit me? Lu Yingtian touched his swollen face and stared at Gu Fei fiercely. So what if I hit you? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Damn it, just you wait. Lu Yingtian turned and ran towards the city lord's mansion. What a beautiful unicorn! Zhou, Zairu, and Emo Sien Er's eyes lit up when they saw the unicorn. "It's yours," Gu Fei said to Zhou Ziru. "Thank you, master," Zhou Ziru said happily. "Gu Fei, when will you get me a cool mount?" Mo Xian looked at the unicorn enviously. "Just wait. Your mount will be here soon." Gu Fei looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion and said indifferently, "Young man, hurry up and run." An old martial artist reminded Gu Fei. "What?" Gu Fei was confused. "You know who you just hit?" the old man said. "Who?" Zhou Ziru asked curiously. "That's the devil incarnate of East Peak City." The old man was afraid. Without saying anything more, he turned and left. "TSK, devil incarnate? He's just a coward, that's all," Mo Xian said disdainfully. At this time, there were fewer people on the street. Many people hid in their houses, and the street suddenly became deserted. "Seems like that guy has done a lot of bad things." Zhou Ziru glanced around and said, "So many people were afraid of that guy just now. He must be used to acting like a tyrant here." Just then, a thunderous sound came from the other side of the street, shaking the ground. Chapter 4028. Gu Fei actually dared to beat up the second son of the city lord of East Peak City. This caused everyone in the surroundings to be indescribably shocked. This fellow was awesome. He actually dared to beat up that devil incarnate. Very quickly, the people on the streets all left. Some were packing up their stalls, some were closing their shops, and some were closing their shops. All of them hid in their houses and peeked out from their windows. These fellows sure ran fast. Zhou Ziru couldn't help but furrow her brows when she saw this scene. These people must have been bullied by that devil incarnate. They must be scared of him. Mo Xian indifferently commented. From this, one could see that Lu Yingtian was truly a good person in East Peak City. At this moment, a dull sound of impact rang out from the other end of the street. Gu Fei could even feel the tremors coming from the ground. Then they saw a group of soldiers dressed in bronze armor and riding on beasts charging towards them. The person in the lead was a middle-aged general. A powerful immortal aura gushed forth from him. "Immortal general?" Gu Fei rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat interesting. This immortal martial realm didn't seem to be as weak as he had imagined. Immortal divinity? Upon seeing this general, Mo Xian's countenance drastically changed. Her cultivation base had already broken through to the saint realm. The pressure emanating from this general was almost unbearable, and Zhou Ziru was only at the Xiantian realm, in front of an immortal. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's protection, just a strand of his aura would be enough to shatter her soul. Naturally, the pressure of an immortal could be controlled by the user. Only those targeted by them would be able to feel it. If the pressure of an immortal couldn't be controlled by the user, wouldn't that mean that many people would die? One must know that even godly realm cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of an immortal, let alone ordinary cultivators. At this moment, the middle-aged general had already brought a group of soldiers and stopped in front of Gu Fei. Beside the middle-aged general, the silk pants Lu Yingtian followed. "Uncle Zhong, he was the one who beat me up." Lu Yingtian gritted his teeth and pointed at Gu Fei. The middle-aged general, Zhong Zhenyue, was an early-stage immortal god. He was one of the valiant generals under the East Peak City's castellan, and he cultivated the Tao of killing. He had once sliced through the ancestral mountain of the demons with a single slash, driving the demons out of the East Peak mountain range. This was a slaughter immortal who achieved Tao through killing. A hint of impatience flashed across Zhong Zhenyue's face. If this guy was not the second son of the city governor, he would not bother to stand up for this ignorant and incompetent guy. "Did you hit him?" Zhong Zhenyue looked indifferently at Gu Fei and said, "So what if I hit him?" Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, "If you hit him with that hand, then just chop off that hand and let this matter rest." Zhong Jinyue said, "Humph, you want to protect this guy?" When Mo Xian heard this, she was instantly unhappy. Presumptuous. It's not the place for a puny saint realm warrior to speak. A young general next to Zhong Jinyue stared at Mo Xian and shouted, "Do you think you have the right to speak?" Gu Fei's expression turned even colder as he looked at the young general. This guy was arrogant, but he was only at the immortal realm. He was not even a half-step immortal. His cultivation was only one realm higher than Mo Xian's. "Humph, chop off one of your arms and get lost." Zhong Jinyue was getting impatient. In his eyes, Gu Fei was too young to be an immortal. However, since he was able to defeat Lu Yingtian, he might be at the immortal realm. In Zhong Jinyue's eyes, an immortal realm warrior was just an ant. "You're asking me to get lost?" Gu Fei looked at Zhong Jinyue with a faint smile. "Uncle Zhong, why are you wasting time talking to this guy? Just kill him." Lu Yingtian stared at Gu Fei and said with a hideous smile. Soon, his eyes fell on Mo Xian and Zhou Ziru. This guy was lustful and had his eyes on Mo Xian and Zhou Ziru. He was waiting for Zhong Jinyue to kill Gu Fei so that he could take the sisters back to his residence and do whatever he wanted. Lu Yingtian was getting impatient. "Sai, I didn't want to kill you, but it seems like you're the one who asked for it." Gu Fei suddenly shook his head and sighed. "Ha ha, what did you say? You want to kill me? Do you know who my father is?" "My father is the governor of East Peak City, Lu Wudi," Lu Yingtian said with a maniacal smile. "Die." Gu Fei was too lazy to talk to this guy. He focused his eyes, and an invisible divine turned into an invisible god slaying force and slashed at Lu Yingtian. "How dare you?" Zhong Jinyue's expression changed. He stretched out his hand, intending to block Gu Fei's attack. However, the god-slaying power formed by his divine consciousness bypassed his palm and struck the good-for-nothing Lu Yingtian in an instant. Lu Yingtian's laughter stopped abruptly. Then, a look of disbelief, despair, and unwillingness appeared on his face. Then, Lu Yingtian fell from the back of the battle beast in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Zhong Jinyue was shocked and angry. This guy dared to kill someone in front of him, and the person he killed was the son of the governor of East Peak City, Lu Wudi. The people on both sides of the street who were hiding in their houses were also dumbfounded. This young man in black was really powerful. He really dared to kill the devil incarnate of East Peak City. Gu Fei was going to fight to the death with the East Peak City's castellan. "Die!" Zhong Jinyue did not waste any time. He directly punched at Gu Fei. Rumble! Zhong Jinyue's punch directly shook the void. However, what happened next made even Zhong Jinyue dumbfounded. He saw Gu Fei's right index finger stop Zhong Jinyue's fist. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. As soon as Gu Fei's finger shook, Zhong Jinyue immediately felt an irresistible force erupting from his finger. He was immediately sent flying backward and smashed into the crowd of battle soldiers behind him. The wild beasts roared, screamed, and screamed on the street. It was a complete mess. The finger-flicking immortal god. It was unimaginable. Roar! With a roar, Zhong Jinyue soared into the sky. The next moment, a huge hand came down from the sky and directly slapped at Gu Fei and the others. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered. He pushed his feet against the ground and directly jumped up. He directly crashed through the huge hand coming down from the sky and came in front of Zhong Jinyue. Zhong Jinyue was extremely shocked. This guy actually dared to play the pig to eat the tiger in front of him. This was too despicable. You what? Didn't you want to kill me? I'll stand here and let you kill me. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, indifferently looking at Zhong Xinhua. Who the hell are you? Zhong Xinhua was both shocked and angered. How could such a young, immortal god be possible? He had cultivated for over 1,000 years before becoming an immortal god. Could it be that this guy was the successor of a supreme sect from the Central Immortal Realm? The Central Immortal Realm was the core region of the Immortal Martial Realm. It was the true divine land. It was controlled by the supreme sects, and ordinary immortals couldn't enter it. You are not qualified to know who I am, Gu Fei said with a smile. What did you say? Zhong Xinhua was even more furious. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly. His opponent's cultivation was probably higher than his. It would be very dangerous for him to act rashly. Since you don't want to fight, get lost, Gu Fei said impatiently, waving his hand. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Zhong Xinhua was completely enraged. He was a combat immortal who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even when facing the powerful figures of the demons, he had never retreated. He made a grabbing motion in the air with his right hand, and a battle spear immediately appeared in his hand. Die! Zhong Xinhua shook the spear in his hand. In the next moment, the spear turned into a shadow and pierced toward Gu Fei, directly breaking the void. The immortal god force was so vast that it seemed as if the entire heaven and earth were about to explode from the immortal force. All the creatures in East Peak City were terrified. What is Zhong Xinhua doing? Almost at the moment when Zhong Xinhua made his move, 5 tyrannical divine senses suddenly rushed out from several places in East Peak City. These people were all immortal gods. Gu Fei didn't expect there to be so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in East Peak City. This surprised Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and used his index and middle fingers to clamp the tip of the spear. Zhong Xinhua was completely dumbfounded. This guy actually used 2 fingers to clamp my spear? Is this guy an earth immortal? Or is he a celestial immortal who is stronger than an earth immortal? Such a young, immortal Tao powerhouse was simply too frightening. Crack! Gu Fei exerted force with his right index and middle fingers. Then, the tip of the spear broke. Then, Gu Fei reached out and flicked the tip of the spear. The entire spear exploded, and Zhong Xinhua was directly sent flying. On the ground, the soldiers that Zhong Xinhua brought with him were already stunned by the scene in front of them. This was too unbelievable. The invincible celestial general in their eyes had been completely defeated. Why didn't you kill me? Zhong Xinhua flew back. His hands were covered in blood. He had been injured by the explosion. His immortal god blood kept dripping from his hands. I don't need a reason to kill you, Gu Fei said calmly. Zhong Xinhua realized that this guy didn't take him seriously at all. Sigh. Zhong Xinhua let out a long sigh. It was as if he had suddenly aged hundreds or thousands of years. He turned around and left East Peak City instead of returning to the city lord's mansion. Great General, the soldiers that Zhong Xinhua brought with him were shocked. Did their celestial general just leave like that? Zhong Xinhua was defeated. Who is this guy? The immortal celestial realm experts in the city were shocked. Although Zhong Xinhua was not the most powerful immortal in East Peak City, his combat strength was not weak either. The black-robed young man must be incredible to be able to defeat him. Chapter 4029. Gu Fei killed Lu Yingtian and defeated Zhong Xinhua. Countless cultivators in East Peak City were shocked to the extreme. The entire city was in an uproar as the news circulated. Where did this expert come from? He actually dared to kill the second son of the city lord in East Peak City. Does he want to fight to the death with the city lord? As the saying goes, ferocious dragons don't cross the river. There's going to be a good show to watch this time. All the cultivators in the city were discussing this matter. On the contrary, the city lord manor was very quiet. They didn't send any more people to cause trouble for Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care so much. He directly chose to stay in the best place in East Peak City, the East Manor Immortal Lodge. It was an immortal lodge formed by a large number of independent courtyards. To stay in one of the courtyards here, one would need to pay a high-grade immortal crystal a day. To ordinary cultivators, this was absolutely impossible to bear. This place only hosted the successors and disciples of the major clans and sections. East Peak City was located at the entrance of the Eastern Peak Mountain Range. Those who wished to enter the Eastern Peak Mountain Range would have to pass through this ancient city. In the entire eastern region of the Immortal Martial Realm, there were many major sects and clans. The successors and disciples of the major sects all treated the Eastern Peak Mountain Range as a training ground and a hunting ground. Every year, there would be many people entering the Eastern Peak Mountain Range. Regardless of whether it was for hunting or training, East Peak City was always packed with people. At this time, the disciples of the major sects and clans were undergoing their training. There was a continuous stream of people rushing to East Peak City. Occasionally, bright streaks of light could be seen flying over from afar, landing in East Peak City. There were also experts riding on mounts, directly entering the city through the city gates. There were also several godchildren from the major sects who were escorted by countless people, incomparably imposing as they descended upon East Peak City. Master, what immortal beasts are those? Their entire bodies are covered in flames. It's too magical. Zhou Zairu curiously asked as she stared at the 9 primordial beasts shrouded in divine flames. These 9 primordial beasts were pulling an incomparably extravagant carriage. Within the carriage, a lady dressed in pink could be seen. The carriage pulled by the 9 wild beasts landed directly on the square in front of the city lord's mansion. Then, a group of people came to greet them. They were the higher-ups of the Liu family. Those are Firethorn Savage, not immortal beasts. In the courtyard, Gu Fei glanced at the direction where the 9 Firethorn Savage landed and said, I also thought they were immortal beasts. The aura from those savage beasts is much stronger than that of a God Realm martial artist. Mo Xian said in surprise. Someone actually used such a powerful beast to pull the carriage. This kind of method was simply unimaginable in the Tai Yuan realm. Immortal beasts can compete with immortals. How could they be subdued so easily? Gu Fei said indifferently. Immortal beasts possessed incomparably powerful fleshly bodies and possessed innate advantages that humans didn't have. To a certain extent, immortal beasts were much stronger than immortals of the same level. Only the sect masters of the great sects and clans could tame immortal beasts and use them as mounts. For ordinary immortals, it was already very good if they could tame a God Realm spirit beast. Master, look, it's a divine dragon. At this moment, Zhou Zairu cried out in surprise again. Gu Fei followed her gaze and saw a dragon-shaped creature rushing towards East Peak City from afar. The creature was hundreds of feet long, and it was brandishing its claws and fangs like a real dragon. On the huge head of the dragon-shaped creature stood a black-clothed young man with his hands clasped behind his back. Riding on a divine dragon, who is this guy? The black-clothed young man didn't emit any powerful aura. He seemed like an ordinary person. However, an ordinary person would never be able to ride on a divine dragon. That's not a divine dragon. It's not even a dragon. It's just an old flood dragon of the immortal realm. Gu Fei only took a glance at the dragon-shaped creature, and he was able to see through its true form. Flood dragon? That's still a dragon. Zhou Zairu said. You can't confuse a flood dragon with a dragon. A dragon can fly to the 9 heavens, while a flood dragon can only cultivate in the great rivers. Compared to a dragon, one is in the sky, while the other is on the ground. There's no comparison at all. Gu Fei explained. I see. Zhou Zairu stuck out her tongue after hearing that. A flood dragon that can ride on the immortal realm. Doesn't that mean that person has at least the cultivation of an earth immortal? Emo Xian looked at the man and the flood dragon flying across the sky in shock. Gu Fei didn't say anything. The black-clothed young man riding on the flood dragon was a true earth immortal. Why did so many experts suddenly come to East Peak City? Gu Fei and the others didn't know what was going on. At that moment, a roar came from the courtyard behind the city lord's mansion. How dare they kill my son? If I don't kill them, my surname isn't Liu, a white-clothed middle-aged man said through clenched teeth. Father, we need to think about this carefully, a young man said through clenched teeth. This young man was Liu Rufeng, who had just returned from East Peak Mountain Range. He had just returned when he heard that his younger brother was dead. The murderer was a young man named Gu Fei. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded Liu Rufeng's expectations. He didn't expect that Gu Fei would dare to act so presumptuously in East Peak City and even defeat Zhong Zhenyue. Zhong Zhenyue was a killing immortal. Take my visiting card and go to the Black Demon Mountain. The East Peak City Lord said coldly. With a flip of his right hand, a visiting card appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Liu Rufeng. Father, are you going to ask the Black Demon sect to take action? Liu Rufeng's expression changed. If the Black Demon sect's patriarch is willing to take action personally, this Gu Fei guy will definitely die. The East Peak City Lord said with an ominous glint in his eyes. Yes, Father. I'll go now. Liu Rufeng quickly stood up and walked out. Gu Fei didn't know that danger was approaching. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid of human immortals and earth immortals. Even if a celestial immortal came, Gu Fei was confident that he could put up a fight. At this time, dusk was approaching. An attendant of the East residence came and handed an invitation to Gu Fei. It was an invitation to an auction. One invitation could bring 2 people to the auction. Gu Fei didn't want to participate in the auction, but Zhou Zairu and Emo Xian kept pestering Gu Fei. They wanted Gu Fei to bring them to experience it. Therefore, Gu Fei could only agree to bring them. The auction was held in the East Residence's auction house. Every year, the East Residence would hold 1 or 2 auctions so that immortals from all over the world could have a chance to interact. The auction house had nearly 1,000 seats, and there were also VIP rooms. The identities of the people in the VIP rooms were absolutely confidential. No one dared to leak it. Gu Fei and the others didn't have a VIP room, so they could only sit in the ordinary seats. When the auction was about to start, the auction house was almost full. Even the dozens of VIP rooms were all reserved by the VIPs. The auction began. Under the staff's introduction, a short sword was brought on stage and displayed for everyone to see. A short sword is being auctioned. Zhou Zairu and Emo Xian were very disdainful. 2 big sisters. That's not an ordinary sword. It's said that it was once a divine weapon refined by a celestial immortal. Although it's broken, it's still a rare immortal treasure. Chapter 40:30. At the auction held by the East Mansion, the first item to be auctioned was actually a short sword, and it was a short sword that was broken into 2 pieces. This surprised Zhou Zairu and Emo Xian. A rich young man beside them told them about the origin of the broken sword. It turned out that this sword was forged by a sky immortal. No one knew why it was broken. The person who obtained the sword thought it was an ordinary immortal weapon, so he put it up for auction. However, this young man had obtained inside information. A broken immortal sword, suspected to be the sword of an earth immortal. The starting price is 1,000 high-grade immortal crystals. Every bid will increase the price by 100 high-grade immortal crystals. The host's voice spread throughout the entire auction hall. 1,100. Someone called out the price. 1,200. 1,300. The price of the broken sword kept rising. 2,000. Someone shouted. With that, everyone hesitated. It was just a broken sword. 2,000 high-grade immortal crystals was more than enough to purchase a complete immortal weapon. Is there a higher bid? The host glanced at the crowd. If no one else bids, this broken sword will belong to that immortal friend. The host continued. 2,100. At this moment, the rich young man beside Zhou Zairu and Emocien raised the fan in his hand and said proudly, "Which prodigal son is using 2,000 high-grade immortal crystals to sell a broken sword?" Many people looked at him. It seems to be He Fei from the He clan. Someone recognized the rich young man. No one else called out the price. The rich young man successfully got the broken sword, an immortal weapon forged by a sky immortal. Even if it was broken, would still have immortal runes left on it. Those immortal runes alone were worth more than 2,100 high-grade immortal crystals. Soon, someone from the auction hall sent the broken sword to He Fei. "This is a sky immortal sword." Zhou Zairu looked at the broken sword curiously. There was still a trace of immortal aura left on the broken sword. The immortal patterns inside had almost all dissipated, but they had not completely dissipated. If immortal true essence was poured into the broken sword, this broken sword could still unleash an immortal ranked attack. Even Emocien couldn't help but look at the broken sword. "Do you want to see? Why don't we find a place to talk after the auction?" He Fei said as he carefully put away the broken sword. This, Zhou Zairu glanced at Gu Fei. "It's just a broken, heavenly, immortal sword. Only some fools would treat trash like a treasure." Gu Fei said coolly, "Fellow Taoist, what are you talking about? How rare are sky immortal swords? There aren't many of them in the entire East Peak domain, and most of them are incomplete. They aren't perfect sky immortal swords." When He Fei heard Gu Fei's words, he was immediately unhappy. "Is that so?" With a flip of Gu Fei's right hand, a sword immediately appeared in his hand. A powerful and sharp immortal sword chi immediately radiated from the sword. This is He Fei's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. "I don't have a heaven immortal sword, but I do have a golden immortal sword. Take it and play with it." Gu Fei handed the immortal sword to Zhou Zairu. "A golden immortal sword? This is a perfect golden immortal sword. How is this possible?" The hedonistic young master of the He clan was scared silly. The moment the golden immortal sword appeared, the entire place was shaken. Everyone's eyes fell on the immortal sword in Gu Fei's hand. The sword was not unsheathed, but everyone could feel the terrifying sword energy waves spreading out from the scabbard. It could shake the souls of immortals and gods even before it was unsheathed. What would happen if it was unsheathed? "Thank you, Master." Zhou Zairu happily put away the golden immortal sword. This, he's your master?" He Fei was stunned again. "He actually has a golden immortal sword. Where did this guy come from?" Lu Rafeng, who was sitting in a VIP room, was sweating profusely. After delivering his father's invitation to the Black Demon sect, he immediately rushed back to East Peak City to participate in the auction. He was the son of the City Lord Mansion, so it was easy for him to get a VIP invitation to the auction. At this time, he was a little restless. Could this Gu Fei be the descendant of one of the super sects in the central immortal domain? Or is he a disciple of an immortal family in the central immortal domain? Lu Rufeng felt very uneasy. If he provoked such an existence, let alone the Black Demon sect, even the Lu clan of East Peak would be in danger of extinction. No, I want Father to stop all actions and wait and see. Lu Rufeng directly left the auction house and rushed to the City Lord mansion. The auction was interrupted by the little episode of Gu Fei, and then continued. All the following auction items could not enter Gu Fei's eyes. When the last item was brought up, his eyes immediately lit up. It was a huge ball with a diameter of 20 feet. It needed 20 divine, realm martial artists to carry it. What is this? Someone asked directly. We don't know what it is either. We only know that this ball is extremely hard. Even an immortal weapon refined by an earth immortal cannot damage it. There seems to be a powerful spiritual energy inside the ball. The host explained. Could it be extraterrestrial divine? Iron? Someone said. Extraterrestrial divine. Iron was a material used to forge immortal weapons. If this ball was extraterrestrial divine, iron, it would be a rare treasure. The starting price is 10,000 high-grade immortal crystals. Each bid will increase by 1,000 immortal crystals. The host said, 20,000. Someone directly doubled the price, 30,000. An old man in embroidered robes with a ruddy face directly added 10,000. 40,000. Fatty Pang, don't compete with me this time. An old Taoist with a sage-like appearance said to the old man in embroidered robes, Xing Feng, I'm going to compete with you. So what? 50,000. The old man in embroidered robes shouted again. At this time, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. These two guys are increasing the price by 10,000. It seems that the high-grade immortal crystals are falling from the sky. That's high-grade immortal crystals. A middle-grade immortal crystal mine can only dig out 10,000 caddies of high-grade immortal crystals in a year. Soon, these two guys shouted a sky-high price of 100,000 immortal crystals. 110,000. The people in the VIP room began to bid. When the people in the VIP room began to bid, neither Fatty Pang nor Xing Feng dared to bid. One should know that those who could enter the VIP room were all big shots with powerful backgrounds. Not everyone dared to provoke these people. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Just when everyone thought that no one would bid, Gu Fei suddenly raised his hand and said, 200,000. What? Chapter 40:31. The auction hall of the East Manor Immortal Residence was completely silent. Everyone was staring at Gu Fei, and they were all dumbfounded. Where did this prodigal son come from? He actually wanted to use 200,000 caddies of high-grade immortal crystals to buy a ball of unknown origin. This ball was very mysterious. Even the appraisers of the East Mansion Immortal Residence couldn't tell what it was. The ball was very big and very hard. Someone once used an immortal artifact to attack it, but couldn't even break a piece of its skin. Was it immortal iron? Didn't seem like it. It looked like an extraterrestrial divine, iron, but that was all. Extraterrestrial divine. Iron was extremely rare. Even the old appraisers couldn't tell. However, one thing was certain. This was a spiritual item with spirituality, and it contained spiritual energy. But using 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals to buy a spiritual item was definitely the behavior of an idiot. Even if one was rich, one shouldn't squander like this. This guy's brain must have been struck by lightning. 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. If it's for me, it's enough for me to cultivate to the earth immortal realm. This is probably because he has too many immortal crystals. Many people were mocking him. In their eyes, Gu Fei was an idiot and a prodigal. However, some people were deep in thought. One must know that 200,000 kilograms of high-grade, immortal crystals wasn't something ordinary people could take out. Even a large immortal crystal mine wouldn't be able to dig out 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals in 10 years. Once Gu Fei made his bid, everyone who was interested in the mysterious ball was terrified. Without any suspense, the mysterious ball was going to be Gu Fei's. However, the prerequisite was that he could pay 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. Dao, friend Gu, if you can't take out 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals, then you'll be in trouble, He Fei from the He clan said with a fake smile. Buffed, we can even take out golden immortal swords, let alone 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. Mo Xian glanced at He Fei in disdain. He Fei's expression changed when he heard that. Then he laughed and said, "That's for the best." At this time, the auction had ended, but no one had left. Many people were watching the show. Gu Fei was someone who dared to kill the second son of East Peak City's castellan. Moreover, 200,000 caddies of high-grade immortal crystals was not a small amount. With so many high-grade immortal crystals, it could be described as a mountain. Many people were waiting to see Gu Fei make a fool of himself. Soon, the auctioneer arrived before Gu Fei. "Fellow Taoist Gu, please pay 200,000 caddies of high-grade immortal crystals. Of course, you can also pay with items of equal value," the black-robed old man said politely. When it came to a big customer like Gu Fei, they naturally had to serve him with great care and humility. "I don't have 200,000 high-grade immortal crystals." Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, "What?" As soon as Gu Fei said this, the scene immediately burst into an uproar. "Ha ha! Fellow Taoist Gu, your joke is a bit too much. You dare to bid without immortal crystals?" He Fei laughed. He was the happiest one. Who asked Gu Fei to embarrass him just now? "Fellow Taoist Gu, the auctioneer's expression changed. "I thought this kid was from some big family. Turns out he's just a useless hedonistic son who likes to show off. If you don't have immortal crystals, then shut up. Do you think it's fun to bid like others?" A wave of sarcasm and ridicule was directed towards Gu Fei. "You bastards!" Zhou, Zairu, and Mo Xian were furious. Gu Fei was still calm. "Fellow Taoist Gu, since you've bid for the item, then you should pay. Is that right?" The auctioneer said coldly. His attitude changed drastically. "Yes, that's right." Gu Fei nodded calmly. "Sigh, I really admire this fella. Even at this moment, he's still so calm." Someone sighed. Then, "Fellow Taoist, come with me," the auctioneer said disdainfully. Those who dared to cause trouble at the East Prefecture Immortal Residences auction never had a good ending. "Master," Zhou Zairu was a little anxious. Only Mo Xian was still calm. "I said, I don't have high-grade immortal crystals. But I didn't say that I won't pay," Gu Fei said indifferently. He had already seen through these people's faces. These fellas were all people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Oh! The auctioneer was startled when he heard this. The surrounding people were also stunned. From the beginning to the end, Gu Fei really did not say that he would not pay the bill. Please calculate how many supreme-grade immortal crystals are equivalent to 200,000 gene of high-grade immortal crystals. Gu Fei looked at the old man in front of him and said, the auctioneer was a worldly immortal, an expert in the great perfection realm. He was much stronger than Zhong Zhenyue. However, this fellow was just an ant in front of him. The auctioneer's expression changed several times before he said, 10 gene of supreme-grade immortal crystals is equivalent to 200,000 gene of high-grade immortal crystals. Only 10 gene, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. However, Gu Fei's words made the surrounding people confused. Supreme-grade immortal crystals were enough for a godly state martial artist to break through to the worldly immortal realm. 10 supreme-grade immortal crystals were enough for a person to cultivate to the earthly immortal realm. Moreover, supreme-grade immortal crystals were extremely rare. Even if a large immortal crystal mine was completely mined, there wouldn't even be 100 gene of supreme-grade immortal crystals. Gu Fei directly took out 5 gene of supreme-grade immortal crystals and threw them to the old man. He then waved his hand, and the mysterious ball flew towards him. As the mysterious ball flew towards Gu Fei, it rapidly shrank. When it landed on Gu Fei's hand, it became the size of a fist. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. "What's going on? This thing can change," someone exclaimed. "A bunch of blind fools," Gu Fei said disdainfully. Then he tightened his grip on the ball. Kacha! Cracks appeared on the ball. Then beams of dazzling divine light shone through the cracks on the ball, and an extremely powerful dragon chi filled every inch of the void in an instant. The mysterious ball turned out to be a divine pearl. The powerful dragon chi turned into small dragons that circled around the pearl in Gu Fei's hand. A dragon pearl? Everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground when they saw this. No one expected this mysterious ball to be a dragon pearl. Moreover, the dragon chi emitted from the dragon pearl was extremely pure. It was definitely not something that mixed dragons could compare to. Chapter 4032. The mysterious ball that Gu Fei bid for was actually a dragon pearl. This caused all those who mocked him to shut their mouths. Their expressions were incomparably fascinating, especially the person in charge of the auction. He almost coughed out blood. He actually couldn't see through the legendary dragon pearl in front of him. Someone used a secret art to seal this dragon pearl. Even heavenly immortals or golden immortals wouldn't be able to see through it. Only Gu Fei would be able to see through it with a single glance. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. That old man had an incomparably bitter expression on his face. After that, he bid farewell to Gu Fei and directly entered the backstage area. The others who mocked and ridiculed Gu Fei quietly left. "Master, is this the dragon pearl?" Zhou Zairu curiously asked as she stared at the dragon pearl in Gu Fei's hand. This is a dragon pearl left behind by a true dragon from the 9 heavens." Gu Fei smiled. A true dragon from the 9 heavens was a true dragon race, incomparably powerful. An adult true dragon could contend against immortals and gods. A true dragon from the 9 heavens. Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian were incomparably shocked. The supreme origin realm they were in didn't even have true dragons. But in this immortal martial realm, there might be terrifying existences that could destroy the heavens and earth. "Let's leave too," Gu Fei said as he kept the dragon pearl in his hand. He brought Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian away from the auction house. Just as they were about to leave the auction house, they were blocked by 3 people. "Hand over the dragon pearl and scram." The young man in the lead coldly spoke to Gu Fei. "You guys are courting death." Mo Xian raged. "We are indeed courting death. But the problem is, can you guys kill us?" "Huh?" The young man in the lead sneered. "Then you can go to hell." Gu Fei suddenly stretched out his right hand, causing the young man in front of him to fly towards his hand involuntarily. After that, Gu Fei grabbed him and exerted force, instantly destroying his soul. Seeing this scene, the other 2 were scared silly. Who was this guy? How could he be so powerful? Preposterous. The information given by the Liu family was inaccurate. "Tell me, who are you? If I'm in a good mood, I might let you go." Gu Fei looked indifferently at the 2 people in front of him and said, "We are from the Black Devil sect." The 2 cultivators quickly said, in order to survive. Even if they were told to jump into a manure pit, they would not even blink. Black Demon Sect, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. He had just arrived here and hadn't heard of the Black Devil Sect. However, forces that were related to the word devil were not to be trifled with. Scram! Go back and tell your master that if he dares to provoke me again, I will destroy his sect. Gu Fei was getting impatient. The two men hurriedly ran away in fear. At this time, a figure flashed behind a tree in the distance and disappeared in an instant. Humph! Gu Fei didn't care about those mysterious fellas. After returning to his courtyard, he went into seclusion to concoct a cauldron of great medicine. Concocting a great medicine was not an easy task. Gu Fei directly stabbed a divine sword into the ground and entered his secret chamber to start his seclusion. The divine sword emitted a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if the strongest sword chi could be released at any time. A sword can scare those people away. Zhou Zairu said worriedly. One must know that in East Peak City there were many immortal cultivators, especially during this period of time when the descendants of the various sects and clans were pouring into East Peak City. At this time, it was unknown how many immortals had come to East Peak City. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't afraid of these fellas. However, these immortal cultivators posed a great threat to Zhou Zairu and Emosian. At this time, in a valley 10 miles away from East Peak City, the two people that Gu Fei let go were kneeling on the ground. Qi Ming is dead. How is this possible? The Black Devil Sect's ancestor stared at the two disciples lying on the ground. He almost slapped them to death. I want to see if that person has 3 heads and 6 arms. He actually dared to kill my disciple. The Black Devil Sect's ancestor gritted his teeth. East Peak City, City Lord Mansion. I didn't expect that fella's luck to be so good. He actually used 200,000 caddies of high-grade immortal crystals to bid for a dragon pearl. Lu Rafeng was filled with jealousy and envy. Humph! So what if he's lucky? He will still die. The city lord of East Peak City gritted his teeth. Although his second son was a bastard, he was still his son. How could he let someone else kill him? It wasn't like he had never killed a genius before. Father, the Black Devil Sect, Lu Rafeng said hesitantly. He just received news that Gu Fei killed the Black Devil Sect's ancestor's direct disciple, Qi Ming. This was a good thing for them. It would be best if Gu Fei and the Black Devil Sect could fight to the death. There's no need to care about them. Let's wait and see. The city lord said coldly. Yes, Lu Rafeng hurriedly replied. Night fell. The sky was filled with stars, and a moon hung on the horizon. Outside Gu Fei's courtyard, a black figure silently appeared. The moment the figure appeared, the divine sword that was stuck in the ground suddenly made a buzzing sound. It turned into a sword light and flashed. The black figure's head fell to the ground. Two figures walked out from the darkness. They were Zhou Zairu and Emosian. Master is so powerful, Zhou Zairu exclaimed. I didn't expect it either. Emosian nodded. The power of the sword left behind by Gu Fei was shocking. It could actually turn into a sword light and kill those intruders. After dealing with the corpse, they entered the house to continue cultivating. For cultivators, especially those above the Xiantian realm, they would use a lot of time to cultivate. They wouldn't dare to slack off. Very quickly, another group of people appeared outside Gu Fei's courtyard. This time, those mysterious people didn't dare to barge into the courtyard. They only watched from the outside. Only when the sun rose did those mysterious people leave. At this time, Gu Fei was in the secret room, using his own true fire to concoct pills. Very quickly, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. Even Zhou Zairu, who was guarding outside the stone door, smelled it. Success. Outside the stone door, Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian were pleasantly surprised. Gu Fei used the dragon pearl to concoct the rising dragon pill. One rising dragon pill was enough for a Xiantian realm cultivator to break through to the godly realm. This was the rising dragon pill. One rising dragon pill was enough to change a cultivator's life. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from the secret room. The entire secret room shook. Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian, who were outside, were scared half to death by this sudden sound. Chapter 4033. East Peak City. In the courtyard of the East Manor, Gu Fei had successfully refined 8 rising dragon pills. A pearl of a true dragon could allow a Xiantian realm cultivator's cultivation base to break through to the immortal realm. And for deity realm cultivators, after consuming the rising dragon pill, their cultivation base could directly break through to the immortal realm. One could say that a single rising dragon pill was enough to cause all cultivators below the immortal realm to go crazy. For such a pill, not to mention the East Peak City, even in the entire eastern region of the immortal martial realm, one wouldn't be able to find one. The rising dragon pill wasn't a medicinal pill of the immortal martial realm. Gu Fei had obtained the pill formula by chance. Given his cultivation base, there was no pressure at all for him to concoct the rising dragon pill. Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian, or his cultivation bases, were simply too low. One must know that this was the immortal martial realm, a place where martial immortals could be found everywhere. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's protection, they wouldn't even be able to take a single step in the immortal martial realm. At this moment, the heavy stone door slowly opened as a silhouette walked out. Master, Brother Gu, Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian, who had been guarding the stone door, hurriedly greeted him. 4 pills each. Go and enter closed-door seclusion. Gu Fei took out 2 jade bottles and passed them to Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian. Many thanks, Master. Many thanks, Brother Gu. Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian joyfully kept the jade bottles and retreated, each entering their respective cultivation rooms to enter closed-door seclusion. Very swiftly, powerful fluctuations of energy emanated from the 2 cultivation rooms. Especially Mo Xian, she was a Saint Realm expert. One rising dragon pill would allow her to break through to the peak of God realm. Another would allow her to break through to the immortal God realm. Rumble. 6 hours later, tribulation clouds actually condensed in the airspace above the East Manor immortal residence. The entire sky turned pitch black, so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched their hands out. Occasionally, blinding lightning flashed within the tribulation clouds, illuminating the entire area. A terrifying aura of destruction descended from the skies. What's going on? What happened? Who's undergoing tribulation? In an instant, the entire East Peak City was in an uproar. Countless powerful spiritual waves rushed out from all over the city, sweeping towards the East Manor immortal abode. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, and the divine sword that was stuck in the courtyard suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a ball of sword light spread from the divine sword and enveloped the entire courtyard in an instant. The ball of sword light blocked all of the divine sense that was sweeping towards it. It's where Gu Fei is. Someone cried out in alarm. Gu Fei was now famous in East Peak City. Even if all the cultivators in the city had not seen him before, they would definitely have heard of his name. It was all because Gu Fei was too powerful. Not only did he kill the second son of the city lord, but he also defeated Zhong Jinyue, one of the city lord's most powerful warriors, who was known as the Killing Immortal. After that, he won a true dragon divine pearl at an auction for 200,000 kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. The news spread, and the whole city was in an uproar. Now, someone was undergoing tribulation in Gu Fei's residence. What was going on? Could it be that Gu Fei was undergoing the earth immortal heavenly tribulation? But that didn't seem to be the case. If Gu Fei triggered the earth immortal heavenly tribulation, the tribulation cloud would probably cover thousands of miles. The destructive power of the heavenly tribulation was something that even immortals and gods would fear. The heavenly tribulation that appeared in East Peak City had clouds covering thousands of miles. This meant that someone was undergoing the heavenly tribulation of a human immortal. Could it be that the two girls beside Gu Fei are undergoing their tribulation? City Lord Mansion, Liu family. Liu Roofing's expression was extremely ugly. The Black Devil sect is quiet. A mysterious person shrouded in black cheese spoke up beside Liu Ruofeng. Those guys from the Black Devil sect are just like that. Too cowardly. They can't do anything. Liu Ruofeng said disapprovingly. Many people have their eyes on the dragon pearl in that guy's hand. Even if we don't make a move, there will be people who will find trouble with that guy. The green WIRM king seems to have left his lair and is heading straight for East Peak City. The mysterious person said, "Humph, there will be a good show soon." Liu Ruofeng said in a gloating tone. The green WIRM king was one of the few experts in the eastern domain of the immortal martial realm. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the earth immortal realm, and he had already stepped half a foot into the heavenly immortal realm. To the green WIRM king, the true dragon pearl was incomparably important. It could allow him to directly step into the heavenly immortal realm. The green WIRM king was definitely here for the dragon pearl in Gu Fei's hand. However, nobody knew that Gu Fei had already refined the true dragon pearl into 8 ascending dragon pills. The ascending dragon pill was actually very useful to earth immortals. For an expert like the green WIRM king, who had already stepped half a foot into the heavenly immortal realm, a single pill was enough to allow him to break through. However, the ascending dragon pill was useless to experts who were above the heavenly immortal realm. Boom! At this moment, the sky above the East Manor immortal residence rumbled as a terrifying aura of destruction descended. All the living beings in the city were incomparably terrified. Who's going through the heavenly tribulation? Are you crazy? How dare you go through the heavenly tribulation in the city? Do you want everyone in the city to die with you? A hot-tempered immortal rushed out and yelled at the courtyard where Gu Fei was. The immortal activated his divine ability. His voice directly penetrated Gu Fei's sword aura and reverberated in the courtyard. It was extremely shocking. Noisy! Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the divine sword that was stuck in the courtyard immediately soared into the sky. It turned into a shocking sword aura and slashed at the immortal. An immortal sword aura lit up the entire heaven and earth, as if the sword had split the heaven and earth in half. It instantly landed on the immortal's head. What? The immortal was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. A strand of white hair fell from the sky. The immortal was truly shocked. If he had been half a step slower, wouldn't he have been split in half by the sword? The thought of it made him break out in a cold sweat. What an arrogant guy. Does he think he's invincible just because he defeated Zhong Zhenyue? A voice was heard. Then, another immortal appeared in the void. Fellow cultivators, what's the point of talking to this madman? Let's attack together and wipe this arrogant guy off the face of the earth. Another immortal appeared in the distant sky. a terrifying immortal aura appeared in the sky. With the arrival of the two immortal spirits, the might of the immortal spirits filled the entire world. The entire void seemed as though it was about to solidify. Countless martial artists in East Peak City were terrified to the extreme. Three immortals had their eyes on Gu Fei at the same time. Scram or die. Gu Fei extended his right hand, and the divine sword immediately flew back into his hand. Chapter 40-34. The Galaxy Sword Immortal, Old Man Tianfeng, and the Saber Taoist were the strongest immortals in East Peak City. Yet, the three of them could not even block a single strike from Gu Fei. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked to the core. Those were three worldly immortals who were closest to becoming Earth immortals. Yet, they were killed just like that. Gu Fei's terrifying strike had stunned everyone. No one dared to say anything else. Is he really only a worldly immortal? Lu Rufing's expression was extremely ugly within the City Lord's residence. Looks like I will have to leave for a while. The East Peak City Lord said with a solemn expression. Father, are you going to? Lu Rufing heard this and immediately thought of something. That's right. If I succeed, I can destroy this Gu Fei with a flip of my hand. The City Lord's eyes were as vicious as a viper's. The City Lord of East Peak was a vengeful person. He could only endure until now because he could not see through Gu Fei and the others. Ha! Gu Fei is dead for sure. Just let him live for a while longer. Lu Rufing said with a laugh. After I leave, you must endure. The City Lord said, solemnly. I know, Father. Lu Rufing nodded. Immediately, a ray of light rushed out of the City Lord's mansion of East Peak City and disappeared into the dark world in the blink of an eye. Rumble, at this moment, the might of the heavens and earth exploded. Billions of living beings trembled. Countless martial artists in East Peak City were terrified. The higher their cultivation, the more terrified they were. The immortal realm martial artist souls were already trembling. They could not withstand the terrifying pressure from the sky. Many immortal realm martial artists chose to retreat from East Peak City. They had no choice but to retreat. Once their souls were damaged, it would be a disaster for them. There were also some immortal realm martial artists with immortal equipment. With the protection of immortal equipment, they were not afraid of the terrifying aura from the sky. At this moment, East Peak City was shrouded in terror. The tribulation clouds in the sky had almost descended upon the city. Blinding bolts of lightning tore through the void and broke through the tribulation clouds, illuminating the entire world. Gu Fei, on the other hand, stood in the sky above East Peak City, protecting Mo Xian. One man and one sword had shaken East Peak and made all the human immortals in East Peak City bow their heads. His invincible demeanor was imprinted in the minds of countless experts. Roar! Just at this moment, a long whistle rang out. Then, with a loud bang, one of the houses in the East Manor suddenly exploded, and a figure directly rushed out from inside. As soon as the figure appeared, endless lightning bolts descended from the tribulation cloud. Every bolt of lightning seemed to have a mind of its own. Like electric snakes, they coiled around the figure. That person was Mo Xian. With the help of the rising dragon pill, Mo Xian Er's cultivation finally broke through to the immortal realm, welcoming her immortal god, Heavenly Tribulation. Once she passed the Heavenly Tribulation, she would become a true immortal god. Mo Xian Er's body shook, and a powerful wave of energy surged out, dispersing the countless bolts of lightning that coiled around her. Mo Xian Er's hands moved, and an yin-yang Dao diagram immediately appeared in the void. Yin-yang demonic energy circulated, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth immediately gathered towards her. She actually used the power of the heavenly tribulation for her own use. Someone exclaimed, "She's crazy. She actually dared to do this. Isn't she afraid of dying?" Someone exclaimed, "Since she dared to do this, she must be fearless." Someone glanced at Gufei in the sky and said, "Emotion manifested yin and yang, drawing the power of the heavenly tribulation to her body. Her aura instantly rose to a terrifying level. Next, Emotion used the power of yin and yang to block the countless lightning bolts descending from the sky. The energy waves emitted from her body became stronger and stronger. The aura of a demon immortal filled the sky. Emotion cultivated the demon Tao technique. She was a demon. Of course, with Gufei's methods, he could totally transform Emotion into a righteous cultivator. However, he didn't do so because no matter if it was an immortal, a demon, or a demon, not all of them were evil. Demons, as long as they had a kind heart, they would be a good demon. Gufei believed that no one was born evil. After the lightning tribulation, it was time for the transformation heavenly tribulation. Within the heavenly tribulation, there were vaguely terrifying living beings appearing. They were like spirits in the lightning, bringing destruction with them as they descended from the sky. Boom! A beast that emitted endless bolts of lightning directly collided with Emotion's yin-yang Tao diagram. In the next moment, Emotion's body shook violently, and the yin-yang Tao diagram almost collapsed. Yin-yang chaos. Emotion executed the great technique that Gufei imparted to her. The power of yin and yang surged out, causing the entire sky and earth to become chaotic. The surrounding heavenly tribulation's power frantically gathered towards her and was devoured by her body. Emotion was like a bottomless black hole, devouring all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Even the heavenly tribulation's power was devoured by her. Heaven-devouring demonic art. Gufei was a little surprised. Emotion actually cultivated this demon Tao mystic art. Legend has it that this was a demonic art that was passed down by a heaven-devouring beast. That heaven-devouring beast was a supreme existence that could even devour the heavens. When the heaven-devouring demonic art was cultivated to small success, it could devour the sun, moon, and stars. It possessed great power. Emotion didn't seem to have obtained the complete heaven-devouring demonic art. It was just a severely damaged cultivation technique. She cultivated to the immortal god realm, yet she couldn't even condense a heaven-devouring devil shadow. This shouldn't be, it really shouldn't be. Gufei had the complete heaven-devouring demonic art. Why is the heavenly tribulation so terrifying? The human immortals in East Peak City were dumbfounded. The lightning tribulation that took form was the most terrifying heavenly tribulation in the legends. Whenever such a heavenly tribulation appeared, the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation would definitely die. There was no record of anyone surviving the heavenly tribulation that took form. This woman is dead for sure. A human immortal from the older generation said, "What a pity. Such a supreme demon immortal is actually going to die under the heavenly tribulation." Someone shook his head and sighed. Gufei stood in the void. With his cultivation, he could naturally hear the people in the city. He looked at Emotion, who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. He was very confident in Emotion. Moreover, with him around, even if Emotion failed the heavenly tribulation, it wouldn't be a big deal. At this moment, the cultivation room that Zhou Zairu was in was already enveloped by the formation that Gufei had set up beforehand, isolating all the auras from the outside world. Even the power of the heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to affect Zhou Zairu, who was in seclusion. At this moment, 9 giant beasts formed by the power of the lightning tribulation appeared in the lightning tribulation. The 9 giant beasts pounced out from the lightning tribulation towards Emosien, kill. Emosien roared angrily. Yin-yang demonic energy exploded from her body. At this moment, a faint demon shadow appeared on her body. It roared towards the sky. Chapter 40:35. Emosien Er's heavenly tribulation was terrifying to the heavens. It was actually the transformation lightning tribulation of the immortal martial realm. This type of heavenly tribulation was one of the strongest in the immortal martial realm. The transformation lightning tribulation could annihilate and destroy everything. In the records of the immortal martial realm, there had never been anyone who could survive the transformation lightning tribulation, not even once. This was the terror of the transformation lightning tribulation. In the immortal martial realm, the transformation lightning tribulation represented death, absolute death. All the deities in the immortal martial realm were most afraid of the transformation lightning tribulation when they broke through to the human immortal realm. At this moment, a scene occurred in the skies, causing all the cultivators in the East Peak City to be dumbfounded, shocked to the extreme. "Grandpa, what's that?" "There's something rushing out from the lightning." A little girl pointed to the skies as she spoke to an old man beside her. The old man stared at the scene in the skies, his countenance incomparably heavy. "That's the living being in the lightning." The old man mumbled to himself. Rumble, 9 terrifying silhouettes broke through the tribulation clouds and charged towards Emosien, who was below the tribulation clouds. Each of the silhouettes emitted a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and earth, causing the hearts of countless cultivators to palpitate. It was as though the entire world was about to be destroyed. Die! Emosien roared in rage, directly rushing towards the 9 terrifying silhouettes, only to see a blurry silhouette appearing from her body. The moment that devil silhouette appeared, it instantly inhaled, swallowing the 9 silhouettes that were radiating boundless lightning in a single gulp. After swallowing the 9 blurry beast silhouettes, the demonic silhouette that emerged from Emosien Er's body became clearer. It was a demonic beast. Although it was blurry, the terrifying aura emitted from the demonic beast caused the heavens and earth to change color. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Only Gu Fei's lips curled upwards, revealing a smile. Emosien finally condensed the heaven-devouring devil silhouette, and the moment it appeared, it actually swallowed the transformation lightning tribulation. Such power was incomparably shocking. Even Gu Fei's countenance changed. This heaven-devouring devil art was indeed powerful and tyrannical. How is this possible? When a white-haired human immortal saw what was happening up in the sky, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Someone actually dared to devour tribulation lightning. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. This is crazy. All the human immortals were stunned. What kind of demonic technique is this? On the roof of the city lord's mansion, Lu Ruffin was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect Emosien to be this strong. If she successfully passed her tribulation, who in East Peak City could be her opponent? Humph! As long as father returns successfully, your time of death will come. Lu Ruffin gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. The power of the demonic heaven-gorging art was unimaginable to the human immortals in East Peak City. The moment the demonic shadow appeared, Emosien actually blocked the transformation heavenly tribulation. The more demonic shadows that appeared on Emosien body swallowed, the stronger they became. Yes, it's time to end this. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Emosien or his heaven tribulation, had reached its most crucial moment. The boundless power of heavenly tribulation was rapidly condensing. Roar! A gigantic, demonic shadow the size of a mountain appeared in the tribulation clouds. This demonic shadow roared towards the sky and directly dispersed the tribulation clouds. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The entire heaven and earth shone brightly. Extremely bright lightning tore through the void. Each lightning bolt was tens of miles long, and the source of all the destructive lightning bolts was a terrifying demonic shadow. Thunder Beast, that's the legendary Thunder Beast. Someone in East Peak City cried out in surprise. Although it wasn't a real Thunder Beast, it was only condensed from the power of heavenly tribulation. However, the aura that erupted from this demonic shadow was too shocking. This demonic shadow only roared, and countless cracks appeared in the sky. Boom! The demonic shadow shook, and endless destructive power exploded. Emotion was directly blown away. She kept coughing out blood. Even the demonic shadow that appeared on her body was about to dissipate in the void. The final battle, victory or defeat, will be decided in one move. Emotion knew that the most dangerous moment had arrived. If she could endure it, she would be able to become an immortal. If she couldn't, she would die. This world was very fair. If she wanted to obtain great power, she had to pay more. Emotion fought desperately against the Thunder Beast. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth shook. Occasionally, terrifying spatial cracks would appear in the sky. In the end, although Emotion successfully dispersed the demonic shadow, she also suffered unimaginable injuries. She lost half of her life and fainted, falling from the sky. Gu Fei waved his hand, and Emotion flew back to him. Then, he carried her and disappeared in the void. They entered the inner world. Where did they go? The human immortals in the city were dumbfounded. They actually didn't see how Gu Fei and Emotion left. Gu Fei carried Emotion to the immortal transformation lake and placed her inside. Emotion soaked in the lake. The wounds on her body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, the injuries caused by the lightning power were completely healed. She seemed to have obtained a new life. Her entire person went through a transformation. Emotion's physique became the immortal devil physique. Immortal energy and demonic energy actually merged perfectly in her body. One yin, one yang, one immortal, one demon. The impossible became possible. Even though Gu Fei was very knowledgeable, he was shocked. He seemed to have seen the changes in Emotion before. Dongfang Chun. That's right, it was Dongfang Chun. When he was in the Supreme Mystery Sect, Dongfang Chun cultivated the immortal devil mysterious art. However, Emotion was an immortal god. She cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art and also the Yin-Yang Grand Tao. She was much stronger than Dongfang Chun in the past. I didn't expect her to walk such a different path to become an expert. Gu Fei looked at Emotion in the lake and pondered. At this moment, in East Peak City, the tribulation clouds that just dissipated gathered again. A terrifying, destructive aura enveloped the entire East Peak City. What's going on? The tribulation hasn't ended yet. All the martial artists in East Peak City were dumbfounded. The heavenly tribulation just now has already ended. Someone has triggered it again. The human immortal from the older generation looked at the sky and said in shock, "What?" Chapter 40:36. The tribulation clouds once again enveloped the entire city. The cultivators in East Peak City were going crazy. What day was it today? Tribulation after tribulation, they were going to be played to death by these fellows. Countless cultivators in the city were extremely unhappy. but they couldn't do anything about it. Even the human immortals in the city had lost their temper. Everyone was apprehensive because the people undergoing tribulation were the two girls that Gu Fei had brought here. Xian succeeded and was brought into his inner world by Gu Fei. And now, Zhou Zairu also attracted her tribulation. Rumble, the terrifying might of heaven and earth descended from the heavens, causing the entire East Peak City to tremble. Countless bolts of lightning tore through the darkness, directly striking down towards a house below. That house was where Zhou Zairu was in seclusion. Just as the tribulation lightning was about to descend, a ball of five-colored divine light appeared in the void and blocked all the tribulation lightning. The human immortals in East Peak City couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. Formation: Patriarch Nine Sons, a human immortal of the older generation, cried out. When one's cultivation reached the pinnacle, they would be able to comprehend Tao inscriptions and set up formations. However, to comprehend Tao inscriptions and set up formations wasn't something that a human immortal could do. This was at least the means of a heavenly immortal. Gu Fei was merely a human immortal. How could he set up formations? How was this possible? This had already surpassed the understanding of all the cultivators in the immortal martial realm. One must know that in the immortal martial realm, no one had ever heard of a human immortal being able to comprehend Tao inscriptions and set up formations. The immortal martial realm was merely a mid-tier world, the Nine Sons' ancestor, and the rest wouldn't have thought that Gu Fei came from the primogenitor realm, the origin of the myriad of worlds. The immortal ascension tribulation was terrifying. The East Manor immortal residents suffered heavy losses this time. The first wave of tribulation lightning descended, with the house Zhou Zairu was in as the center. Everything within a radius of 1,000 feet was blasted into smithereens. At this moment, all the cultivators in the East Manor immortal residence had already fled. Actually, when Xian was undergoing her tribulation, the East Manor immortal residence was already empty. Countless martial artists in East Peak City were fighting to escape from East Peak City. Even the mortals in the city were terrified to the extreme in the face of this terrifying doomsday scene. Countless people rushed to the city gate. To the human immortal's surprise, Zhou Zairu's tribulation was very smooth. Gu Fei's great formation helped her block most of the tribulation's power. In the end, the formation collapsed, and Zhou Zairu directly rushed out of the house. She drew heavenly lightning to her body and tempered her martial body, cultivating the terrifying extreme in immortal martial body. With a thought, 1,000 miles of ice was sealed. Zhou Zairu was even more powerful than Xian. Although Xian had the celestial and demon body, in essence, Xian cultivated the yin-yang Tao. On the other hand, Zhou Zairu cultivated the most orthodox martial arts technique taught by Gu Fei, the extreme yin martial body, which was enough to suppress all opponents of the same level, making her almost invincible. Zhou Zairu was like the supreme female Emperor Xian. With one strike, she destroyed the heavenly tribulation's power. Her invincible demeanor shocked everyone. Too powerful, even the old human immortals like Ancestor Zhouyang were ashamed of their inferiority. Swoosh! At the moment when Zhou Zairu destroyed the heavenly tribulation's power, a black spear suddenly pierced through the void and pierced towards her forehead. Humph! Zhou Zairu pointed a finger at the tip of the black spear. In the next moment, the black spear instantly shattered into dust. Boom! At the same time, a pitch-black hand emitted endless demonic power. Like a black demonic mountain, it slammed towards Zhou Zairu. The terrifying demonic power spread in all directions. The entire heaven and earth seemed like it was about to be smashed by this huge hand. Damn it! Zhou Zairu had just passed the immortal god heavenly tribulation. She had used up 80 to 90% of her martial Dao Yuan Qi. Facing such a powerful attack, she could not help but be in danger. Swoosh! Zhou Zairu used the Decimo steps. With a single step, she instantly dashed thousands of feet away. However, the black demonic hand that was descending from the sky followed her like a shadow and slammed down on Zhou Zairu's head. What? Zhou Zairu was shocked, but she did not panic in the face of danger. Overturning the heavens with one hand, Zhou Zairu directly used her killer move. As she raised her right hand, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have suddenly turned upside down. It was terrifying. Endless power of Yin surged out and froze everything. The black demonic hand that was descending from the sky was directly frozen in the void. The power of the overturning the heavens exploded, and the huge hand directly shattered in the void. Good! A loud shout came from the sky. Terrifying sound waves reverberated between heaven and earth. The void exploded, and countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken away. A person directly broke through the void and walked out. This is Zhou Zairu's expression became extremely solemn when she saw this. The patriarch of the Black Demon sect, Ancestor Zhuyang, immediately exclaimed when he saw that person. What? This person is the Black Demon sect's patriarch. How is that possible? Isn't he in a life and death seclusion? He won't come out until he becomes an Earth Immortal. Did he become an Earth Immortal? The human immortals in East Peak City were inexplicably shocked. It was too difficult for a human immortal to break through to the Earth Immortal realm. After stepping into the Earth Immortal realm, every increase in level required unimaginable effort. The Black Demon sect's patriarch had finally become an Earth Immortal after cultivating for tens of thousands of years. Little girl, you're not bad. Why don't you return to the Black Demon sect with me and become my Dao companion? The Black Demon sect's patriarch's entire body was shrouded in demonic qi. 2 blood-red pupils were faintly discernible in the demonic qi, as if they could steal one's soul. What did you say? Zhou Zairu was instantly enraged when she heard the Black Demon sect's patriarch's words. How dare this guy be so presumptuous as soon as he appeared? It's a blessing that you've cultivated for several lifetimes to be the Dao companion of my sect's patriarch. Don't make a mistake. At this time, another voice sounded. An old man with his head lowered appeared beside the Black Demon sect's patriarch. Black Demon sect's mad demon Shuefanyan, the 9 Sons patriarch, and the others were taken aback when they saw the old man. Chi Mo was not a good person. He was a malefic star in the Black Demon sect. If Chi Mo went berserk, even the Black Demon sect's patriarch would not be able to suppress him. Make a mistake, my ass. Zhou Zairu roared angrily and directly slapped at the Black Demon sect's patriarch. A terrifying power of extreme Yin erupted, and the entire void froze in an instant. However, the Black Demon sect's patriarch merely pointed a finger and directly broke through the void that was sealed by Zhou Zairu's extreme Yin power. A pitch-black finger light, like a peerless spear, instantly pierced through Zhou Zairu's body. What? Zhou Zairu was truly shocked. Could this guy really be an Earth Immortal? An Earth Immortal was strong enough to destroy cities and countries. One strike could sink an entire mountain range and kill countless living beings. Most importantly, an Earth Immortal could mobilize the power of heaven and earth that was 10 times or even dozens of times that of a human immortal. Once an Earth Immortal's domain was unleashed, he would immediately be in an invincible position. Zhou Zairu took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already thousands of feet away. Her speed was astonishing. The black demon sex patriarch's eyes lit up. He then stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers instantly became as big as a mountain, enveloping Zhou Ziru in an instant. Damn it! Zhou Ziru knew that she was definitely no match for this guy. Ultimate blade slash. Zhou Ziru clasped her hands together, and all the extreme Yin power in her body frantically gathered towards her hands. Terrifying energy waves surged from her body. Swoosh! With just one slash, an immortal blade light directly soared from Zhou Ziru's hands. It directly broke through the huge hand that came down from the sky like a hot knife through butter, and instantly slashed at the black demon sex patriarch. A little interesting. The black demon sex patriarch smiled. He waved his right hand and directly shattered the blade light, and was about to make another move to capture Zhou Ziru. However, Zhou Ziru slipped away. You think you can escape? The black demon sex patriarch chuckled. In the next moment, the power of his domain erupted, and instantly enveloped a radius of several miles. Zhou Ziru only felt her body tense up, and then her entire body involuntarily flew towards the black demon sex patriarch. What? Zhou Ziru turned pale, with fright. Just as Zhou Ziru was about to be captured by the black demon sex patriarch, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the side, grabbed Zhou Ziru, and forcefully pulled her back, courting death. Chi Mo, who was beside the black demon sex patriarch, suddenly raised his head. A powerful demonic might erupted from his body, and in the next moment, the old man who had his head lowered turned into a peerless demonic expert. Swoosh! Chi Mo took a step forward, and instantly appeared in front of the person who attacked. He smashed his fist towards that person, and a violent power erupted, directly shaking the void. Humph! That person sneered, and with a wave of his sleeve, Chi Mo immediately exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. He did not even have the chance to scream before he died. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. That was Chi Mo of the Black Demon Sect. How could his body and soul be destroyed just like that? How was this possible? Chi Mo of the Black Demon Sect was a powerful existence second only to the Black Dragon Sect's patriarch. Yet Chi Mo could not even withstand a single move from that person. Gu Fei. In the sky above the City Lord's mansion, Lu Rufing's pupils shrank when he saw that person. The Black Demon Sex Patriarch had already broken through to the Earth Immortal realm, which was enough to sweep away all worldly immortals. However, the appearance of Gu Fei shocked the Patriarch greatly. Kill! Without any hesitation, the Black Demon Sex Patriarch unleashed his domain, swallowing Gu Fei and Zhou Ziru into it. Domain! Gu Fei smiled, then raised his hand, and the Black Demon Sex domain immediately collapsed. The Black Demon Sex Patriarch suffered a great impact, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei said disdainfully. In his eyes, the so-called Earth Immortal Domain was simply trash. As long as he was strong enough, he could easily break it. Chapter 4037. An earthly immortal's domain was incomparably powerful, capable of annihilating all human immortals. However, today, Gu Fei actually jumped levels to challenge earthly immortals, breaking the ironclad rule of the immortal martial realm that earthly immortals couldn't defeat earthly immortals. This caused countless cultivators in the East Peak City to be dumbfounded, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The Nine Suns ancestor was dumbfounded. Sword Immortal Clearwind's eyes almost popped out. The Lin clan's ancestor was so frightened that he directly fell from the sky. The Lu family's Lu Rufeng directly turned into a stone statue. This fellow actually, Lu Rufeng's voice trembled. The combat prowess displayed by Gu Fei was simply too heaven-defying. He actually broke the Black Demon Ancestor's earthly immortal domain so easily. All right, I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei stared at the Black Demon Ancestor as though he was looking at a dead man. In his eyes, an earthly immortal was nothing but a joke. Even if a heavenly immortal came, he wouldn't fear him. The iron rules of the immortal martial realm were nothing to Gu Fei. Damn it! The Black Demon Ancestor was both shocked and enraged. At this moment, his intestines were green with regret. He shouldn't have agreed to that old bastard's request. Although this fellow, named Gu Fei, only had a cultivation base of a human immortal, he was a freak. He could actually break the limit and easily break the Black Demon Ancestor's earthly immortal domain. Swish! The Black Demon Ancestor soared into the sky, transforming into a beam of demonic light as he fled. He had no choice but to flee. His greatest trump card, the earthly immortal domain, had already been broken by this young man. He no longer had any trump cards left. Why would the Black Demon Ancestor stay here and wait for his death? Want to leave? Gu Fei laughed. He stretched out his right hand, and the demonic light that was about to disappear was directly caught in his hand. What the demonic light dissipated, the Black Demon Ancestor's silhouette appeared in Gu Fei's hand. He had turned into a thumb-sized person, imprisoned in Gu Fei's palm. Don't kill me. The Black Demon Sect Ancestor's shock was no small matter. You have no value to me, Gu Fei said, and was about to crush the Black Fiend Sect Ancestor to death. Wait, the City Lord of East Peak City wants to harm you. I can help you get rid of him. The Black Fiend Patriarch hurriedly said. Oh, however, I killed his son, so it's normal for him to seek revenge on me. Gu Fei said indifferently. I'm willing to do anything for you. Master, please don't kill me. The Black Demon Patriarch trembled. Master, we are in need of manpower. Why don't we spare his life? Cyrus said, an Earth Immortal was an extremely powerful existence. Even in the entire East Peak region, an Earth Immortal was the strongest existence. The Black Demon Cult Master could definitely sweep through an entire region. Since that's the case, I'll spare your life. After saying that, Gu Fei directly planted a forbidden technique on the Black Fiend Sect Ancestor's body. The Black Fiend Sect Ancestor's life and death were in his hands. Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. The Black Fiend Sect Ancestor quickly knelt at Gu Fei's feet after escaping. Damn it! The City Lord's mansion. Lu Rufeng sensed that something was amiss and immediately rushed into the mansion. In the next moment, a teleportation array in the mansion lit up. Go, help me get rid of the Lu clan. Gu Fei said to the Black Fiend Sect Ancestor. Yes, Master. The Black Fiend Sect Ancestor quickly accepted the order. Lu clan, I'm sorry. It's either you die or I die. He then rushed down from the sky and directly killed his way into the City Lord's mansion. With just a single strike, the entire mansion was blasted to smithereens. Dust filled the air, and everyone in the city was shocked to the extreme. All the Lu clan members in the mansion died in an instant. Not a single one escaped. The Black Fiend Sect Ancestor was an Earth Immortal. In East Peak City, an Earth Immortal was invincible. However, some places in the City Lord's mansion were enveloped by a formation and were not affected. Those places were all important places in the City Lord's mansion. This guy, Gu Fei, couldn't help but frown when he saw that the Black Fiend Sect Ancestor had destroyed the East Peak City Lord's mansion. The killing intent of demonic cultivators was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Ancestor Jiang soared immortal Qingfeng, and the Lin clan's ancestor didn't dare to say a word. especially the Lin clan of East Peak City. Every generation of the Lin clan and the Lu clan had a marriage alliance. These two clans dominated the entire East Peak City. But now, the Lu clan was a thing of the past. The Lin clan trembled in fear that the Black Fiend sect ancestor would point his blade at them. Soon, the entire Black Fiend sect took action. Under the leadership of the Black Fiend sect ancestor, they occupied East Peak City and took over all the Lu clan's properties. The Black Fiend sect was the big winner. However, the higher-ups of the Black Fiend sect were not happy because the Black Fiend sect ancestor's life was still in Gu Fei's hands. The current Black Fiend sect was no longer the Black Fiend sect ancestor. Preposterous! Lu Rufeng, who had escaped from East Peak City in advance, hated the Black Fiend sect ancestor and Gu Fei to the core when he learned that the Lu clan was finished. He fled far away to find his father, the East Peak City Lord. While the Black Fiend sect was taking over the Lu clan's properties, in the depths of the East Peak mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from East Peak City, a blurry figure was sitting cross-legged in a terrifying demonic cave. A terrifying aura was emitted from this figure. At the same time, Gu Fei brought Zhou Zairu and the Black Fiend sect ancestor to a courtyard of the Black Fiend sect in East Peak City. This courtyard looked ordinary, but it had all kinds of pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave East Peak City. A few days later, Mo Xian also came out of his inner world. Mo Xian cultivation had actually broken through to the great success stage of the immortal martial realm. This surprised Gu Fei and Zhou Zairu. Boom! On the 10th day, the Lu clan was annihilated. In the depths of the East Peak mountain range, a demonic cave that absorbed demonic qi suddenly exploded. With the demonic cave as the center, everything within a 10-mile radius was directly destroyed by the explosion. A terrifying figure walked out from the dust that soared into the sky. This person was shrouded in demonic qi from head to toe, and his blood-red pupils were exceptionally frightening. This person was the Lu clan's patriarch and the East Peak City Lord. No one would believe that the East Peak City Lord had joined the demonic path. The East Peak City Lord took a deep breath, and the heaven and earth spiritual qi within a radius of tens of thousands of miles immediately gathered towards him and was directly absorbed by him. All living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles lost their vitality and all died. Father, a figure rushed over from afar and landed in front of the East Peak City Lord. Then he directly knelt on the ground. This person was Lu Rufeng. What? The Black Fiend sect betrayed me. The East Peak City Lord was shocked and angry when he heard that the Black Fiend sect ancestor had annihilated the Lu clan of East Peak City. He almost went crazy. Black Fiend sect ancestor, Gu Fei, just you wait. The East Peak City Lord almost went crazy. He never thought that Gu Fei was strong enough to defeat the Black Fiend sect ancestor. This was unbelievable. Let's go to the Black Fiend sect's headquarters first. The East Peak City Lord waved his big sleeve and soared into the sky, bringing Lu Rufeng to the Black Fiend sect's headquarters. For hours later, a figure directly killed his way to the Black Fiend sect's headquarters. Heads rolled everywhere, and almost all the disciples of the Black Fiend sect were killed by him. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire Black Demon Mountain exploded. A peerless demonic artifact rushed out from the Black Demon Mountain and was grabbed by a man. It was a large halberd, demonic sky halberd. Is this the legendary demonic sky halberd? Lu Rufeng was incomparably agitated. His eyes reddened as he stared at the halberd in his father's hands. The demonic sky halberd was a demonic weapon that could contend against a golden immortal. A golden immortal was an existence even stronger than a heavenly immortal. BCCC. The East Peak City Lord shook the halberd in his hand as a terrifying demonic shadow manifested from his body, intimidating all directions. Now we can find Gu Fei and the Black Fiend sect ancestor to settle the score. The East Peak City Lord gritted his teeth. I'm going to twist their heads off and kick them like a ball. Lu Rufeng coldly stated. The #1 cultivation clan in the East Peak region, the Lu clan, was actually annihilated by Gu Fei. This caused the East Peak City Lord and his son to hate him to the core. Gu Fei was already on the East Peak City Lord's kill list. At this moment, the Black Fiend sect completely obeyed Gu Fei. Gu Fei wanted to find the source energy of the immortal martial realm. He wanted to use the source energy of heaven and earth to raise his cultivation base. At this moment, ordinary spiritual chi of heaven and earth wouldn't be of much use to him. But the source energy of heaven and earth would be able to raise his cultivation base very quickly. Master, these are the things you are looking for. The Black Fiend sect ancestor was incomparably domineering. He directly gathered all the ancient records in the East Peak region and presented them to Gu Fei. Gu Fei flipped through all the ancient records in the East Peak region and finally found some records regarding the source energy of heaven and earth. All the secret arts and heaven-shaking secrets of the immortal martial realm could be found in the central immortal realm. Not just anyone could enter the central immortal realm. That was the #1 immortal realm in the immortal martial realm. Unless one was from a supreme sect or a supreme cultivation clan, they wouldn't be able to enter and exit as they wished. The entire central immortal realm was enveloped by supreme grand formations that were laid down by supreme martial immortals. However, the supreme grand formations of the immortal martial realm were all trash in the eyes of Gu Fei. He could easily break them. Gu Fei decided to head to the central immortal realm. However, just as he was about to move, a devilish silhouette suddenly appeared in the airspace above the courtyard he was in. A terrifying devil might that towered up into the sky instantly appeared. In the next instant, everyone in the courtyard was alarmed. The Black Fiend sect ancestor directly rushed out. However, when the Black Fiend sect ancestor saw that silhouette, he was greatly shocked. East Peak City Lord? The Black Fiend sect ancestor's voice trembled. Black Fiend sect ancestor, you actually dared to betray my father? Are you tired of living? After which, another silhouette rushed out. This person was none other than Lu Rufeng, the young master of the Lu clan. When the Black Fiend sect ancestor heard this, fear and terror filled his heart. Gu Fei, quickly come out and accept your death. Chapter 4038. The East Peak City Lord suddenly charged into East Peak City with a peerless demonic artifact, shocking the entire city. East Peak City Lord, I didn't expect you to come back to seek your own death. It seems like the Lu clan is going to be completely exterminated. Zhou Zairu walked out of the City Lord's mansion and raised her head to look at the demonic figure in the sky. The Lu clan was the largest clan in East Peak City. It was much more powerful than the Lin clan and the Black Demon sect. Otherwise, the Lin clan wouldn't have married into the Lu clan for generations. By clinging to the Lu family, the Lin family would naturally reap many benefits. The most direct benefit was that other forces would not dare to touch the Lin family. At this time, even though the Lu clan's forces in East Peak City had been uprooted by the Black Demon sect, as long as the Lu clan's patriarch, the East Peak City Lord, was still alive, the Lu clan would not be exterminated. The East Peak City Lord and his son had the possibility of making a comeback. However, the East Peak City Lord and his son had returned to East Peak City. Little girl, I'll kill you first, then I'll kill Gu Fei. The East Peak City Lord bellowed in rage. He stretched out his right hand and pressed down on Joe Zairu. The void in front of his palm collapsed, forming a huge palm print that pressed down on Joe Zairu. Rumble, wherever the palm print passed, an incomparably shocking sound was emitted. On the other hand, Joe Zairu, who was on the ground, looked at the incoming palm image with a faint smile on her face. She had no intention of blocking or dodging it. What? She can fight against the city lord of East Peak. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists who were watching from afar were inexplicably shocked. Joe Zairu was only a human immortal, but the East Peak City Lord was already an Earth immortal. Most importantly, the East Peak City Lord had come with a peerless demon weapon. The heavenly demon halberd was rumored to be the strongest demonic weapon in the eastern region of the immortal martial realm. It could even contend against immortal weapons at the golden immortal realm. Wielding the heavenly demon halberd was equivalent to being unrivaled in the eastern region. One had to know that there were no golden immortals in the eastern region. The strongest were only heavenly immortals. The sacred leader of the eastern martial sacred land was heaven's celestial powerhouse. The eastern martial saint land was the strongest force in the entire eastern region. Countless martial artists in the eastern region took pride in entering the eastern martial saint land. It was the holy land in the hearts of countless martial artists in the eastern region. The eastern region of the immortal martial realm was actually under the control of the eastern martial sacred grounds. Even the city lord of East Peak City was conferred the title by the eastern martial dynasty. Boom! Just then, a loud sound rang out in the void. East Peak City Lord's hand seemed to have slammed into an invisible wall, causing countless transparent ripples to appear in the void. Then, a layer of transparent light barrier appeared in the void, enveloping the entire City Lord mansion. As expected, high up in the sky, the East Peak City Lord sneered. Gu Fei was indeed prepared. But so what? The East Peak City Lord tightened his grip on the heavenly demon halberd. In the next moment, countless demonic Tao patterns emerged from the halberd and intertwined with each other. A terrifying demonic might gushed out from the heavenly demon halberd in the East Peak City's hand, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire sky darkened. In the sky above East Peak City, demonic clouds covered the sky, as though a great demon was about to be born. All the living beings in the city were terrified to the extreme. Interesting. At this moment, Gu Fei walked out of the City Lord mansion with his hands clasped behind his back. Gu Fei, you're dead for sure this time. Ha! Lu Ruffeng laughed and said, this time, not only did his father's cultivation break through to the Earth Immortal realm, but he also obtained the supreme demonic weapon of the Black Demon Mountain, the heavenly demon halberd. In the entire eastern region, even the eastern martial saint leader wouldn't be able to withstand a strike from the heavenly demon halberd. Lu Ruffeng, Mo Xian, smiled as she walked out of the City Lord mansion. She was still as charming as ever, exuding an alluring charm. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist Mo Xian Er's charm. After Mo Xian became an immortal, she was even more powerful. Just a glance from her could hook the soul of a god realm cultivator. Even an immortal god would fall for it. Father, kill Gu Fei. Leave these two girls to me. Ha! Lu Ruffeng said with a laugh. Humph. The East Peak City Lord sneered, but didn't say anything. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Gu Fei smiled faintly as he looked at the two guys in the sky. Arrogant. The East Peak City Lord glared and raised the heavenly demon halberd with both hands, smashing it towards the City Lord mansion. The violent force directly shattered the void. However, this City Lord mansion wasn't the original City Lord mansion of East Peak City. The original City Lord mansion had long been destroyed by the Black Demon Sect ancestor. This City Lord mansion was actually an immortal palace that Gu Fei took out from his inner world. This immortal palace wasn't something that anyone could break. Gu Fei was still smiling as he looked at the two guys in the sky, as if he was looking at a bunch of clowns. At this time, a huge dragon shadow rushed out from the heavenly demon halberd and rushed towards the City Lord mansion below. An extremely powerful demonic aura spread out. Wherever the dragon passed, it left a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. Shattering the void, the human immortals in East Peak City were shocked to the extreme. Even human immortals couldn't shatter the void at will. Not even Earth immortals could do so. Only celestial immortals could shatter the void. This attack from the East Peak City Lord was definitely comparable to the attack of a celestial immortal. A celestial immortal was an extremely terrifying existence. Who in the entire Eastern Domain could withstand the attack of a celestial immortal? Boom! The demonic dragon descended from the sky and directly collided with the layer of divine light that enveloped the City Lord mansion. The layer of divine light collapsed from the impact. However, in the next moment, countless immortal runes emerged on the immortal palace. Rays of immortal light rushed out from the immortal palace and submerged into the defensive light shield. The defensive light barrier was instantly strengthened, and the demonic dragon was pushed back. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked, especially the East Peak City Lord in the sky. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was too incredible. This was an attack comparable to that of a celestial immortal. In order to launch this attack, he instantly consumed a small part of his power. Even he couldn't keep using the heavenly demon halberd. That's all you've got? Then you can't kill me. What a pity. Gu Fei smiled. Preposterous. The East Peak City Lord was shocked and angry. Gu Fei, come out and fight if you have the guts. Lu Rufeng roared. That's right. Hiding in a turtle shell isn't a heroic act. Someone shouted. His voice spread throughout the entire East Peak City. TSK, do you want to fight me one-on-one or together? Gu Fei said with a shrug. Still so arrogant. Come out and talk. Lu Rufeng said disdainfully. Is that so? Chapter 4039. Gu Fei walked out of the immortal palace as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He walked out of the immortal palace's defensive divine light and stood outside the light shield. Ha ha, Gu Fei, you're really stupid. You actually dared to come out and die. Lu Rufeng sneered. I came out, but it might not necessarily be to die. Gu Fei put his hands behind his back and looked at Lu Rufeng in the sky with a faint smile. Humph, you're still so arrogant at this time. We can't do anything to you if you hide in your turtle shell, but once you come out, your life will be ours. Lu Rufeng sneered. Is that so? My life is here. Come and take it. Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Even in the face of the East Peak City Lord, he was still calm and composed. You're courting death. The East Peak City Lord directly took out the demonic halberd in his hand. A huge dragon, a real dragon, rushed out of the East Peak City Lord's hand. The demonic dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Gu Fei, tearing the void between heaven and earth. A dragon claw the size of a mountain slammed down on Gu Fei, causing the entire East Peak City to shake and countless houses to collapse. The East Peak City Lord ignored everything in order to kill Gu Fei. He directly ignored the life and death of the people in East Peak City. Gu Fei smiled and then punched upwards. The punch was like a landslide, shattering the entire void. Boom! With a loud noise, Gu Fei's small fist collided with the huge dragon claw. Then, the huge dragon claw directly shattered in the void, bursting out a mist of blood. The East Peak City Lord's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when he saw this scene. Lu Ruffin was so scared that he peed his pants. Is this guy really a human immortal? Is he really only a human immortal? That was the attack of the demonic halberd. Even a celestial immortal would not dare to take it head-on. However, not only did this guy block the sky demon halberd's attack, but he also blew up one of the dragon's claws that the halberd had transformed into. How is this possible? Patriarch Nine Sons, Patriarch Lin, and the other human immortals were dumbfounded. Sigh, it seems like you can't take my life away. Since you can't take my life, I can only take yours. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. Then he pushed his feet off the ground and soared into the sky. He threw a punch at the dragon formed by the demonic halberd. Boom! The giant dragon formed by the demonic halberd was blasted away. Roar! The demon dragon's roar was earth-shattering. However, no matter how ruthless it was still sent flying by Gu Fei's punches without any chance to retaliate. A trifling devil tool can kill me? You think too highly of it. I don't even care about the number 1 devil tool of the ancestral realm. As Gu Fei spoke, he extended his right hand. A huge hand that blotted out the sky immediately appeared in the void and grabbed the dragon. Seeing this scene, not to mention Lu Rufeng, even the East Peak City Lord wet his pants. Gu Fei subdued the demon dragon with one hand. This scene was extremely shocking. Not only did the East Peak City Lord despair, but the other human immortals also had to lower their heads. Go! While Gu Fei was subduing the demon dragon, the East Peak City Lord waved his sleeves and fled with Lu Rufeng. At this moment, a divine arrow shot out from the City Lord residence and pierced through Lu Rufeng. In the next moment, Lu Rufeng turned into dust. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The East Peak City Lord was shocked and angry. He didn't dare to stop and turned into a ray of demonic light. He burned his natal demonic aura and fled for his life. Gu Fei, just you wait. I will avenge my son. The East Peak City Lord roared. Sigh, you won't have the chance. At this moment, on the stairs in front of the immortal residence, Mo Xian drew her bow and shot an arrow at the East Peak City Lord. The arrow seemed to ignore distance and instantly caught up to the East Peak City Lord, piercing through his demonic body. In the next moment, the East Peak City Lord let out an unwilling roar. His entire body turned into dust and dissipated in the void. He was dead. An Earth immortal was shot to death by a human immortal, the old ancestor of the Nine Sons, and the others were dumbfounded. They looked at the divine, Bao in Mo Xian's hand with envy. That divine Bao was probably not inferior to the demon halberd. Moreover, Mo Xian killed the East Peak City Lord with ease. It didn't seem like she used much energy. The Skyquake Bow and Shooting Sun Arrow that Gu Fei gave me are actually so powerful. Mo Xian was surprised and happy. She cherished the divine bow in her hand even more. However, if she knew that the bow Gu Fei gave her was actually a trash immortal tool that Gu Fei casually took from his inner world, how would she feel? Zhou Zairu, who was at the side, didn't envy Mo Xian because the immortal tool that Gu Fei gave her was even better and more powerful. It was a moon god pearl. This moon god pearl could nourish the great immortal body and raise one's cultivation. Moreover, once the moon god pearl appeared, everything within a 10,000-mile radius would be frozen. The power of the moon god pearl was many times stronger than the Skyquake Bow. At this moment, Gu Fei used a great technique and subdued the demon halberd. Countless cracks appeared on the halberd as though it could break at any time. I'll give it to you. Gu Fei threw the demon halberd to the black demon ancestor. This kind of demonic tool was definitely trash in his eyes. The skyquake bow that he casually gave to Emocien was many times better than this demonic tool. Thank you, master. The black demon ancestor was overjoyed and quickly caught the demon halberd that Gu Fei threw over. This peerless demonic tool was the weapon that he dreamed of. How dare you kill the East Peak City Lord conferred by the Dongwu dynasty? Surrender obediently, and you might be able to live. At this moment, an angry shout came from the distant sky. Then, an immortal clad in golden armor appeared above East Peak City, stepping on golden light. Lotuses bloomed with every step he took. An immortal envoy of the Dongwu dynasty, the Nine Sons patriarch, and the others in the city were shocked when they saw the immortal in golden armor. They didn't expect an immortal envoy of the Dongwu dynasty to come. Once the immortal envoy arrived, the immortal aura immediately filled every inch of the void. Bathed in the immortal light, everyone in the city felt like they were floating in the air. Oh no! Before the black demon ancestor could rejoice over obtaining the demon halberd, he was stunned as though someone had poured a bucket of cold water on his head. Who is this? Gu Fei looked at the guy in the sky who was emitting golden immortal light and could not help but frown. Mas, this is the immortal envoy of the Dongwu dynasty. The black demon ancestor's voice was trembling. Immortal envoy? What's that? Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "This